different versions of this album. I went to London for 2 weeks with 3 of my friends, and we just made a song every day for 2 weeks in London. I love London because of like the gloomy aesthetic and the gloomy just like vibe and environment that London has. Like there's barely any sun there, and I love that because the music I make is really sad. And then so 2 weeks I made a song every day, came out with half the album, and then I went back to Houston for another 2 weeks, and I made the rest of the project on my phone just off of beats that people sent me and with some things that I make. And yeah, I just spent 2 weeks in a different area trying to get myself in a different mindset, and then I came back to Houston, put myself in the same mindset again, and made everything by myself. So I wanted to see what I looked like or how I worked with different people and how I worked with myself, you know.
On September 8th, 2025, investigators made a horrifying discovery. The dismembered body of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez was found inside the front trunk of David's Tesla Model X. The vehicle had been towed just 3 days earlier from Bluebird Avenue, where it had been sitting only a few hundred feet from David's home in the Hollywood Hills. Prosecutors say surveillance footage and other evidence show that David was the last known person to drive the Tesla on July 29, 2025, before leaving Los Angeles for a concert tour. Those claims appear in the district attorney's pretrial brief filed ahead of David's April 29th court hearing. The filing lays out the prosecution's timeline in detail. It describes when investigators believe Celeste lost her life, the steps they allege were taken afterward, David's reported movements in the days that followed, and the evidence prosecutors say supports their case. It also outlines what they argue was the motive behind the alleged crime. I followed this case closely from the beginning, but these court filings reveal far more than earlier reports. They offer new details about how David and Celeste first met, the digital evidence prosecutors say they uncovered during the investigation, and the purchases they allege were made around the time of the events outlined in their timeline. Together, those details present a much broader picture of the case the prosecution plans to bring before the court. Now let's walk through the timeline step by step. On September 8, 2025, the manager of the tow yard where David's Tesla had been impounded noticed a powerful odor coming from the vehicle along with a large number of flies. Concerned by what he found, he contacted LAPD Hollywood auto detectives. After checking the registration, investigators confirmed the Tesla was registered to David. When detectives opened the Tesla's front trunk, they found a black cadaver bag covered in insects. Inside was a severely decomposed head and torso. Beneath it, a separate garbage bag contained dismembered arms and legs. Investigators also noted that the victim's left ring finger and pinky finger were missing and were not recovered from the vehicle. 8 days later, on September 16th, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner identified the remains through dental records as 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. As the investigation continued, LAPD robbery homicide detectives began piecing together the history between Celeste and David. Prosecutors allege the two first met in January 2022 when Celeste was 11. They further allege that a sexual relationship began in November 2023 when Celeste was 13 and David was 18. Investigators also learned that Celeste had been reported missing by her family in Lake Elsinore on multiple occasions during 2024, including reports filed in February and April. Later in this video, we'll look at claims made by private investigator Steve Fisher regarding what Celeste's family may have known about her contact with David, and whether those missing person reports reflected the full picture. Fisher was hired by the owner of the Hollywood Hills property that David's manager had been renting. The same home prosecutors allege was connected to the events at the center of this case. The homeowner wanted answers about what had happened inside the property and who had been living there. During his investigation, Fisher says he uncovered information that raises even more questions about the people connected to this case. Before we continue, it's worth mentioning that private investigator Steve Fisher says he uncovered additional information about David, people close to him, and possibly even individuals connected to Celeste. We'll come back to those claims later. For now, let's focus on the timeline prosecutors say led up to this case. Prosecutors allege David first met Celeste in January 2022, when he was around 15 or 16 years old and Celeste was 11. They further allege that their relationship later became inappropriate when Celeste was 13. Those claims form an important part of the criminal case, but have not yet been proven in court. Not long afterward, Celeste's parents filed several missing person reports after she repeatedly left home. Prosecutors say those reports became significant because they documented multiple occasions when law enforcement was actively trying to locate her. One of those incidents occurred on February 17, 2024.
Are you and Celeste going to Epstein? It's crazy how open it was, not a secret, you know? And the people close to him in his orbit, listen, they knew. I mean, there's live streams where, not just the one with Celeste, but there's ones where he
Court records state that investigators with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department identified a phone number linked to David while reviewing Celeste's phone records. Detectives then contacted him to ask about any recent communication. During that conversation, David reportedly told investigators he had last spoken with Celeste around February 13th or 14th. Investigators also reported that he said he did not know her age and was unaware she had been reported missing, because David was living on North Doheny Place in West Hollywood at the time. Riverside County investigators requested that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department conduct a welfare check at his residence. Deputies went to the home later that evening and informed David that Celeste was 13 years old and had been reported as a runaway. Prosecutors say David again told deputies he did not know Celeste's age. He also stated that they had only met once in person, claiming that meeting took place in November 2023. Prosecutors argue this encounter became an important part of their timeline. Court records state that law enforcement informed David that Celeste was 13 years old and had been reported missing. The prosecution contends this interaction is significant because they later allege communication between the two continued after that point, despite investigators having already made him aware.
He's talking to these two super young girls on like, I don't know what platform it was, but he's talking to them, and his friend Asia Collins is behind him, and he's laughing about the age of these girls.
Of both her age and the missing person investigation. During that welfare check, deputies also discovered a photo of Celeste's school yearbook on David's phone. Although he said he did not know where she was or that she had been reported missing, Celeste returned home 2 days later. Prosecutors argue this sequence of events raises important questions. Authorities contacted David after finding his phone number in Celeste's records, informed him of her age and the missing person investigation, and documented that conversation. They contend this interaction made it clear he was aware of both at that point. The prosecution further alleges that communication between the two continued.
You know, it's really frustrating because they have not, they didn't race forward with information. They waited to the last minute to save themselves, all of a sudden, we find out one of his friend Neo.
After Celeste returned home in February 2024 and her parents reportedly took away her phone, investigators claim David drove to Lake Elsinore and paid another student from her school $1,000 to deliver a replacement phone he had purchased, allowing them to remain in contact. These are allegations presented by prosecutors as part of their case. David has denied the accusations and continues to maintain his innocence. Investigators say Celeste spent significant time with David throughout 2024. Prosecutors allege she stayed at his Hollywood Hills home during parts of the summer and traveled with him to locations including Las Vegas, London, and Texas.
Has to be arrested to be brought in front of the grand jury. That's not how it should be. You shouldn't be, I don't care how close you were with this guy. If you got information, we're talking about age.
One detail that stands out is how those locations overlap with David's own public statements. In an interview recorded around that same period, he mentioned traveling to those same destinations while working on music with friends. Prosecutors point to that overlap as part of the broader timeline they intend to present, arguing that it supports their account of the relationship and the time the two allegedly spent together. Another detail prosecutors highlight is that Celeste allegedly traveled to Texas with David, where they say she met members of his family.
Do you think the family is as quiet as they are because they knew who David was and they knew who she was going to, and you don't really see too much of an intervention between them?
I mean, yes. I have proof that family members have been to that rental house before. I've been with David and Celeste.
Wait, her family has been to his house?
Family members.
That point becomes important later, especially alongside claims made by private investigator Steve Fisher. We'll examine those claims in more detail later in the video. But for now, it's worth noting that Fisher has publicly alleged that people close to David were aware of the relationship. Those are his claims, and they have not been established as fact in court.
Listen, one of the first things I put down in this case was we know that David and Celeste were at Six Flags on a certain date, and we found a Build-A-Bear certificate from the Build-A-Bear place in Six Flags in her cousin's name at the house.
The prosecution's timeline also points to digital evidence investigators say was recovered during the case. Court filings describe text messages between David and Celeste that allegedly included discussions about their relationship, pregnancy, abortion, and the use of emergency contraception.
You know, so it's like, wait a minute, so she wasn't really missing. You want to know, in my opinion, what the missing persons report was about? It was to cover their ass so CPS didn't come in and say, hey, she's not going to school. What's up? If she's a missing person, you say she's not going to the school because she's a missing person. You know, then you don't have CPS in your life at that moment, you know?
Investigators also say they recovered explicit images that they believe support the case. The filings further allege that although the two ended their relationship in November 2024, they continued communicating afterward.
Listen, I sympathize. I know that they're grieving. I know they lost a daughter, but goddamn, like she shouldn't have been allowed to be. She was gone a year and a half, man. A year and a half. Like, somebody should have said, you know, maybe we shouldn't be letting Celeste live her own life like this.
One development that has drawn attention involves Celeste's death certificate. Reports indicate it was later updated to state that it was unknown whether she was pregnant at the time of the events. That detail has fueled additional public discussion.
Could you see potential charges being pressed on the parents?
I think it's too high profile of a case, right? So they're going to say, oh shit, if we do that, we're going to have a certain amount of the people that are going to be like, I don't care if what they did is wrong. You got to give them some space because they're a grieving family, and they are. But they've also got to be like, hey, we messed up, we messed up.
Because investigators argue the relationship had become increasingly volatile in the days leading up to the timeline outlined. In the case, court documents also describe text messages showing Celeste was upset over David's involvement with other people.
So, like, the one, and her name's already been put out there, Esmeralda, is a cousin who was a senior in high school. But I'm not so much blaming her, but the thing is that Esmeralda's parents, who would be her aunt and stuff like that,
and had threatened to reveal details of their alleged relationship to authorities, something investigators argue could have severely damaged his career and public image. The filings contend that this escalating conflict became the motive behind the events described in the case.
Listen, I have other proof I can't disclose, but yes, there was adults. There was several people in her family that knew. Listen, her mom admitted she knew she was dating a guy named David, and she said, oh, I didn't really, she knew who it was. I mean, he would come out there and pick her up, in the Tesla.
Though those allegations remain central issues that have yet to be examined in court, investigators identify April 23, 2025 as the key date in their timeline.
They knew. She'd been found there, before. Police knew that she was with him at some point before that.
They also state that activity from Celeste's cell phone stopped that day. Court records further indicate that the night before, David and Celeste exchanged a series of heated text messages that reflected growing tension between them. Prosecutors allege the messages show Celeste confronting David about his relationships with other women after believing they had a future together.
Listen, the person that sent the email to his management saying, word is that she's with David. If that's true, please make sure she comes home. She's 13 years old. They only knew to send that to his manager because it was no secret in Lake Elsinore, where she lived, that she was with David.
They claim the argument escalated to the point where she threatened to expose details of their alleged relationship, something prosecutors argue could have seriously damaged David's career and public image. At the time, David's music career was rapidly taking off. His debut studio album was scheduled to be released just 2 days later, on April 25th, and prosecutors argue he had significant financial and professional opportunities at stake. According to the prosecution's timeline, David arranged an Uber to pick Celeste up from her home in Lake Elsinore at around 8:40 p.m. on April 23rd. The ride lasted roughly an hour and a half, with prosecutors alleging the two communicated by text before and during the trip. Records indicate the Uber arrived at David's Hollywood Hills home at approximately 10:10 p.m.
We may now have evidence that Celeste's family knew about her relationship with David and allowed it. And this comment from 2024 is getting a lot of attention. So someone in Celeste's community commented on a post saying, "I live in Lake Elsinore, 5 to 10 minutes away. There was so much more going on."
Just 20 minutes later, prosecutors say David sent messages asking Celeste where she was, despite their allegation that she had already arrived at the house. They argue those texts were not genuine attempts to reach her, but instead part of a deliberate effort to create the appearance that he didn't know her whereabouts. That interpretation forms a key part of the prosecution's theory and remains one of the issues that will be contested in court.
Her family knew he was with her since she was 11. They didn't care. All they cared for was the money given to them.
Investigators argue the timeline is one of the strongest parts of the case. Court filings allege Celeste arrived at David's home around 10:10 p.m., yet about 20 minutes later, he began texting her, asking where she was.
She said unfortunately she was reported missing in 2024, but they all knew where she was. Even her friends extorted David with money so they wouldn't say where she was staying. I think the mom should be held responsible too for allowing a to move in with a boyfriend at that age. There's a lot more than what's being said. Here in Elsinore, all her friends are talking about it because she was in communication with them. So sad.
The filings contend those messages were intentionally sent to create the appearance that he did not know her location, even though investigators believe she was already inside the house. Authorities further allege that shortly after Celeste arrived, the events at the center of this case took place. Court records state that David never called 911 or sought medical assistance.
She said she would sneak out at age 11 even though her neighborhood is horrible, but her parents saw that he had money and became more dependent and would let her leave the house at 13 even though he was 18. She said her mother sold her for $10K a week and he paid so that he wouldn't be seen as a...
Instead, investigators argue he immediately began taking steps to conceal what had happened while continuing to act as though he had no knowledge of Celeste's whereabouts. Investigators also state that David left his home at approximately 11:30 p.m. on April 23rd,
which does add up with their Discord messages of her complaining about her parents and him saying, "Don't worry, I'll fix it." And the other crazy thing is that people found this comment on one of David's videos back in 2024 where someone named Robin River said he's waiting on the cops to get David for messing with minors,
and drove north towards Santa Barbara County. During that drive, prosecutors say he continued calling and texting Celeste's phone, actions they argue were part of an effort to strengthen the appearance that he was searching for her. They also allege the trip was intended to dispose of her belongings and destroy potential evidence connected to the case.
This is long before many of us knew about him and Celeste would be around 13 at that time. Since then, his account has blown up and people are waiting and hoping that whoever this is gives us some answer.
Records cited by prosecutors indicate that David drove his Tesla along Highway 101 towards San Marcos Pass Road near Lake Cachuma before returning to Los Angeles early the next morning.
Do you personally think, or do you know, actually, that people knew her age and just didn't say anything about it?
100%. Listen, in that Discord of his, there's people that openly talk about it. They're like, hey, are you still going out with the underage girl? Are you still there talking about Island?
Despite everything prosecutors allege had already taken place, they say David attended a scheduled radio interview on April 24th as preparations for his album release continued. Investigators also claim he sent 2 more messages to Celeste's phone later that day, even though, according to their timeline, she was already dead. After April 26th, prosecutors say all attempts by David to contact Celeste suddenly stopped, a change they argue is consistent with the timeline they intend to present at trial.
She has these series of runaway events, but it was no secret that she was with him. In fact, somebody close to the situation, her family, the school where she was going, wrote.
According to prosecutors, one of the most striking parts of the timeline is what happened after April 23rd. They allege that David continued texting and calling Celeste's phone for the next several days.
if that's true, please make sure she gets home quickly. And she got home. She arrived the next day, and that email was received by his management company, and they did send it to him. I have proof of that. He was aware of it. So then she arrives back home, but then she runs away again. He was grooming her. He's a predator.
Creating a record that, in their view, was meant to make it appear he had no idea where she was. Then, after April 26th...
but they take possession of it. So on that day, he's got Celeste runs away that day, and she's at the old house, the one where they did that live stream, delete everything. And he's got another minor at the new house, a mile and a half away. And I've got pictures of that.
Those messages suddenly stopped altogether. Prosecutors argue that abrupt change is consistent with the timeline they have presented in court. During that same period, David remained highly active in public. As I've covered before, he was promoting his debut album with release events, pop-up appearances, and frequent social media posts.
This is kind of all new about there being like a new minor. If you can reveal, how old was this other minor that David was dealing with?
She was 16 and 17.
One detail highlighted in the court filings is that David gave a radio interview on the morning of April 24th, less than a day after the events outlined in the investigation's timeline. The timing of that interview has drawn significant attention. While investigators allege those events had already taken place, David appeared publicly.
This was going on for a while. I believe it goes back to when she was 16, 17 for sure. But he knew, she was underage, and listen, it's kind of the same MO. It's kind of the preying on those that he can manipulate out of their environment. And there's others. There's another one too. So I mean, and I guarantee that there's I can't guarantee, but
no, I mean,
to promote his upcoming album, which was scheduled for release the following day. During the interview, he discussed his breakout song, Romantic Homicide, and the reaction it received because of its dark themes.
Any predator, they're always going to have multiple victims, yes.
There's ones that I don't know about. When I was in court yesterday, when I happened to be looking right at David, he was seated kind of in front of me, and they brought him in an orange jumpsuit, and they sat him down at the table. They were talking about when discovery, which is all the evidence.
The contrast between the allegations in the case and David's public appearances during those same days has become one of the most discussed aspects of the investigation. Authorities argue it reflects someone continuing with normal business while, under their theory of the case, taking deliberate steps behind the scenes to conceal what had happened. David also explained the inspiration behind Romantic Homicide.
Stuff is going to be delivered to his lawyers, and
yes, sir.
And the prosecutor comes out, and I don't want to get you dinged off.
No. It's literally say you
can say that. Okay. So she comes out and says, Your Honor, one of the biggest issues is that on his phone there was a voluminous amount of child,
saying its dark themes were influenced by the emotions he was experiencing while writing the song. The interview has since received renewed attention because of where it falls within the investigation's timeline. He also discussed his upbringing, saying he spent much of his early life being homeschooled and isolated from other people. David said that period affected him emotionally and left him feeling like he had missed out on many of the experiences his peers typically have.
Proper word now is CSAM, right? But she went child, and then she goes, and because of this child, she said child 4 times in a row. It was very intentional. You had to let him know, we know. He just stared straight ahead. He wasn't like, he didn't turn to his lawyer and like, what the hell? He knew, I think he knows that they got him dead to rights right now. So, but she made it sound like there's a lot on there. So I don't think it's just Celeste. I don't think it's just Celeste and this other minor that I'm talking about. I think that there's going to be a lot that he actually was in communication with, and I think there's going to be probably a lot of that material that he sought out on the internet.
He connected those feelings to the music he was creating at the time. Those comments have led to considerable public discussion, with some people questioning whether his own descriptions of isolation offer any insight into his behavior.
Getting into around Valentine's Day, she runs away again, and then it's a year. It's well over a year that she's gone before we now know that this happened, according to prosecutors, in April of 2025. So she's gone a very long time. And that's been the whole thing, is piecing this together. Where exactly was she? Because we didn't really have evidence that...
At the same time, it's important to draw a clear line between personal speculation and established fact. There is no public psychological evaluation tying those statements to the allegations in this case.
We had evidence that she had been to the house, but not that she was like living at the house. And David would travel a lot for concerts or whatever, and nobody would stay there. So we're like, where was she in all this time? And then we find out that she wasn't truly a runaway. That's the part that's upsetting to me too, is that her family knew where she was. She'd shown up for like...
And any conclusions about his mental state would be speculative. What is established is that prosecutors intend to rely on physical evidence, digital records, and the timeline of events, not psychological theories, to support the charges they have brought against David. Whatever conclusions people draw from David's own comments about his upbringing, they do not explain or justify the allegations in this case.
Her cousin's high school graduation, she showed up at a family event. There's a video out there of her arguing with the next door neighbors in the apartment complex next to her house, all while she's supposedly a missing person. And so it's all very frustrating. There's a lot of things, a lot of failures around her. And I understand she's probably a handful. I get that. But the thing is, she's a kid. That's part of being a parent. She needed direction, she needed like a direction in life. And it's not okay. They knew who he was. And it's just, I don't care how rich he is. I don't care how famous he's becoming. I don't care he's living in a mansion and he can afford to support her. It's not okay. She's 13, 14 at this time. It's never okay.
Rather than focusing on speculation about his mindset, prosecutors are relying on what they describe as a timeline supported by digital records, purchases, and forensic evidence. According to court filings, investigators believe David began obtaining
prosecutors are correct about the 23rd being the day, and I believe they are because there's somebody that obviously gave them the information. Then within hours, he's fine. He's in a mindset where he's like, I'm ready to go to the party. I'm ready to go to New York. It's not affecting him. Now, we do see, it's kind of like this, almost like an adrenaline rush. There's all these posts and he's playing these shows and these pop-ups, but then there's like this crash. He goes somewhat, a lot more silent, after the dismemberment. And he goes to Seoul, Korea for...
Applies shortly after the events at the center of this case. Prosecutors allege that on April 24th, 2025, the day after the events outlined in their timeline, he ordered a shovel from Home Depot, which was delivered to his home through Postmates. They further claim that on May 1st, Amazon delivered...
pop up and he's in Malaysia. It's really wild to see that. So there's the murder and the dismemberment, and that... So our big questions are, where did he murder her? Where did he then store her for those 10 days or so until he dismembered her, 10 days or more? And then why does she end up in the Tesla? And why does she stay in the Tesla in his neighborhood?
Delivered 2 chainsaws to the same address. A few days later, on May 5th, prosecutors say additional items arrived, including a cadaver bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a blue inflatable pool. Investigators say all of these purchases were made using the alias Victoria Mendez, which they argue was an attempt to conceal David's identity.
When I started interviewing with, before we knew all these data points, I was interviewing, obviously, neighbors asking for video surveillance and whatnot. And, the people right across the street, directly across the street, and this is a neighborhood with very large houses and big yards and security systems and everything like that. And I was over at the house directly across the street.
Court filings also allege that David returned to Santa Barbara County on May 8th, leaving his home late that night. Investigators believe the trip was significant because it brought him back to the same general area they say he had previously visited shortly after the events at the center of this case.
Which is owned by a producer, and I was dealing with his estate manager, and she said, one of the dogs, so the property, it's a big property, and their fence line butts up to the road. David would often park mostly...
Their timeline suggests the first trip was connected to the disposal of personal belongings, while the later visit forms another key part of the evidence they plan to present in court. The filings further state that David returned to the same remote area near State Route 154 in Santa Barbara County on May 31st, 2025.
Time to park the Tesla on their property line, off to the side of the road, so it butted up to their yard. And she said, we started getting this horrible smell, and we had one of the dogs had died, and they had buried the dog in the backyard, and it was like a husky, it was a larger dog. And she's like, anytime it would get over to be like 75, 76, 77 degrees, the backyard would smell horrible. She's like, so we thought we didn't bury the dog deep enough. So they were getting ready to unearth this dog and bury it deeper. And then all this happened, and the Tesla went away, and then everything was fine. But
investigators consider that location important because months later, in January 2026, Celeste's identification card was recovered there. They argue that discovery supports their theory that the area was used to dispose of items connected to the case. Court records also state that on July 7, 2025, David allegedly ordered what was described as a burn cage through Amazon using the alias Victoria Mendez.
So when the Tesla got moved, did that smell go away, and was the dog still buried?
Yes, and they're not thinking like, oh, the Tesla just went away and now it doesn't smell. They don't know, they're like, why it comes and goes. And it's not until after they find out, oh, there's a body in the trunk of the Tesla. It's like, oh.
Investigators contend the purchase was part of an effort to conceal evidence. The alleged order has also drawn attention because it aligns with rumors that circulated before the charging documents became public. The filings also describe investigators' theory of what they believe happened afterward. They allege Celeste was placed inside a blue inflatable pool in the garage, which they believe helped contain evidence at the scene. Investigators further claim that chainsaws and possibly other tools were used during that process.
Oh my God. So if they smell it, then he really can smell it, especially at the house, because it's like a multi-story house. And there's live streams that he does where a makeup artist is like, oh, what's this smell, and they just kind of like.
When was these live streams like dated, right?
He live streamed from the house a lot, and so it was just like him and his friends, and they're filming something or whatever. There's a makeup artist.
And this is the same house
Same house.
So
one of the key findings described in the court filings involves small blue plastic fragments recovered during the investigation. The LAPD's Forensic Science Division analyzed those fragments, and investigators say an expert concluded they physically matched the blue inflatable pool David allegedly purchased in May 2025. Court documents also allege that 2 fingers from Celeste's left hand were missing before she was placed inside the vehicle. Investigators argue one of those fingers contained a tattoo connected to David and believe its removal was intended to make identification more difficult. The filings further state that those missing fingers have never been recovered. Investigators allege Celeste was placed into bags that had been purchased earlier before everything was loaded into the front trunk of David's Tesla. Authorities also claim the vehicle remained parked for an extended period while David continued with his career, including preparing for and later leaving on tour.
There was streams where the makeup artist would complain about a smell from the house.
Yeah, and so what it is most likely is it's coming from the Tesla and just going up through the windows up in the 3rd floor. And they're up in the master bedroom's bathroom when this happens. And he blames it on, I went to the bathroom, The whole thing is so wild. Like, if you dismember somebody, I know you never have, I'm just saying, but if somebody dismembers somebody, you think they'd go ahead and just get rid of them, right? Like, if they didn't do it at the house, if they did it somewhere, and I think they did do it somewhere else, I think he had to have refrigerated her somewhere.
You said they, so do you think David had help?
I think he had help. I don't think he can do it by himself. I'm not saying in the murder itself, but I do think in the dismemberment, or at least the moving around, I think he had help. So, and I think people are going to fall for that. I think there's going to be other people that go down. I don't know why he didn't just get rid of the body.
Court records state that the Tesla was eventually left on a residential street a short distance from his Hollywood Hills home. Court filings also allege that people close to David noticed a strong odor coming from both the vehicle and the property. Prosecutors contend he gave explanations for the smell instead of revealing what investigators believe had happened. Later in this video, we'll also look at statements made by private investigator Steve Fisher, who says he spoke with people connected to the property about those same complaints. One of the most difficult questions raised by this case is how the situation allegedly went unnoticed for so long. Prosecutors argue that multiple warning signs existed well before Celeste's remains were discovered. Authorities had previously contacted David regarding her disappearance. Investigators say there was evidence of ongoing contact between the two.
I don't think he'll ever say why he did it, and I don't think it'll ever come to that. But I think that the only thing I can think of was a trophy of sorts for him. And I don't, because listen, it's not that hard to go, you can drive 5 miles from that house and you'd be on Pacific Coast Highway and just let that Tesla go off into the ocean, off a cliff, or have somebody steal it and get rid of it, whatever, have it gone forever. He kept it in the neighborhood. He was moving it around when he dismembered her. People had reported to us that they noticed that it started being parked in different locations starting in May. He's keeping it close by, and then he goes on tour and just leaves it there. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking. Like, there's got to be some sort of trophy thing, because there's plenty of opportunities to get rid of that car.
And people had reportedly noticed something unusual around the vehicle. Despite all of that, prosecutors allege Celeste's remains remained inside the Tesla for weeks before the vehicle was ultimately towed, leading to the discovery that brought this investigation into the public spotlight. That timeline has become one of the central issues the prosecution will rely on as the case moves forward. Investigators say they uncovered multiple connections between David and Celeste during the investigation. Even so, court filings allege that Celeste remained inside the Tesla for an extended period before she was eventually found, raising questions about how the situation went unnoticed for so long. After Celeste was formally identified by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner on September 16, 2025, LAPD detectives carried out a search warrant at David's home the following day. Inside the garage, investigators say they recovered evidence they believe is consistent with the timeline outlined in the case. Court filings also state that detectives recovered the blue inflatable pool they allege was connected to the events under investigation. Investigators reported finding multiple linear cuts in the pool, along with several samples collected throughout the garage. Later, testing linked multiple samples to Celeste, evidence the prosecution says will play an important role during the trial. The forensic investigation continued over the following months. On December 9, 2025, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner officially ruled Celeste's death a homicide caused by 2 penetrating injuries to the torso. Prosecutors also point to another discovery they believe strengthens their timeline. In January 2026, a Caltrans worker found Celeste's U.S. passport card near State Route 154 in Santa Barbara County, the same general area prosecutors say David visited on multiple occasions after her death. They argue that finding provides another piece of physical evidence connecting their timeline to a location already central to the investigation. Before we continue, it's important to note that private investigator Steve Fisher claims he uncovered additional information about David, people within his circle, and possibly others connected to Celeste. We'll revisit those claims later. For now, we'll focus on the sequence of events that prosecutors say led to this case. Investigators allege David first became acquainted with Celeste when he was approximately 15 or 16 years old, while she was 11. They further claim their relationship later became inappropriate when Celeste was 13. Those allegations are a central part of the criminal case, but they have not been proven in court. Not long afterward, Celeste's parents filed multiple missing person reports after she repeatedly left home. Case records show those reports documented several occasions when law enforcement was actively trying to locate her. One of those incidents occurred on February 17, 2024. Court records state that investigators with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department identified a phone number associated with David while reviewing Celeste's phone records. Detectives then contacted him to ask whether he had recently communicated with her. During that conversation, David reportedly told investigators he had last spoken with Celeste around February 13th or 14th. Investigators also reported that he said he did not know her age and was unaware she had been reported missing. Because David was living on North Doheny Place in West Hollywood at the time, Riverside County investigators asked the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department to conduct a welfare check at his residence. Court records state deputies visited the home later that evening and informed David that Celeste had been reported missing. Investigators say David again stated that he did not know Celeste's age. He also told deputies they had only met in person once, claiming that meeting took place in November 2023. The filings argue this interaction became an important part of the case because investigators allege communication between David and Celeste continued after he had been informed of both her age and the active missing person investigation, court filings argue the case is supported by far more than a single piece of evidence. Instead, investigators point to multiple independent sources, including DNA, digital records, purchase history, surveillance footage, and cell phone data that they believe support the same timeline. Investigators also say DNA recovered from stains inside David's garage was linked to Celeste, evidence they argue supports the timeline presented in court. Prosecutors also say they traced a series of purchases made after April 24, 2025, including chainsaws, a cadaver bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, a blue inflatable pool, and what they describe as a burn cage. Court filings allege these items were ordered under the alias Victoria Mendez and were later connected to the investigation. The prosecution further claims David ordered a shovel from Home Depot the day after Celeste's death and arranged the Uber that picked her up from her home in Lake Elsinore on April 23rd before taking her to his Hollywood Hills residence. Investigators argue these records help establish the sequence of events they plan to present in court. Prosecutors also intend to highlight David's career at the time. By April 2025, they say he was on the verge of major commercial success with a debut album, endorsement deals, and a rapidly growing fan base. Their theory is that he believed those opportunities were at risk after Celeste allegedly threatened to reveal details of their relationship. According to the prosecution, text messages exchanged on April 22nd and April 23rd show an escalating argument in which Celeste allegedly warned that she would expose him publicly. Investigators argue those conversations provide the motive they believe led to the alleged crime. Prosecutors also point to what happened immediately afterward. They note that David continued with his album rollout, attended promotional events, and later began an international tour, all while investigators allege he was taking steps to conceal the crime. Whether the jury ultimately accepts that timeline remains to be seen, but it forms the foundation of the prosecution's case as the trial moves forward. According to prosecutors, the alleged concealment did not end after Celeste's death. Their timeline claims David continued giving interviews, attending album release events, and performing at concerts while publicly carrying on with his career. Investigators further allege that after returning to Los Angeles from promotional appearances, he used items purchased under the alias Victoria Mendez to dismember Celeste's remains before placing them inside his Tesla. Prosecutors say the vehicle was then parked just a short distance from the home where he had been living before he later left on tour. That property plays an important role in the investigation. At the time, it was being rented by David's manager, Josh Marshall. According to prosecutors, it is the same residence connected to the events outlined in their timeline, where investigators later recovered evidence they believe is important to the case. As we've mentioned earlier, the owner of the property eventually hired private investigator Steve Fisher to conduct his own investigation. The homeowner wanted answers about what had happened inside the house and who had actually been living there, especially as rumors surrounding the case continued to grow. During that period, much of the official investigation remained out of public view. Detectives were executing search warrants, collecting forensic evidence, reviewing digital records, and presenting information to a grand jury. That process stretched from September 2025 until David's arrest in April 2026. Because investigators released very little information while the case was developing, the homeowner says she turned to a private investigator in hopes of understanding what had taken place inside her property. Fisher's findings and public statements would later become another major source of discussion surrounding the case, although his claims remained separate from the prosecution's evidence. The case became even more controversial after private investigator Steve Fisher publicly shared what he says he uncovered during his own investigation. It's important to remember that Fisher's statements are separate from the prosecution's case and have not been proven in court, but some of his claims have sparked widespread discussion. According to Fisher, there were far more people who knew about the alleged relationship between David and Celeste than many initially believed. He claims that while missing person flyers were being posted throughout Lake Elsinore, Celeste's family was aware that she had repeatedly left home to spend time with David. Fisher has also alleged that investigators found items connected to Celeste's family, including Build-A-Bear receipts belonging to a relative, inside the home David was staying in. Those claims have drawn attention because, as we've discussed before, there are reports and surveillance footage indicating Celeste was back at her family's home on multiple occasions during 2024, despite earlier missing person reports. Fisher argues those details raise additional questions about what people close to Celeste may have known at the time. Fisher also claims the awareness extended beyond the families involved. According to him, classmates, neighbors, and other members of the local community had heard about the alleged relationship long before David's arrest. Those claims echo the prosecution's allegation that David paid a student from Celeste's school to deliver her a cell phone after her original phone had been taken away, allowing them to continue communicating. Beyond Fisher's interview, similar claims have circulated online from individuals who say they lived in the Lake Elsinore area during that time. Some have alleged the relationship was widely known within parts of the community, while others have gone even further by making claims about Celeste's family. Those allegations remain unverified, and there is no public court finding confirming them. Fisher also says emails were sent to both David and members of his management team by people concerned about Celeste's welfare. According to him, those messages warned that she had been missing from school, had reportedly run away from home, and was believed to be spending time with David. If accurate, those communications would suggest concerns had been raised long before this case became national news. According to Steve Fisher, the concerns extended far beyond David himself. Fisher claims that people close to both David and Celeste were aware of the alleged relationship long before David's arrest. He also alleges that members of David's management team had been contacted by people asking that Celeste be returned to her hometown. In addition, Fisher has publicly claimed that other minors were present at some of the homes where David was staying. Those claims have not been established in court. Fisher also attended one of David's early court hearings. During the proceedings, prosecutors described evidence they say was recovered from David's electronic devices. Afterward, Fisher shared his own interpretation of what he observed in the courtroom, including David's demeanor while the allegations were being read. Those opinions are Fisher's personal conclusions and should not be confused with findings made by the court. Another major point Fisher continues to raise involves Celeste's missing person reports. He has repeatedly said he does not believe her family was unaware of where she was during much of 2024. Fisher points to reports and publicly discussed footage that appear to show Celeste back in her neighborhood months after she had already been reported missing. According to Fisher, those incidents raise questions about whether the missing person reports reflected the full situation. He has speculated that there may have been other reasons for how those reports were handled, but those claims remain unproven and have not been confirmed by prosecutors or the court. When you compare Fisher's statements with the prosecution's timeline, one theme keeps appearing. Prosecutors allege David paid a classmate to secretly provide Celeste with another cell phone after hers had been taken away. Fisher, meanwhile, claims that people connected to both families, as well as others in the community, may have known far more than has been publicly acknowledged. Whether any of those claims are ultimately supported by evidence remains to be seen, but they have become a major part of the public conversation surrounding this case. According to Steve Fisher, the concerns extended far beyond David himself. Fisher claims that people close to both David and Celeste were aware of the alleged relationship long before David's arrest. He also alleges that members of David's management team had been contacted by people asking that Celeste be returned to her hometown. In addition, Fisher has publicly claimed that other minors were present at some of the homes where David was staying. Those claims have not been established in court. Fisher also attended one of David's early court hearings. During the proceedings, prosecutors described evidence they say was recovered from David's electronic devices. Afterward, Fisher shared his own interpretation of what he observed in the courtroom, including David's demeanor while the allegations were being read. Those opinions are Fisher's personal conclusions and should not be confused with findings made by the court. Another major point Fisher continues to raise involves Celeste's missing person reports. He has repeatedly said he does not believe her family was unaware of where she was during much of 2024. Fisher points to reports and publicly discussed footage that appear to show Celeste back in her neighborhood months after she had already been reported missing. According to Fisher, those incidents raise questions about whether the missing person reports reflected the full situation. He has speculated that there may have been other reasons for how those reports were handled, but those claims remain unproven and have not been confirmed by prosecutors or the court. When you compare Fisher's statements with the prosecution's timeline, one theme keeps appearing. Prosecutors allege David paid a classmate to secretly provide Celeste with another cell phone after hers had been taken away. Fisher, meanwhile, claims that people connected to both families as well as others in the community may have known far more than has been publicly acknowledged. Whether any of those claims are ultimately supported by evidence remains to be seen, but they have become a major part of the public conversation surrounding this case. Earlier, we covered the prosecution's timeline, which alleges that after Celeste's death, her remains were eventually placed inside David's Tesla. Prosecutors also claim the odor coming from the vehicle became so overwhelming that people began noticing it, and investigators later documented those observations as part of the case. Steve Fisher says he heard similar accounts while interviewing neighbors near the home David had been staying in. According to Fisher, several neighbors told him they remembered a strong, unusual smell in the area during that period. One neighbor reportedly believed the odor was coming from a recently buried family pet in a nearby yard. However, Fisher says the neighbors later realized the smell disappeared after the Tesla was moved away from the street. Those accounts are based on witness interviews conducted by Fisher and have not been independently verified in court. One of the biggest questions raised by the case is why the Tesla was allegedly left parked so close to the residence instead of being moved somewhere less connected to David. Prosecutors have not publicly explained why they believe that decision was made, and any answer would ultimately be speculative. Over the years, people have offered many theories about why some criminal suspects leave behind evidence or fail to distance themselves from it. Some experts have suggested guilt or panic can lead to irrational decisions, while others have argued that poor planning or overconfidence can play a role. In this case, however, there is no public evidence establishing David's state of mind, so any explanation remains speculation. What continues to stand out is the broader timeline surrounding the allegations. Throughout this investigation, prosecutors have argued that multiple warning signs existed before the events of April 2025. Fisher has gone even further, claiming that numerous people within the community may have been aware of the alleged relationship long before authorities made an arrest. Whether those claims are ultimately supported by evidence is something the court, not public opinion, will determine as the case moves forward. Looking back at everything presented throughout this case, one of the most troubling themes is the number of claims suggesting that people may have been aware of the alleged relationship long before authorities intervened. According to public reporting and statements discussed throughout this video, friends, members of the community, and even Celeste's family were allegedly aware that she was involved with David. Those claims remain disputed in several respects, but they have become a major focus of public discussion. Prosecutors have centered their case on David's alleged actions. At the same time, the broader timeline has led many people to ask whether earlier warning signs could have been recognized or acted upon. That's a separate question from the criminal charges, but one that has continued to surface as more information has become public. As for why prosecutors allege David left so much evidence behind, there is no definitive public answer. Any attempt to explain his reasoning would be speculation. What is known is that investigators believe they uncovered a substantial amount of physical, digital, and forensic evidence, much of which now forms the backbone of the case they intend to present at trial. Perhaps the most heartbreaking part of this entire story is not just the criminal allegations themselves, but the repeated reports that opportunities to intervene may have existed before everything reached this point. Whether those opportunities were missed, misunderstood, or simply impossible to recognize at the time is something that continues to be debated. Ultimately, the jury will decide whether the prosecution has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. But regardless of the verdict, this case has already raised difficult questions about warning signs, accountability, and the responsibility adults have to protect vulnerable young people before a tragedy unfolds.
I believe when you're all that I need. If you bleed, then I bleed eternally. But no, you're not the only one.
A new wave of information has brought fresh attention to the David case, and for many people following the story, the idea that there are no major updates left to uncover is becoming harder to believe. Just when it seemed like most of the key details had already surfaced, additional records and discussions began raising an entirely new set of questions, and this is where things start to get interesting.
Not gonna lie, bro, it will be so much worse for everybody if we close the server. It just will be so much worse. They're already speculating that we're hiding evidence just by closing off all the text chats.
Some of the latest material doesn't focus solely on David himself. Instead, it shines a light on people connected to him, individuals within his online community, and interactions that are now being examined much more closely. On their own, some of these details might seem minor, but when placed alongside the broader timeline, they begin to paint a much larger picture. And for many observers, that's exactly what makes them so difficult to ignore. One detail attracting particular attention involves a recording reportedly made by David on April 29, 2025, just days after the events that remain at the center of the investigation. The timing immediately stood out.
So imagine what happens when we close the server. Who are they going to go to other than the people in the screenshots? It's just going to get worse. Like, we're leaving it. David's team wants us to leave it. There's nothing else we can do. Like, I talked to his manager. He's like, yeah, just leave it. We don't want to be hiding anything. And that's super fair in my opinion. Just tell her to close her DMs, bro. Like, it's not that hard, man. Obviously, she's responding and opening DMs, or else she wouldn't be getting any more and getting bothered by it. I have over 1,000 messages in my requests, and I do not care because I don't look. I don't really care. Half of them are death threats. I don't fucking care.
According to public discussion, the recording contains lyrics referencing themes of bleeding, pain, and shared consequences. Song lyrics can mean many different things, and there is no confirmation that the words relate to the case in any way. But because of when the recording was allegedly made, the conversation around it quickly started growing. And that's where the questions begin. Was it simply another creative project, or was it a coincidence that only gained attention because of everything happening around it?
If Kylie thinks it's bad for her just because she's in one screenshot, think about the dude who fucking has the owner role in David's Discord server. It'd be different if we hit it right away, but what we did right away was lock the channel and let all these external sources look through messages, and now there's screenshots. But if people like Lamp and Inglesi didn't do that, we could have just shut it down right away. But now that we're in this far with it being open, we can't close it.
No clear answers exist right now. Yet for many people following the case, the timing alone was enough to keep the discussion alive. But that's only part of the story. Public discussion has also continued focusing on reports involving other individuals who may have crossed paths with David during the same period. Very little has been confirmed publicly, and many of the claims circulating online remain unverified. However, the fact that these conversations continue resurfacing has kept attention fixed on the wider timeline rather than a single event. And as more information emerges, the focus appears to be expanding. What once seemed like a straightforward investigation is increasingly being examined as a much broader story involving online communities, personal connections, and unanswered questions that still haven't been fully explained. And many observers believe some of the most important pieces of that puzzle may still be waiting to emerge. As attention continued shifting toward how David and Celeste first became connected, another name began appearing more frequently in public discussions: Moji. According to reports circulating online, Moji was closely tied to David's Discord community, and recent conversations have placed him at the center of several new claims. At first glance, it might seem like just another Discord discussion, but the deeper people looked, the more attention these messages started attracting. Part of that interest stems from a voice message that reportedly surfaced from someone associated with the moderation team. According to public discussion, the message focused on activity inside the Discord server after scrutiny surrounding the case intensified. What immediately stood out wasn't necessarily what was said, but what it suggested about how community members were reacting behind the scenes, and this is where things started to shift. According to reports, concerns were raised about screenshots, archived messages, and whether certain actions could later be interpreted as attempts to manage or clean up discussions after public attention had already arrived. Whether those concerns were justified remains unclear. However, the conversation itself quickly became a major talking point because it suggested that some members were already aware of how closely the community might be examined. But that wasn't the only development attracting attention. Additional screenshots allegedly linked to conversations involving Moji soon began circulating online. According to public discussion, these messages appear to address how David and Celeste may have first connected through Fortnite before later interacting elsewhere. The authenticity and full context of the screenshots have not been independently confirmed. Even so, many observers believe they could offer valuable insight into a timeline that remains under intense scrutiny. And that's exactly why these messages continue generating so much interest. On their own, they may not provide definitive answers, but when viewed alongside other records, conversations, and digital activity connected to the case, they begin to form part of a much larger picture. What started as questions about a Discord server has gradually evolved into a broader examination of how relationships were formed, how communities operated, and what information may have been circulating behind the scenes long before public attention arrived. And as more messages continue to surface, many believe the most revealing details may not come from any single screenshot, but from how all of these pieces eventually fit together. As more archived conversations from the Discord community began resurfacing, attention started turning toward a Fortnite organization known as Team Limit. At first, it seemed like a small side discussion buried among hundreds of other messages. But before long, people began asking a much bigger question: how much did members of the community actually know at the time? One of the most discussed comments came from Moji, who reportedly reflected on interactions that took place while members were playing together on Team Limit. According to screenshots circulating online, Moji claimed he had assumed Celeste was older because she communicated similarly to everyone else in the group. On the surface, that explanation may seem straightforward, but for many observers, it immediately sparked a new wave of debate. And this is where the conversation started gaining momentum. As more people reviewed the messages, attention shifted away from individual interactions and toward the structure of the team itself. Several users reportedly questioned how someone so young became involved in an organized gaming environment in the first place. Was there oversight? Who was responsible for managing the team? And how much did leadership know about the people participating? Those questions quickly spread throughout the discussion. According to the archived messages, community members openly debated whether team managers or organizers should have been more aware of who was involved. Some users appeared surprised by the situation, while others wondered whether warning signs had been overlooked entirely. At that point, the conversation was no longer just about one person, it was about the broader environment surrounding the team. But that's where things become even more interesting. The discussion soon expanded beyond Team Limit itself. Participants began asking who actually owned the organization, who was running day-to-day operations, and whether anyone connected to the team could provide answers. While very few concrete conclusions emerged, the fact that these questions were being raised at all showed how much attention had shifted toward understanding the bigger picture. And for many observers, that's what makes these messages so important. They don't necessarily provide definitive answers. Instead, they reveal the kinds of questions people started asking once they began looking beyond isolated events and examining the wider network of relationships, communities, and online spaces connected to the story. And as more archived records continue surfacing, many believe those broader connections could become increasingly important in understanding how the timeline unfolded. As people continued digging through old community records, another set of conversations began attracting attention. What started as a discussion about Team Limit quickly evolved into questions about who was actually running the organization during the period when David was involved. At first glance, that might seem like a minor detail, but for many observers, understanding who was behind the scenes could help explain how the broader community operated, and that's why interest in these discussions continued to grow. According to archived messages, several users were attempting to piece together the leadership timeline of Team Limit. Names were mentioned, ownership was debated, and community members openly questioned who was responsible for managing the organization at different points in time. While few clear answers emerged, the conversation highlighted just how many gaps still existed in the public understanding of the group's history. But that wasn't the only development drawing attention. As discussions about Team Limit continued, other users began revisiting some of the earliest traces of Celeste's presence within David's online community. Archived Discord screenshots that surfaced online appear to show interactions dating back to 2022. On their own, the messages may not seem especially significant. However, their importance comes from what they potentially reveal about the timeline. And this is where things start becoming much more interesting. If the screenshots are authentic, they suggest that Celeste may have been present within the community far earlier than many people initially realized. That detail immediately caught the attention of those trying to reconstruct the sequence of events, because timelines often become one of the most important parts of any investigation. The earlier a connection can be established, the more questions it tends to raise. Then another detail surfaced. Additional screenshots reportedly show activity from an account believed to be connected to Celeste interacting with one of David's live streams. The interaction itself was relatively simple, but once again, it wasn't the content that drew attention. It was the timing. For many observers, each new digital trace helped build a clearer picture of how long certain online connections may have existed. But the discussion didn't stop there. A social media user known as Lamp later added another layer to the conversation by suggesting there may have been broader dynamics within David's online community that had not yet received much public attention. The claims remain unverified and no definitive conclusions can be drawn from them. However, they were enough to spark renewed interest among people already examining the community's history. And that's what makes this stage of the story so fascinating. What began as a search through old messages has gradually evolved into something much larger. Instead of focusing on isolated posts or individual interactions, observers are increasingly looking at patterns, timelines, and connections that stretch back years. And the deeper they look, the more questions seem to emerge about what was happening behind the scenes long before public attention arrived. As more discussions from David's online community surfaced, another development began drawing attention. A user known as Lamp announced plans to host a recorded Discord session aimed at explaining details that, according to him, many people may have missed. At first, it sounded like just another community discussion, but the announcement quickly sparked interest because of the topics that were expected to be addressed. And that's where things started getting more complicated. Part of the conversation involved references to a controversial online network that has been discussed in media reports and public investigations over the years. Various claims and theories have circulated about these groups, often involving concerns about harmful online behavior and hidden digital communities. However, any direct connection between those broader allegations and David's community remains unconfirmed. Even so, the fact that people were making those comparisons immediately caught attention. But that's only part of the story. As discussions continued, older messages involving Lamp began resurfacing. According to screenshots shared online, he was involved in a heated exchange with several members of David's Discord community. What began as a conversation about legal concerns and online disputes quickly turned into a back and forth filled with sarcasm, frustration, and disagreements about what consequences, if any, could eventually follow the growing controversy. And this is where the atmosphere started to change. Several participants appeared divided on how seriously the situation should be taken. Some argued that concerns about legal action were being exaggerated. Others suggested that outside organizations and industry figures were already paying close attention behind the scenes. While no clear consensus emerged, the conversation revealed something important. Uncertainty inside the community was growing rapidly. The more the discussion continued, the more it became clear that different people had very different expectations about what might happen next. Some remained dismissive. Others appeared increasingly concerned, and as public scrutiny continued to build, even routine Discord conversations started carrying a different weight than they once had. But perhaps the most interesting part wasn't the argument itself. It was the fact that community members seemed to be debating the future while operating with very little confirmed information. Rumors were spreading, speculation was increasing, and people were trying to figure out where the situation was headed long before official answers became available. And that's why these conversations continue attracting attention today. On the surface, they may look like ordinary online disagreements, but when placed into the broader timeline, they offer a fascinating glimpse into how members of the community were reacting as pressure mounted and uncertainty continued to grow. And for many observers, those reactions may end up being just as revealing as the messages themselves. As more Discord conversations continued surfacing, attention shifted toward a series of exchanges that many observers found particularly revealing. At first glance, the messages looked like another heated online argument. But when viewed within the larger timeline, they started raising questions about how certain members of the community were reacting as pressure continued to build. And that's where things start to get interesting. One conversation involved Lamp, and what appeared to be a disagreement with David and several others regarding legal concerns and ongoing public scrutiny. According to screenshots shared online, the discussion centered on whether any real legal consequences were likely to emerge from the growing controversy. While the exchange itself was relatively brief, the tone quickly became a major point of discussion, and this is where the tension started becoming more noticeable. In one reported exchange, David appeared to dismiss concerns about legal action, suggesting that certain fears were being overstated. Some people later interpreted the comments as an attempt to downplay the situation. Others saw them as nothing more than a typical online disagreement. Regardless of interpretation, the conversation attracted attention because it offered a glimpse into how members of the community were discussing events behind closed doors while public scrutiny continued to intensify. But that wasn't the only exchange drawing interest. Another screenshot that circulated online showed a user asking David about an unidentified individual. Rather than directly answering the question, David reportedly responded by calling the person a Fed. On its own, the comment may not seem particularly significant, but because it appeared in the middle of broader discussions surrounding the case, many observers immediately began dissecting what, if anything, it might reveal. And that's when even more speculation started to emerge. As additional messages surfaced, community members began discussing various rumors, theories, and claims that had spread across Discord servers and social media platforms. Some participants insisted they had access to information others didn't. Others openly challenged those claims, arguing that speculation was rapidly outpacing confirmed facts. The result was a community increasingly divided between those who believed major revelations were still coming and those who remained skeptical. But this is where the bigger picture starts taking shape. These conversations weren't important because they provided definitive answers. In fact, many of them raised more questions than they answered. What made them noteworthy was how they captured the mood inside the community during a period when uncertainty was at its highest. People were trying to understand what was happening, who knew what, and what developments might come next. And as more archived discussions continue to emerge, one thing becomes increasingly clear. The online reaction has evolved into a story of its own, a story filled with competing narratives, unanswered questions, and a growing effort to separate verified information from speculation. And for many observers, that process is only becoming more important as the case moves forward. As conversations inside the Discord community continued to unfold, a new theory began gaining traction among some users. What started as a handful of comments quickly turned into a much larger debate, with community members trying to connect different people, events, and rumors into a single narrative. Whether those theories were accurate or not remained unclear, but that didn't stop the discussion from growing, and that's where things started taking another unexpected turn. According to archived messages, several users repeatedly referenced a controversial online network that has been discussed in public reporting over the years. Some participants went as far as suggesting that aspects of David's online community resembled that environment. It's important to note that these claims remain allegations made by community members and have not been independently verified. Even so, the comparisons quickly became one of the most talked about topics inside the server. But the conversation didn't stop there. As users continued exchanging theories, attention shifted toward a figure named Neo, who was described by some participants as a real-life friend of David. Almost immediately, questions began surfacing about what Neo may have known, what role, if any, he played in the broader story, and whether he possessed information that had not yet become public. At first, these were little more than speculative discussions, but before long, the topic had spread throughout multiple conversations, and this is where the debate became even more divided. Some users argued that Neo likely knew very little and that people were reading too much into his connection to David. Others took the opposite view, insisting that anyone close to the situation could potentially have important information. As more opinions entered the discussion, the gap between speculation and confirmed facts became increasingly difficult to separate. The disagreement eventually expanded beyond Neo himself. Community members began revisiting past friendships, old interactions, and public comments from people connected to David's circle. Some questioned why certain individuals appeared willing to speak now when they had remained quiet before. Others argued that perspectives naturally change as new information comes to light. What followed was a growing effort to re-examine relationships that had once seemed unremarkable but were now being viewed through a very different lens. And that's what makes these discussions so fascinating. They reveal a community trying to understand a rapidly evolving situation while working with incomplete information. Every new message seemed to create another question. Every theory sparked another debate. And as the search for answers continued, many observers found themselves focusing less on individual rumors and more on the bigger question: who actually knows something meaningful, and what has yet to be revealed? For now, those answers remain uncertain, but as more conversations continue surfacing, many believe the online discussions themselves are becoming an increasingly important part of the larger story. As more conversations from the Discord community surfaced, the focus began shifting away from broad theories and towards specific individuals connected to David's circle. At first, many of these discussions seemed scattered and unrelated, but as users started comparing messages and timelines, certain names kept appearing over and over again, and that's when the conversation took another turn. One of the most frequently discussed names was Neo. According to archive chats, several community members began speculating about his connection to David and whether he may have had insight into events that were now under intense public scrutiny. Some users pointed to past interactions and friendships, while others questioned whether people were reading too much into those connections. Either way, the discussion quickly gained momentum, but this is where things became even more complicated. As the debate continued, users weren't just talking about Neo, they were debating credibility. Some argued that certain individuals were only speaking out after the controversy exploded into public view. Others claimed that people close to the situation may have known far more than they were willing to admit publicly. The result was a growing divide between those demanding answers and those urging caution before jumping to conclusions. Then another topic started gaining attention. Community members began discussing the actions of David's Discord moderators and associates in the period after key developments became public. One name that repeatedly surfaced was Xerx. According to archived conversations, some users believed important information had been discussed privately among moderators, while the wider community remained in the dark. Whether those claims were accurate remains unconfirmed, but they were enough to spark a new wave of questions. And that's where the pressure started building. Several messages suggest that users were actively trying to figure out who knew what and when they knew it. Some believed moderators should publicly explain their actions. Others argued that people were making assumptions without seeing the full picture. What made these discussions so interesting wasn't necessarily the claims themselves, it was how quickly trust inside the community appeared to be breaking down. Then a post allegedly connected to Xerx began circulating. In the message, he reportedly pushed back against what he described as misleading narratives spreading across social media. But rather than ending the debate, the response seemed to fuel even more discussion. Critics questioned his explanation while supporters argued that important context was being ignored. And just like that, another layer of uncertainty was added to a story that was already becoming increasingly difficult to untangle. For many observers, that's what makes this period of the timeline so significant. The focus was no longer just on public allegations or court developments. Attention was increasingly turning toward the people behind the scenes, the conversations happening within the community, and the growing effort to understand how information was being handled as events continued to unfold. And the deeper people looked, the more questions seemed to emerge. As tensions inside the Discord community continued to rise, another series of conversations began attracting attention. What started as a debate about deleted messages quickly evolved into questions about who had access to information behind the scenes and whether everyone inside the community was being told the same story. And that's where things started becoming even more complicated. According to archive discussions, some users defended the removal of certain images and posts, arguing that the goal was to prevent personal information from spreading online. Others weren't convinced. They questioned whether all of the deleted content was truly related to privacy concerns or whether more important information had also been removed in the process. At that point, the debate was no longer about individual posts. It had become a discussion about trust, and trust was becoming a major issue. Several users began alleging that moderator Xerx had access to information that wasn't being shared with other staff members or the wider community. According to the conversations, some participants claimed that materials were being kept private and that certain developments were only being revealed when it benefited specific individuals. These claims remain unverified, but they quickly became one of the most talked about topics inside the server. But this is where things get even more interesting. According to screenshots shared online, some users alleged that Xerx had shown them records of content that had been removed or archived. Whether those claims are accurate remains unclear. However, the allegations fueled a growing belief among parts of the community that important details might have been withheld during a critical period of the timeline. As more people joined the discussion, the criticism became increasingly personal. Several users openly questioned Xerx's behavior, suggesting that concerns about his actions had existed long before the current controversy. Others pushed back, arguing that accusations were spreading faster than facts and that people were jumping to conclusions without seeing the full picture. The result was a community that appeared more divided than ever, and that's when another detail started gaining attention. Community members began sharing photos and discussing reports about David's activities during the months leading up to his arrest. According to public discussions, some observers believed he spent much of that time focused on gaming, online conversations, and maintaining a relatively normal digital routine despite the growing public attention surrounding the case. On its own, that might not seem unusual, but when viewed alongside everything else happening during the same period, many observers found the contrast difficult to ignore, and that's why these conversations continue to attract so much interest today. They aren't just about deleted messages or internal disagreements, they're about understanding how people inside the community responded as pressure mounted, scrutiny intensified, and more questions emerged with each passing week. And for many observers, some of the most revealing details may still be hidden within those behind-the-scenes discussions. As investigators and online observers continued piecing together the timeline, another set of digital records began drawing attention. At first glance, they looked like ordinary gaming logs, but when people examined the dates more closely, a surprising detail immediately stood out. According to publicly discussed records, several gaming accounts believed to be connected to David remained active right up until shortly before his arrest, and for many observers, that timing was impossible to ignore. Reports suggest activity linked to multiple Fortnite accounts continued well into 2026. On its own, that doesn't prove anything, but because these records fall within a period that remains heavily scrutinized, they quickly became another topic of discussion. As more people reviewed the timeline, questions began surfacing about what David's day-to-day routine looked like during those final weeks before everything changed. And this is where things start to get interesting. Additional messages that circulated online appear to show David discussing gaming sessions with friends and coordinating plans to play together. In one exchange, he reportedly mentioned internet outages and said he would be ready to play again once his connection was restored. It's a remarkably ordinary conversation, yet when viewed alongside the larger story, many observers found that contrast striking. While public attention surrounding the case continued to grow, these conversations suggest life inside certain online circles may have appeared surprisingly normal, and that's exactly why people started paying closer attention. But the gaming activity wasn't the only detail attracting interest. Screenshots shared online also appeared to show various gaming profiles and virtual characters allegedly linked to David. Some users spent time examining usernames, account histories, and online activity patterns, hoping they might provide additional context about the timeline. None of these records offer definitive answers on their own. However, they contribute to a growing collection of digital breadcrumbs that observers continue piecing together. Then another detail entered the conversation. According to public discussion, several individuals claimed that David became increasingly focused on faith and religious topics during the period leading up to his arrest. Some alleged he was sharing Bible verses, discussing spirituality, and engaging in conversations about religion more frequently than before. The reasons behind those messages remain unclear, and no conclusions can be drawn from them alone. Still, the shift caught people's attention because it seemed noticeably different from the image many associated with him previously. And that's where the contrast becomes even more noticeable. On one side, there were gaming sessions, casual conversations, and everyday online interactions. On the other, there were increasingly personal discussions about faith, reflection, and belief. Whether those details ultimately prove meaningful remains unknown. But together, they offer a fascinating glimpse into a period of the timeline that continues to generate enormous interest. And as more digital records continue surfacing, many observers believe the most revealing discoveries may not come from a single message or account. Instead, they may emerge from the larger pattern that begins to appear when all of these pieces are viewed together. And for now, that picture is still coming into focus. As the investigation remained in the public spotlight, another series of messages allegedly linked to David began attracting attention. On the surface, the conversation seemed relatively ordinary, but when people looked at when these messages were exchanged, they quickly became much more difficult to ignore. And this is where another interesting layer of the story begins to emerge. According to screenshots that later circulated online, one exchange took place in mid-October, shortly after major developments in the case had already become public. The discussion centered around internet speculation, rumors, and the growing flood of theories spreading across social media. By that point, public debate had become intense, with countless people trying to make sense of a rapidly evolving situation. One message in particular stood out. According to the screenshots, a supporter reportedly told David they believed much of what was being said online was inaccurate and driven by misinformation. David allegedly responded by criticizing what he viewed as distorted narratives and exaggerated claims. On its own, that response may not seem unusual, but because it occurred during a period of mounting scrutiny, many observers paid close attention to how he chose to address the growing controversy. And that's where the conversation took an unexpected turn. Rather than focusing entirely on the allegations dominating public discussion, the exchange gradually shifted toward music, creativity, and personal encouragement. The two reportedly discussed artistic projects, shared words of support, and reflected on previous collaborations. For many people reviewing the messages later, the contrast immediately stood out. While the internet was consumed with one narrative, these conversations appeared focused on something entirely different, but the discussion didn't stop there. As the exchange continued, David reportedly began discussing faith and spirituality in greater detail. According to the messages, he recommended specific sections of the Bible and offered guidance on where someone new to religious study might begin. The conversation moved away from controversy and into topics centered on reflection, belief, and personal growth. And this is where things become even more interesting. Several observers have noted that conversations involving faith and religion appear repeatedly throughout messages allegedly connected to this period of David's life. Whether that reflects a genuine personal shift or simply represents one side of his private communications remains unclear. However, the pattern has become difficult for many followers of the case to overlook. Toward the end of the exchange, the topic briefly returned to online speculation. According to the screenshots, David joked about people examining his social media activity and building theories around seemingly insignificant details. The comment was lighthearted, but it also highlighted a reality that continues to define this case. Nearly every post, message, interaction, and digital footprint has become the subject of intense analysis, and that's exactly why these conversations continue generating attention. They don't necessarily provide answers to the biggest questions surrounding the investigation, but they do offer a glimpse into the kinds of discussions taking place behind the scenes while public scrutiny continued to intensify. And as more records continue to surface, many observers believe the contrast between the public narrative and private conversations may become one of the most fascinating aspects of the entire story. As more private messages allegedly linked to David continued surfacing online, they revealed a side of the story that looked very different from the one dominating headlines. While public debate was becoming increasingly intense, some of these conversations painted a picture of someone discussing faith, personal beliefs, movies, and everyday topics with people in his circle. And for many observers, that contrast immediately stood out. One exchange that attracted attention involved a supporter who reportedly expressed confidence in David and frustration with the criticism spreading online. According to the screenshots, David responded in a surprisingly measured way, suggesting that misunderstanding and ignorance often play a larger role than outright hostility. Rather than continuing the debate, he allegedly steered the conversation toward faith and asked about the person's spiritual journey. And this is where the pattern starts becoming difficult to ignore. As more messages surfaced, discussions about religion appeared again and again. According to the screenshots, David frequently referenced faith, scripture, and personal growth. Whether these conversations reflected a genuine shift in mindset or simply represented one aspect of his private communications remains unclear. But the recurring theme has become one of the most noticeable details in the messages that have emerged so far. But that wasn't the only thing people noticed. Other conversations reportedly focused on movies, storytelling, and the kinds of endings that leave a lasting impression. At first glance, these exchanges seem completely unrelated to the larger case, yet because they occurred during a period of growing scrutiny, many observers have examined them closely, looking for any insight into David's mindset, while events continued unfolding around him. Then another layer of the story emerged. Additional messages show discussions about social issues, public policy, and broader cultural topics. According to the screenshots, participants debated everything from regulation and history to changing public attitudes over time. These weren't conversations centered on the investigation itself. Instead, they appeared to be ordinary discussions taking place while extraordinary events were unfolding in the background. And that's what makes these messages so fascinating. On one hand, public attention was focused almost entirely on the case. On the other, many of the private conversations allegedly linked to David seemed remarkably normal, covering philosophy, entertainment, religion, and everyday opinions. That contrast has become one of the most talked about aspects of the leaked messages. Then came another discussion that caught people's attention. According to screenshots shared online, participants began debating emotions such as fear, anxiety, intuition, and the way people process uncertainty. David reportedly argued that intuition and foresight shouldn't always be viewed through a negative lens, while others offered different interpretations. It was a surprisingly philosophical exchange, especially considering the circumstances surrounding the broader timeline. And this is where things become even more interesting. The growing collection of messages doesn't necessarily answer the major questions surrounding the investigation. If anything, they often create new ones. But taken together, they offer a rare glimpse into conversations that were happening behind closed doors, while public scrutiny continued to intensify. And as more digital records emerge, many observers believe the gap between the public narrative and private communications may become one of the most revealing aspects of the entire story. As more private conversations allegedly linked to David continued surfacing, some of the most intriguing discussions had nothing to do with the investigation itself. Instead, they focused on philosophy, human behavior, and the way people interpret the world around them. At first glance, these exchanges seemed completely unrelated to the larger story, but because they took place during such a heavily scrutinized period, many observers found them difficult to ignore. One conversation in particular centered on intuition, reasoning, fear, and anxiety. According to screenshots shared online, participants debated whether intuition is simply another form of reasoning or something entirely different. What began as a casual discussion quickly evolved into a deeper conversation about how people process information, make decisions, and respond to uncertainty. And this is where the contrast becomes especially striking. While public attention remained focused on court developments, timelines, and allegations, some of the private discussions allegedly linked to David were centered on abstract ideas and philosophical questions. According to the messages, participants explored concepts involving consciousness, perception, and the relationship between instinct and logic. For many observers, it was a side of the story that looked very different from the public narrative dominating headlines, but the conversation didn't stop there. According to the screenshots, the discussion eventually expanded into broader ideas about connection, nature, and how different forms of life interact with one another. At one point, references were even made to themes from popular films like Avatar, using fictional examples to explore concepts of interconnectedness and communication. On the surface, it may seem like an ordinary late-night conversation, yet because of the circumstances surrounding the timeline, even these seemingly random exchanges have attracted attention, and that's where things get even more interesting. The growing collection of leaked messages has sparked a larger question among many people following the case: how much communication remains hidden from public view? The conversations that have surfaced so far represent only a small fraction of the digital records that may exist. And as legal proceedings continue, many observers are wondering whether additional communications could eventually provide a more complete picture of what was happening behind the scenes. That possibility has become a major point of interest. Investigators have reportedly gathered large amounts of digital evidence throughout the case, and public discussion continues to focus on what information may eventually become available through court proceedings. Whether future records reveal anything significant remains unknown. But many people believe some of the most revealing insights could come not from a single message, but from the broader pattern that emerges when larger collections of communications are examined together. And that's why these conversations continue generating attention. Individually, many of the messages may appear ordinary, but when viewed alongside the larger timeline, they help build a more detailed picture of the people, discussions, and relationships that existed behind the scenes during a period of intense public scrutiny. And as more information continues to emerge, many observers believe the most important discoveries may still be ahead. As the case continues to develop, another theme has started emerging alongside the court filings, digital records, and ongoing investigation. It's the growing effort to preserve information, document timelines, and track how the story evolves over time. At first, that might not seem especially significant, but in cases that unfold over months or even years, small details can eventually become some of the most important pieces of the puzzle. And that's exactly why so many people continue paying close attention. For many observers, the story is no longer just about individual developments. It's about understanding the bigger picture. Every newly surfaced message, archived post, court update, or digital record adds another layer to a timeline that remains under intense scrutiny, and the deeper people look, the more they realize how many questions still remain unanswered. But this is where the conversation begins to expand beyond the investigation itself. As public interest in the case has grown, so have discussions about online communities, digital relationships, and the ways people interact across gaming platforms, social media, and private online spaces. What started as a case focused on a specific timeline has gradually evolved into a broader discussion about internet culture and the real-world impact that online connections can sometimes have. And for many people, that's one of the most important aspects of the story. Over time, individuals have shared personal experiences that they believe highlight the importance of awareness, caution, and understanding how online environments operate. While every situation is different, these stories have helped fuel wider conversations about recognizing warning signs, asking questions, and staying informed when navigating digital communities. But perhaps the most interesting part is what happens next. Cases of this scale often continue evolving long after the first headlines appear. New records emerge, additional evidence becomes public, fresh perspectives surface, and details that once seemed insignificant can suddenly take on new meaning when viewed within a larger context. That's why many observers believe the story is still far from complete. And that's what keeps attention focused on every new development. The legal process continues. The timeline is still being examined. More information may eventually become public. But beyond all of that, the case has already sparked a broader discussion about online culture, digital communities, and the importance of understanding how connections formed online can sometimes lead to consequences that extend far beyond the screen. And as that conversation continues to grow, many believe the full impact of this story may not be understood for a long time to come. As the case continued drawing widespread attention, the discussion began expanding far beyond court filings and investigative updates. Increasingly, people were talking about something bigger, the realities of online communities and the risks that can sometimes exist within them. And for many observers, that's where the story takes on an entirely different level of significance. Over the years, gaming platforms, Discord servers, social media communities, and online groups have become a major part of everyday life. Millions of people use them to meet friends, share interests, and build connections. But according to many online safety experts, those same spaces can also create opportunities for manipulation, deception, and harmful behavior when proper safeguards aren't in place. And that's exactly why this conversation continues to resonate. For some observers, documenting developments isn't simply about following a high-profile case, it's about understanding how online relationships are formed, how trust is built, and how certain patterns can sometimes emerge long before anyone recognizes them. Each new message, screenshot, or timeline detail adds another piece to a much larger discussion about digital communities and the influence they can have on people's lives, but this is where the broader question begins to emerge. If a case like this can spark so much public attention, how many similar situations never receive that same level of scrutiny? It's a question that continues surfacing as more people examine the role online spaces play in modern life. While every situation is different, many observers believe awareness and education remain some of the most important tools available when navigating digital environments. And that's why the story continues reaching beyond the investigation itself. What began as a case centered on a specific timeline has gradually evolved into a larger conversation about accountability, online culture, and the responsibilities that come with managing digital communities. For many people, the lessons being discussed aren't limited to one individual or one platform. They're part of a much wider discussion about how people interact, communicate, and build trust online. And as new information continues to emerge, that conversation only seems to be growing stronger, because beyond every headline, every court update, and every newly surfaced record lies a bigger question. What can be learned from all of this, and how can that knowledge help others avoid finding themselves in similar situations in the future? For many observers, that's one of the most important questions the entire story has raised. And long after the legal proceedings are over, it may be the one people continue talking about the most. As public discussion around the case continued to grow, another theme kept resurfacing: the importance of awareness and understanding how situations like this can develop over time. For many people following the story, the conversation had already moved beyond individual headlines and court dates. It had become part of a larger discussion about online interactions, digital communities, and the lessons that can be learned from high-profile cases. And that's why interest in the story continues to remain so strong. Over time, numerous individuals have shared personal experiences and explained why they believe these conversations matter. Some have described encountering situations online that, looking back, raised concerns they didn't fully recognize at the time. Others have emphasized the importance of education, awareness, and understanding how online relationships can sometimes evolve in unexpected ways. While every experience is different, these stories have helped keep the broader discussion alive. But this is where the long-term impact becomes even more significant. Cases of this scale rarely move quickly. Legal proceedings can take months or even years to unfold, with new records, hearings, and developments appearing along the way. What seems like a major revelation today can eventually become just one small piece of a much larger timeline. That's exactly why so many observers continue documenting updates and preserving information as it emerges. And that's where the bigger question begins to take shape. What lessons can be learned while the story is still unfolding? For many people, the answer goes beyond the investigation itself. They believe that understanding how online communities operate, how trust is built, and how warning signs can sometimes be overlooked may prove valuable long after the legal process is complete. History has shown that some of the most impactful public cases often lead to broader conversations about issues that extend far beyond the individuals involved, and many observers believe this case could ultimately follow a similar path. The legal proceedings remain ongoing, new information may still emerge, and many questions remain unanswered. But the discussion surrounding online culture, digital relationships, and public awareness continues to grow with every new development. And that's what makes this story so compelling. It's not just about what has already been revealed, it's about what may still come to light. As the timeline continues to unfold and more information becomes public, many believe the most important insights may emerge not from a single event, but from the larger picture that slowly comes into focus over time. And for now, that picture is still being assembled. One reason stories like this continue to capture so much public attention is because they often spark conversations that go far beyond the events themselves. Throughout the years, there have been numerous high-profile cases that initially seemed difficult for many people to comprehend. At first, some details sounded almost unbelievable. But as more information emerged, those cases often led to important discussions about awareness, accountability, and the importance of recognizing risks before it's too late. And that's exactly why so many people continue paying close attention. For many observers, the value of examining these stories isn't simply about looking back at what happened, it's about understanding how certain situations develop, how warning signs can sometimes be overlooked, and what lessons can be learned along the way. As digital platforms become increasingly woven into everyday life, those conversations have only become more relevant. But this is where the bigger picture starts to emerge. A single story can sometimes change the way people think about online interactions, unexpected opportunities, or situations that seem harmless on the surface. It doesn't mean every encounter is suspicious, nor does it mean every concern turns out to be justified. However, many believe that staying informed and asking the right questions can make a significant difference when navigating unfamiliar situations, and that's why discussions like these often continue long after the headlines fade. What begins as a specific case can evolve into a broader conversation about online culture, personal responsibility, and the importance of awareness in a rapidly connected world. Over time, the details of the investigation may become clearer. New information may emerge, additional records may surface, but the larger lessons often remain relevant long after the legal process has moved on. And for many observers, that's what makes this story so compelling. It's not just about understanding what happened, it's about understanding how situations unfold, how people respond to them, and what can be learned from the process. As more developments continue to surface, many believe the conversation surrounding this case will extend far beyond the courtroom and remain part of a much larger discussion about digital communities, public awareness, and staying informed in an increasingly complex online world. And with so many questions still unanswered, many observers believe the story may have more chapters left to reveal than most people realize. For now, that's where the latest chapter of this story comes to a close. But if there's one thing this case has shown, it's that every time it appears the timeline is finally becoming clear, another detail seems to emerge and raise a whole new set of questions. And that's exactly why so many people continue following every development so closely. The investigation is still evolving. Court proceedings remain ahead. Additional records could become public. And many of the questions that have fueled discussion from the very beginning still haven't been fully answered. What information has yet to surface? Which pieces of the timeline will prove most important? And could future developments completely change how parts of this story are understood? For now, all eyes remain on what happens next. Because as more evidence, records, and testimony potentially come into focus, the picture surrounding this case may become much clearer or even more complicated. And if the past several months have proven anything, it's that this story has a way of taking unexpected turns when people least expect it. One thing, however, remains certain: the conversation is far from over. The timeline is still being examined, new questions continue to emerge, and many observers believe some of the most significant developments may still be ahead. And until those answers arrive, attention will remain firmly fixed on what comes next in a story that continues to evolve with every new update. Former viral artist David just got slammed with one of the most shocking arrests the music world has ever seen. But here's the kicker. Prosecutors claim Celeste Rivas Hernandez tragically lost her life almost an entire year ago, 358 days to be exact. We're about to break down why it took this long to catch him, plus spill all the jaw-dropping new evidence. But honestly, what David did in those 358 days is almost as disturbing as the crime itself.
Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time, went to Mr. Burke's house. She was never heard from again.
Friends of David say they actually smelled something off, a horrifying stench coming from his garage, just a few feet away, where he allegedly committed this nightmare crime. Reports claim David used 2 chainsaws in a gruesome act against Celeste. And RIP to Celeste, of course. You might be wondering, how did no one else notice such a brutal smell? According to the preliminary report, after using the chainsaws and leaving her body in the trunk of his Tesla to rot, David lied to friends, colleagues, and others for months about the smell of decay. He literally covered up a crime right under everyone's noses.
I apologize in advance for the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit on 2 hours.
I don't care, I just took it.
Another one? Tired shit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yo, entertain my shot.
Shit, I got y'all. What's good, y'all? They're in the bathroom.
There's a toilet right there.
Yeah, but like, Bob, no, we're not. All of us in here, just hearing.
This thing's streaming.
No, go.
The deeper this story goes, the darker it gets. Now, David is facing the death penalty. His own brother reportedly supports it, even hinting at a preferred method. But what's truly insane is how David acted in public after something so horrifying. Instead of hiding, he went live on streams, hit his album release party less than 24 hours after the incident, and did press rounds like nothing happened. That audacity alone is chilling.
That surgery will probably give me mental problems. I already got them. Give me more. I'm trying to get electric chair. I think that's the best way to go out, electric chair.
Well, you would think that you were...
During the 358 days before his arrest, David dropped multiple eerie hints in plain sight, leaving breadcrumbs that no one pieced together. Until now. Thanks to his arrest, LAPD investigators could finally map out the full nightmare timeline. David and Celeste first met back in January 2022. Despite her young age, they quickly grew closer.
I personally don't.
Yo, I media trained you. That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids. I need a...
Really good.
Okay,
it's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes. Everything.
Looking back, the age gap. David was 18, and messages like Celeste saying, "All we do is have sick and hang out. Man, I want more for myself." Paint a troubling picture. Fast forward to January 2024, David made a shocking choice. He went live with Celeste and answered fan questions right in the middle of this twisted situation.
Because that's a real conversation that happened. And the irony of it was that person that was saying, I love you, she's not in my life anymore.
This podcast was released only...
Things took a wild turn when Celeste dropped some shocking comments on a live stream, and David immediately freaked, ordering his moderators to erase every trace of that broadcast. But that wasn't the only thing coming back to haunt him. It was clear the two spent way too much time together, with Celeste even traveling to several shows. She was there when David opened for SEA's SOS World Tour, and at another show, a girl who looked exactly like Celeste was spotted backstage, right there in plain sight. At first, nobody really questioned who this mystery girl was, or the darker truth hiding behind the scenes of their relationship. But as 2025 rolled in, tragedy struck. Celeste vanished without a trace. In February, David made a bizarre Instagram post to nearly 2 million followers, showing off a twisted piece of merchandise. Limited edition, custom bloody shirts made by me available on my website now, he announced, making it clear he made the shirts himself. Even creepier, he wore the same shirt at a concert while performing an unreleased song with haunting lyrics. Fans online immediately started speculating, were those stains real? Were they connected to his victim? The horror of the idea sent chills down the internet.
If you have a functioning frontal lobe will lead you to one conclusion. David is pure evil, and every new piece of information from the prosecution here is beyond disturbing.
According to prosecutors, Celeste might have still been alive when David posted this. But not for long. April came next, and instead of hiding, David hit the stage at Coachella, attempting a backflip, failing spectacularly, and joking it was some kind of humiliation ritual. The audacity, the showmanship, and the darkness all collided in ways that shocked everyone watching.
I ain't never fell before. I ain't never fell before.
You fell?
Yeah, nah. Bro, I went for the backflip off the riser and my foot slipped. I was like, well, there it is.
Telling up millions of views.
Not even 2 weeks after that Coachella stunt, everything went off the rails, and according to reports, David will never step on that stage again. On the night prosecutors say Celeste took her last breath, she and 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez allegedly had a heated, long text argument. Court papers spell it out. The messages on April 22, 2025, revealed the victim's jealousy over defendant's relationships with other women, as he had led her to believe they had a future together.
In the back of my mind, I killed you, and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true.
In the back of my mind, but then you think that I'm gonna say you, but I say I. So it's not like the thought of her is gone by itself was something that she did, it was something that I decided to do. And I, in the back of my mind. It's really more of a figurative, like, especially in the back of my mind, I try to stress that in the back of my mind.
Celeste supposedly threatened to expose the truth about their relationship, warning she would, quote, end David's career and destroy his life. This all happened just 2 days before his debut studio album was set to drop on April 25th, making the timing even darker. Around 8:40 p.m. on April 23, 2025, prosecutors claim David ordered an Uber to bring Celeste to his Hollywood Hills rental. When she showed up at 10:10 p.m., the nightmare escalated. Investigators say David allegedly attacked Celeste multiple times in his garage and stood by while she died, making no attempt to save her. It's horrifying, and yet somehow her remains weren't found for over 4 months. In the meantime, David reportedly scrambled to cover his tracks and failed. By 10:30 p.m., he had even sent text messages to Celeste's phone asking where she was, which prosecutors claim was all part of his cover-up since she was already gone. The level of planning, manipulation, and cold calculation paints a picture that's chilling to the bone. Just an hour later, at 11:30 p.m., David tried texting and calling Celeste again. But before that, cell phone and Tesla GPS data show he drove to an isolated spot off State Road 154, allegedly trying to get rid of evidence. Clearly, he wasn't very good at it. Months later, a road worker actually found Celeste's passport right at that exact location.
State Road 154, Santa Barbara. License plate reader, both directions. Done, son.
However, even after ditching her passport and who knows what else, David still had her body in his garage. Prosecutors confirmed that April 23rd was the last day any of Celeste's cell phone activity was recorded. But David, he was as active as ever on social media, gearing up to drop his first major album without missing a beat. Shockingly, just 1 day after allegedly ending Celeste's life with a sharp instrument, David announced that tickets for his world tour were officially on sale. Album today finally, what the... He tweeted at 5 p.m., roughly 19 hours later. That same day, he went live on Twitch and even threw a packed in-person album release party, acting like nothing had happened.
Oopsie daisies, twin. Oopsie daisies, twin. Oopsie daisies, twin. Who got the bundle, though? Who pre-saved the album, though? The album come out in 4 hours. Who pre-saved that? Who did that? Who did these?
Bro, I just want to say big shout out to Fortnite, bro, for giving me the locker bundle. I've been waiting for this for so long, bro. Whoa. You guys don't understand.
But new details show David had more business to handle, demonstrating just how careless he was. On April 24th, 2025, he reportedly bought tools for the chilling task of dismembering and disposing of the body. Specifically, he ordered a shovel from Home Depot, which was delivered straight to his house via Postmates. There's still plenty of evidence suggesting David would have needed even heavier tools for what prosecutors say he planned next. But somehow, less than 24 hours after the alleged crime, on the evening of April 24th, he showed up at his album release party, partying like he hadn't just walked through a real-life horror story.
How on earth could he have thought he was going to get away with this? It says, on April the 24th, 2025, defendant ordered a shovel from Home Depot that was delivered to his home from Postmates.
The next day, they have a album release party and Wither Tour pre-sale, and then ticket sales start. His management's in town. His management who leased the house is in town. Don't know where they're staying, and his friends are all around. I put up pictures yesterday of them on the 24th at this party. This would be just hours after.
The very next day, April 25th, his debut album dropped, and David looked happier than ever. "My album is finally out. I can't believe it. Thank you all. Love you," he posted, snapping a selfie with a grin that stretched ear to ear. The lead single, One More Dance, was accompanied by a music video with a dramatic and suspenseful storyline. When fans asked him what the song was about, he explained that it was about having one more dance with somebody before they leave you forever. The album, Wither, debuted at number 13 on Billboard and received generally positive reviews.
In the back of my mind.
Track 8, the invisible string interlude, shocked listeners even more. Many claim they can hear Celeste's voice in the recording, slightly pitch shifted obviously, and during one of his last podcasts, David himself hinted at this. Adjust the pitch, and yeah, it definitely sounds like her.
Can we talk about like the interludes? It seems to be your love interest, right? What is that adding to the story?
It's a whole different layer of depth, things that add to the story. I'm talking about the invisible string theory, which is a common theme and one of the most the motifs for the project. And with the interlude, it's kind of explaining from my perspective. And the irony of it was that person that was saying, I love you, she's not in my life anymore. So it's like people say that the string can't be cut and the connection cannot be severed, but I feel like it can sometimes. And that's why I wanted to put, Afterlife and all these songs that feel like endings and conclusions and goodbyes on the project.
There's another voice at the end.
So there's an extra layer that I added throughout the album where you hear like little voice bites. Cannot disclose who the voice is. Just, sound bites and things to add an extra layer of authenticity and storytelling to the project. And there's an interlude as well.
I got a question.
What's the question?
Why don't you hold my hands anymore?
Let me talk. No, you ain't gonna let me talk. Why you tripping?
Even after all this, David didn't slow down. Hours after the album dropped, he hopped on a flight from LA to New York City to host a collab event with BandLab, celebrating face-to-face with fans. The audacity, the confidence, and the complete disconnect from reality, it's almost unreal.
Although spotted hitting backflips and smiling throughout this event, when it came time for him to perform, specifically his new track titled Afterlife, David broke down in tears.
It's my favorite part. Come on.
But I all I can as I try.
Whether this was genuine is up for you to decide, but David didn't stop there.
On April 27th, David hopped on another flight, this time to Houston, where he headlined a sold-out hometown concert at White Oak Music Hall. With his family in the crowd, snapping pics with fans, David performed Afterlife and closed the night with his biggest hit, Romantic Homicide, which includes some chilling lyrics that, in retrospect, hit way too close to reality. The music video for this breakout single is just as disturbing, showing a bloody girl in bed while he looms over her. Even creepier, the video dropped on September 7th, Celeste's birthday. As shocking as it sounds, all this time while David toured the world and played packed shows, prosecutors say he still had a decomposing human body in his garage.
Someone's saying, I'm curious about this time period too. Over the course of nearly 2 weeks, a body would be bloated, leaking fluids, and actively decaying without being frozen. Despite possibly having a freezer in the garage, the reports of an odor make it seem like that isn't the case. She was certainly within the house. The amount of time that he had her remains in his possession throughout the entire process is disturbing. The smell would have been absolutely horrific. It's evil and grotesque.
We don't know exactly where he kept the body in those first few days, but when he returned to his Hollywood Hills rental, he went right back to scrubbing evidence, likely while the stench was unbearable. Then came a cryptic tweet on April 30th that just read, "Decay." The very next day, May 1st, he reportedly ordered not one but 2 chainsaws from Amazon, which were delivered straight to his house. What the? Later in the investigation, authorities even showed pictures of one of the chainsaws. Before even using these tools, David kicked off a Roblox concert series that same day, performing virtual concerts inside a popular online video game. The audacity of celebrating online while everything else around him was in chaos shows a level of recklessness and boldness that's almost impossible to believe.
Hell. It says on May 1st, 2025, defendant ordered and subsequently Amazon delivered 2 chainsaws to his home on May... No way.
David even got his hand-painted t-shirt into the Roblox shop if anyone wanted to buy it. After May 1st, his public appearances slowed down for a few days as he seemed focused on what he thought was his plan, which later turned out to be extremely risky. On May 5th, David reportedly went back to Amazon and ordered a body bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a small blue inflatable pool, all delivered straight to his home. David seemed to realize how suspicious such an order would look, so he tried checking out under the fake name Victoria Mendez, but unsurprisingly, all the boxes still arrived at his address, the same location tied to the incident. Court documents state that once he received the deliveries, David took steps to destroy and dispose of evidence. Prosecutors also claim that in an attempt to distance himself from Celeste, David removed her left ring and pinky fingers, the ring finger containing a tattoo with his name. The reason for the pinky is unknown. Some speculate he may have kept the fingers as a trophy, but they were never recovered. Autopsy later confirmed the 2 fingers were missing. There were multiple traumatic injuries to the torso, and the left eye was absent. After this, court documents say David placed the head and torso in a body bag, and the limbs in a garbage bag.
Here's where it gets sickening. Her pinky finger was removed, and also her ring finger was removed. Now, this is kind of crazy because she had a tattoo that said David on that ring finger.
Then, in a shocking decision, he stored both bags in the front trunk of his Tesla, where they remained for several months. Meanwhile, David continued with normal daily life. On the same night prosecutors believe the dismemberment occurred, he posted an Instagram story asking followers which Hello Kitty skateboard he should buy. This seemingly innocent post, and many others, would later take on a much darker meaning. Alongside Instagram, David also posted a TikTok on May 5th, 2025, captioned, "After Life Live is gonna hit different on tour." One fan commented, "This sounds like a funeral song," completely unaware of the dark context behind it. From the outside, the next 4 months of David's life looked completely normal. Well, normal for a rising musician at least. On May 6th,
Yeah.
Oh my god! What the? Wait. Yo, how did y'all find this and how did, what? I didn't even know.
he held another meet and greet in LA, hugging fans and interacting casually. 2 days later, David reportedly returned to the isolated spot off State Road 154, either to dispose of more evidence or check on what he had already left behind. By the end of May, David was touring internationally, performing in South Korea, meeting some of his idols, and even encountering popular kick streamer Neon. Fans were shocked he shook hands with an alleged criminal. Despite everything, he continued posting on social media, including TikToks featuring Hello Kitty, released a new collaboration single in June, and in July teamed up with streamer Jason the Ween for content, a single, and a music video. Today, Jason has deleted
Do a backflip. Right now. Hey, good boy.
Hey, W David in the chat. Appreciate you for coming, bro. We gonna end it off with a backflip. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
That looks like it hurt more than the last one.
all content with David and stated their friendship is over. This is because the shocking discovery about David's crimes was about to come to light. In a desperate attempt to cover it up, David reportedly went back on Amazon 2 days before their song's release, again under his fake alias, to order a burn cage, allegedly to destroy evidence. Before the shocking discovery, the last song David released was his Fortnite collaboration Locked and Loaded. As a Fortnite fan himself, this track, released on September 3rd, was part of a promotional partnership with the game and with Crocs. On September 5th, he posted to Instagram, "I start media training tomorrow, guys. Wish me luck."
This particular model can apparently get up to a whopping 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 200 degrees hotter than the temperature required to burn human bones. And this is the photograph Steve took of that burn device. These types of incinerators are illegal in LA County, and that even if it were a prop, say used for a music video, still doesn't seem to be much of a reason for it to be delivered to his home.
The following day, September 6th, he shared what would likely be his last public tweet. On September 7th, Celeste's 15th birthday, David announced the release of his upcoming Deluxe album. The project never came out because the next day, authorities made a shocking discovery. On September 8th, 2025, LA police were called to a Hollywood tow yard after a strong odor was reported coming from a vehicle. Upon inspection, a black bag containing human remains was found in the trunk.
I'm taking a pause if the police come out talking about, "We found a body in the back seat or in the trunk of a vehicle that's registered in your name." I'm stopping all musical endeavors in that exact moment, and I'm getting to the bottom of this, because first of all, my name being put out crazy. Number two, what the I gotta do with this? Number three, who put a body in my trunk? But he's still touring like everything all good. I'm like, nigga, go
Along
home.
with another bag containing additional items. The Tesla was registered to David, who had not reported it stolen. The vehicle had been left in the hills while he toured and was moved to the tow yard 5 days before police arrived. Due to the condition of the contents, the remains could not be immediately identified. Despite this shocking news making headlines, David reportedly performed at a concert that same night. In available footage, he appeared to act normally, performing and engaging with fans without showing any signs of the ongoing investigation. Go home. And yeah, if a vehicle contained human remains, most people wouldn't want to perform for a sold-out crowd. Even though David was reportedly cooperating with authorities, his choice of outfit for this Portland show was notable. He wore a jersey with the number 97, which coincidentally matches September 7th, Celeste's birthday. Little did he know, this Portland concert a week later would not only be the last stop of his 2025 tour, but also the final concert of his public career. On September 16th, medical examiners confirmed that—
An update right now on a disturbing story out of California, where Los Angeles police have identified badly decomposed human remains found inside of an impounded Tesla last week. Investigators say the car is registered to singer and songwriter David.
The remains in David's Tesla were those of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Her mother later told media outlets that Celeste had a boyfriend named David. Between matching tattoos and old messages resurfacing, it was clear he at least knew her. The big question remained: how involved was David in this situation? Initially, due to his polite public persona and touring schedule, many fans refused to believe the allegations, thinking it might be a misunderstanding or a setup. As more photos surfaced and the old live stream with Celeste resurfaced, David appeared increasingly suspicious to the public.
We assumed he'd fled far away.
After the singer's arrest, neighbors in the Hollywood Hills were surprised to learn David was living nearby.
We never saw anyone going in or out of his house. We actually assumed no one was living there.
All of our neighbors were kind of on a group chat, and we were like, this was kind of scary that we've been living around the corner from an accused murderer.
With his dating preferences now revealed, his career was effectively over. Fans and media began to question his public image entirely. 2 days after Celeste's body was identified, LAPD executed a search warrant at David's Hollywood Hills rental. He was seen leaving with computers and other belongings, later reported to contain troubling content. Despite removing his custom-designed shirts from his merch website on September 19th, no arrests were made immediately.
Folks, we waited 7 long months for this day, and David is finally in custody, and I am delighted to reveal to you folks, we got him!
Surprisingly, David remained free for another 7 months after Celeste's remains were discovered. After the search, he terminated the lease on the property linked to the incident, which as of now is back on the rental market at $23,000 per month. He later moved to another rental in LA to lay low, but neighbors reportedly noticed unusual behavior. Prosecutors emphasized that during this period, David had plenty of time to consider his actions. The question remained, what exactly did he do in those months? Meanwhile, rumors circulated that David was still active online, playing Fortnite and keeping up a public presence. One user claimed to have found his Letterboxd account, showing he spent hours watching movies during this time, including the new pizza film, which he called the greatest movie of all time.
Look, it's gonna obscure my view from the gate. It's good?
If you try to run or if you try to resist, you won't get hit with my pistol or you get hurt.
I got you.
If you try to run, we're cleaning our premises and you will get bit.
I got you. All right, so I'm gonna open the gate.
Today, I am announcing the charges against David Anthony Burke, the musician known as David. These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty.
Between the finding of the body of Celeste's body, why has it taken so long for an arrest to be?
There were lengthy reviews of Sydney Sweeney's Housemaid and Ryan Gosling's Project Hail Mary. If it was really him, these films had to have been streamed online, as he likely avoided theaters to stay unnoticed. Even with this, David couldn't have fully enjoyed these films, knowing that at any moment law enforcement could arrive and take him into custody. Finally, after what must have felt like an eternity, that day arrived. A full 358 days after the alleged incident and more than 7 months after Celeste's body was found, on April 16, 2026, David was arrested on suspicion of a serious crime. While the public wondered why it had taken so long, authorities had been carefully building a case, leaving no cracks. Armed officers arrived at David's LA rental, and the moment everyone had been waiting for finally came. On April 20th, 2026, with Celeste's family in attendance, David Burke was officially charged in connection with the tragic incident involving Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Prosecutors stated that David is alleged to have played a role in the circumstances leading to her death. Despite the evidence presented, his parents publicly support him, and David pleaded not guilty to all charges. His defense team faces a challenging road ahead. Prosecutors plan to present photos and videos of David and Celeste together, text messages regarding their relationship, receipts from Amazon purchases matching key dates, proof he paid for Celeste's Uber the night she disappeared, and DNA evidence from his garage that matches Celeste. Adding to the severity of the case, prosecutors reported that David's cell phone and iCloud accounts contained a significant amount of content under investigation. Given the grim details emerging almost daily, Celeste's family has chosen not to comment publicly. Their attorney said, "There are no words to express the indescribable pain the family is experiencing right now." At just 21 years old, David now faces a bleak future. He is currently held in an isolated cell at LA County Men's Central. While David has lost his career, tragically, Celeste Rivas Hernandez lost her life. An unimaginable loss that cannot be undone.
There was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments. He would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as a detective. I'd be like solving murders that I'm committing myself.
On April 16th, 2026, singer David was arrested as part of an investigation involving 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, sending shockwaves across the internet and far beyond. Just 4 days later, prosecutors announced a series of serious criminal charges related to the case, including allegations of first-degree homicide, unlawful conduct involving a minor, and unlawful handling of human remains.
She put me into piano lessons when I was 7, and then I quit that after a week. She was like, "Okay, I'm not gonna pay for it if you don't like it." Quit that. She put me in a church choir when I was 8. Quit that. And then I was in middle school band when I was in 7th grade.
David has pleaded not guilty to every charge, and the case is now moving through the court system. His next major court hearing is scheduled for July 21st, 2026, and it could shape everything that follows. During this multi-day preliminary hearing, a judge will decide whether prosecutors have presented enough evidence for the case to move forward to a full trial.
Do you think the family
is as quiet as they are because they knew who David was and they knew who she was going to, and you don't really see too much of an intervention between them.
I mean, yes, I have proof that family members have been to that rental house before, have been with David and Celeste.
Wait, her family has been to his house?
Family members.
Prosecutors say they have gathered more than 40 terabytes of evidence, and throughout this video, we'll break down the allegations, the timeline, and the key pieces of evidence they say support their case. But the courtroom isn't the only place where this story has exploded. After David's arrest, people across the internet began digging through years of interviews, music videos, lyrics, live streams, and social media posts.
Listen, one of the first things I put down in this case was we know that David and Celeste were at Six Flags on a certain date, and we found a Build-A-Bear certificate from the Build-A-Bear place in Six Flags in her cousin's name at the house.
Searching for anything they believed might offer more context. What started as a criminal case quickly became one of the internet's most closely examined stories. Many online believe they've uncovered details that may have been overlooked for years. They've analyzed everything from his lyrics and visual style to old posts and public interviews, looking for possible connections to the allegations.
You know, so it's like, wait a minute, so she wasn't really missing. You want to know, in my opinion, what the missing persons report was about? It was to cover their ass so CPS didn't come in and say, hey, she's not going to school. What's up? If she's a missing person, you say she's not going to the school because she's a missing person. You know, then you don't have CPS in your life at that moment, you know?
Those interpretations remain public speculation, while the prosecution's claims will ultimately be tested in court. Even so, many people believe the signs were there all along. To understand how this story reached this point, we have to go back to the beginning.
Listen, I sympathize. I know that they're grieving. I know they lost a daughter, but goddamn, like she shouldn't have been allowed to be. She was gone a year and a half, man. A year and a half. Like somebody should have said, you know, maybe we shouldn't be letting Celeste live her own life like this.
Long before David became a successful artist, his early life looked very different. According to his own interviews, his parents encouraged him to explore different hobbies, especially music, hoping he would eventually find something he loved. But nothing seemed to hold his attention for long, and he quickly lost interest in nearly every activity they introduced him to.
There's really no question that Celeste Rivas Hernandez did not live the life of a typical, allegedly at the hands of adult boyfriend singer David. Celeste had been reported missing by her parents in February of 2024 and again in April. After the February report, Riverside County Sheriff deputies apparently found David's number in Celeste's phone records, and she returned home 2 days later.
Even though music would later define his career, it wasn't something that came naturally during his early years. Another part of his upbringing that stands out is that he spent much of his time in a homeschool program after leaving public school. Based on David's own account, that transition was extremely difficult for him. He described feeling isolated and said his homeschooling experience was very different from programs where students regularly meet for sports, group activities, and social events.
Now, Celeste's parents reportedly took her phone away after that February report, but apparently that didn't stop David from allegedly reaching out to this young girl, because prosecutors claim that David was able to get back in contact with her after allegedly paying one of her young classmates $1,000 to give her a cell phone that he purchased for her.
Instead, he said most of his education took place online, with far fewer opportunities to interact with people his own age. As you'll see later, that sense of isolation became an important part of how he later described that period of his life. It's important to make one thing clear: homeschooling by itself does not lead to harmful or violent behavior. Millions of homeschooled students grow up with healthy friendships, active social lives, and successful careers. But based on David's own account, his experience was far more isolated than what many homeschool programs typically provide.
And she vanished again, allegedly traveling on the road with David as a couple to Las Vegas and London, Texas, where his family lived. And Celeste's family has kept a very low profile ever since her decomposing body turned up in David's, or allegedly in David's Tesla back in September, understandably so. But after David was arrested, they made an appearance at this first court date, but decided not to speak to the public. Their silence has reportedly allowed rumors to spread throughout their hometown that David was giving the family funds.
According to his interviews, he had very little face-to-face interaction with people his own age, spending much of his time away from the social experiences that many of his peers take for granted.
Transitioning from public school to homeschool was tragic. The first 2 years was tragic.
Tragic?
I was asking to go back to school almost every day. My brother too.
Was the decision to move from public schooling to homeschooling a difficult one?
It was, and it wasn't mine, it was my parents. So there's two different types of homeschooling in America. There's group.
As that isolation grew, so did the amount of time he spent online. According to information discussed publicly after his arrest, those online spaces eventually exposed him to communities and material that many people have described as inappropriate for someone his age. As David got older, his online life became a major focus of public attention. Some have questioned whether it was, at least in part, a response to the highly sheltered environment he described growing up in.
Homeschooling, where it's parents that don't want their kids to be in public school environments, but they still want them to be in social groups. So they have you have homeschool kids that meet once a week at a specific place, and they play extracurricular activities like basketball and stuff like that, so they can socialize, and they do the work on paper. And then there's a second homeschooling where it's just strictly on computer. That's what I did.
While no one can say that for certain, David consistently said his parents closely controlled the music and media allowed inside their home, leaving him with little exposure to the artists and trends that most people his age were already familiar with. According to David, that eventually led him to explore music on his own.
Like that. And I'm 15, 14 at this time, so I don't know how to be a therapist, right? But it's I'm taking this information and all these different people talking to me about different problems and situations. I'm wow, this is really what humans are like. These are humans.
He said he secretly used an iPod Touch to download popular songs and artists behind his parents' backs, giving him his first real glimpse into a world that had been completely off limits at home. That small act of curiosity would eventually lead him toward the career that made him famous. That contrast stands out for a reason.
Because my parents wanted me to be really smart. They never talked about college or anything like that, but they always wanted me to be very intellectual, very put together, have an idea what I'm doing, but they never listened to music like that at all.
Based on David's own account, his parents placed strict limits on the music he could listen to while he was growing up. At the same time, he appeared to have far more freedom to explore whatever caught his attention online. As you'll see later, that included parts of the internet that many people would consider disturbing or inappropriate for someone his age.
Did your parents put sort of a cap on what you could and couldn't listen to in the house?
I was sneaking
it wasn't
around.
like that.
I had this little iPod. I got it with me right now too. I still got these. I used to sneak around with the iPod Touch. I used to sneak around with the iPod Touch and download things off iTunes and stuff like that.
Even though traditional music lessons never seemed to interest him, David naturally gravitated toward other creative outlets instead. He became deeply interested in poetry, spent countless hours playing video games, and developed a strong fascination with anime. Looking back, those interests would go on to shape much of his creative identity and the style that later made him stand out as an artist.
Yeah, ever since I was young, I really just liked anime, gaming, and poetry. That's it. I remember reading my first manga when I was in 5th grade. Dragon Ball, Tokyo Ghoul, and see these fantasy characters with powers and all that. That weren't superheroes, and that inspired me to start writing and write my own stories about them.
One detail is especially important. David said he wasn't drawn to traditional superheroes. Instead, he was fascinated by fictional characters who possessed incredible power but often lived in morally gray worlds. According to him, those stories inspired him to start creating fictional characters and writing his own stories at a young age.
At school, before I was homeschooled, middle school, elementary, I would look at these kids at cafeteria. At lunch was my playground, my brain's playground. There's so many different kids and they're all doing something different. I would just sit there and I'm a people watcher. I would just inspect them.
As his imagination grew, those ideas would eventually evolve into creative personas that later became a central part of his music and public image. Before switching to homeschooling, David attended public school, where he says he developed an unusual habit. Instead of simply socializing with classmates,
write about them and stuff like that. And I kind of brought these characters to life that were inspired by my classmates. So every time I would write a short story, I'd have these different classmates in these stories, and they would never know. It's different names and everything, but they were inspired by my classmates.
He spent much of his time quietly observing the people around him. According to his own account, he studied the way they acted, interacted, and expressed themselves, then used those real-life personalities as inspiration for the fictional characters he wrote about. By David's own description, creating stories became more than just a hobby.
I hated New York at that point. Like,
Why did you
I didn't
hate
like
it?
my school. I was
Oh,
at a
'cause
private
you see-
school, and they treated me so horribly, dude.
Why?
It was insane. I don't know. All the teachers had it out for me. My little brother could testify to that too. Dude, they just had it out for me all the time. I don't know what it was. I would just do nothing to nobody, and the teachers would just pick on me and bully me for no reason, bro. I wanted to leave that place so bad.
He said many of his early characters were inspired by classmates, even though they appeared under different names and identities. Some people see that as a normal part of the creative process, while others believe it reveals just how closely he paid attention to the people around him. Either way, it became one of the earliest patterns he described in his own storytelling. David also claimed that his time in school was marked by bullying before he was eventually homeschooled.
I thought I had a lot of friends in middle school. And then after being homeschooled, nobody's hitting me up. Nobody's asking me, like, where am I at? Why am I not coming to school today? It made me question, like, what is a real friend? And do I have any of those as well? Especially when I was transitioning from...
In multiple interviews, he said he felt unfairly targeted by teachers and described those years as some of the most difficult of his early life. According to David, those experiences left a lasting impression on him and shaped the way he viewed both school and the people around him. Whether those experiences influenced the person he later became is impossible to say with certainty. But by his own account, they were events he continued talking about years later, long after his life had taken a very different direction.
Public school to homeschooling, and nobody like hit me up on Snapchat when I was like streaking everybody. My Snap score was like 250,000, bro.
And nobody hits you back?
Nobody, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like nobody, like, who, you not at school? Where'd you go, Dave? Like nobody. Like, dude, did I really have friends? And you start to question things.
Oh,
like,
totally.
About your everyday life. It's like who's really there for you at the end?
David's family eventually moved from New York to Houston, and according to him, life finally seemed to be heading in a better direction. He said he was making friends, adjusting to his new school, and beginning to build the social life he had been missing. But that period didn't last long. His parents later decided to homeschool him, bringing those everyday friendships to an unexpected end.
I mean, dude, homeschooling really takes a toll on a kid. Like
isolation.
Yeah, and there's outlets like I know I made a couple friends now that were homeschooled, but they had like these groups that they would go to like bi-weekly and just to socialize. But I didn't have that.
David has said that leaving school became a turning point in his life. Once he was no longer surrounded by classmates every day, he realized that many of the friendships he thought were meaningful quickly faded away. Very few people reached out to check on him, and he later described that experience as something that changed the way he looked at friendship and trust. According to David, his homeschooling experience also lacked the group activities and regular social events that many homeschool programs offer.
Especially being homeschooled and not having a social life, right? So I'm on the game, I'm talking to all these random people, and they're talking to me about their life problems, using video games to escape the real world as much as I am, and then living my life vicariously through them and like writing songs about their lives.
Instead, he said he spent much of that time on his own with far fewer opportunities to connect with people his age. Looking back, he repeatedly described those years as some of the loneliest of his life, a period that pushed him to spend more and more time online searching for the social connection he felt he had lost. By David's own account, those years left him feeling disconnected from the life many of his peers were experiencing.
I would go on Discord and I would go on Fortnite and I would go on like squad fills and I just let people talk to me and just tell me about their lives. Because like most of these people that play video games the same way I do, they're going to it as an escape. So I was just being an open door and an open outlet for like my peers and my friends to kind of just like vent to me about different things in their like personal lives and stuff.
While former classmates were making new friends, attending school events, and building relationships, he said he often felt like he was watching it all from the sidelines rather than living it himself. He later spoke about that. In numerous interviews and social media posts, saying he struggled with loneliness, found it difficult to express his emotions,
alter ego and then commit crimes he'd solved the morning of. Big part of that manga was an evil version of me, an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego, and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden. And
felt that he had missed out on many of the experiences people his age often take for granted. Those comments reflect David's own perspective on his upbringing and became an important part of the public discussion after his arrest. At the same time, it's worth remembering that much of what we know about his early life comes from David himself. His interviews offer insight into how he viewed his own past, but they represent his personal account rather than an independently verified record of every event. One theme remained consistent throughout those interviews, though.
He would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. So like when I was as a detective, I'd be like solving murders that I'm committing myself.
In fact, it was his mother, the same individual who tried to shelter David to influence him in a positive way. She was the one who indirectly inspired David to release his breakout single Romantic Homicide. David states that it was her utter disgust of the subject matter within that song.
David repeatedly described the internet as becoming the center of his daily life. Social media, online games, and conversations with strangers gradually replaced much of the face-to-face interaction he felt he was missing. As the years went on, those online communities would begin shaping the way he viewed the world and the creative path he eventually followed.
Addressed those rumors today, broke his silence. Jesus Rivera told TMZ through his attorney Patrick Steinfeld, quote, "I never had any contact with this guy, and we haven't received any money from him or anyone in his family."
According to David, the internet gradually became far more than just entertainment. Online games and platforms like Discord turned into the place where he spent most of his time talking with other people. Instead of building friendships through school or everyday life, he said he found himself listening to strangers share their personal struggles, relationships, and life experiences. David later claimed those conversations had a major influence on the way he viewed people.
You, bro. I'm looking at your package, bro. Go f yourself. I don't even get paid, guys. I'm not even getting paid for this bullshit, bro. This, bro. All y'all dead ass.
Oh. Now, do we make up? Yeah.
ABC.
Oh, yes,
Hidden
sir. I
exposure.
apologize in advance for the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit on
I don't care, I just took it.
Another one? Alright, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yo, I had to go.
He said many of the individuals he met online were using video games as an escape from their own problems, and over time he became the person they opened up to. Although he admitted he was still very young himself, he said he absorbed those stories and began seeing them as inspiration for his own writing and music. Looking back, David described those online interactions as some of the most influential experiences of that period in his life.
I sound so stupid right now, but like I've been so selfish and I can't stop thinking about you and what I did and how it's affecting like everything. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I tried. You're special, David.
Me as the artist, David, D4vd, Itami, which is the antagonist. He wears a blindfold. My gaming character is coming soon. He is like the one that's super tech savvy and stuff like that. And then my social media persona, which is also being built out as we speak. And that's the 4.
I got a question.
What's the question?
Why don't you hold my hands anymore?
Oh, here we go again, bro.
Nah, I'm so serious.
Bro,
I'm so serious. Like,
While many people his age were creating memories through everyday face-to-face relationships, he believed much of his understanding of the world came from conversations with people he only knew through a screen. According to his own account, those experiences would go on to shape both his creative work and the perspective he later shared through his music.
I haven't held your hand. Shoot.
Sorry.
Like, you're not funny. I swear you're not funny.
I'm done.
Alright, let me think.
Better set a time.
Looking back, David described the internet as the center of his world. Most of his friendships, hobbies, and daily routines revolved around gaming and online communities rather than real-life interactions. Gaming quickly became much more than just a way to pass the time. According to David, he spent years playing titles like Fortnite and Call of Duty while constantly searching for the newest games with a small group of online friends.
It could have been yesterday. It could have been yesterday.
Wow, yeah, I'm glad you remember that. I'm glad.
Period.
Ew, I hate when you say period, man. All right. I got a question for you now.
Okay.
Why do you think we met?
Before long, he wasn't just playing games. He was trying to build an audience around them. Like many young creators, David hoped to make a name for himself on YouTube and eventually become a successful streamer. At first, almost nobody watched his videos, and building an audience was a slow process, but he kept uploading content, gradually attracting a small community of viewers who enjoyed his Fortnite gameplay.
Have you ever heard of the invisible strength theory?
Oh yeah.
Exactly that. So basically, we met because we were supposed to meet.
Okay.
And we're connected because we're supposed to be connected. It's kind of like that, I loved you before I existed and I love you even when I die.
Word.
Yes.
Word. Okay.
But yeah, like, it's weird, it's strange, it's unpredictable.
Yeah.
So don't leave me.
Nah, you got it.
Okay.
You got it.
All right.
At that point, David's biggest goal wasn't music, it was becoming a successful online creator. Although he had no way of knowing it at the time, that journey into gaming content would unexpectedly open the door to the career that would eventually make him famous.
I love you. I love you. You're the one calling my phone.
You've been there, been there, been there.
Calling me.
Been there.
Please go away.
Been there.
Why are you calling?
Been
Why are
there,
you calling? Just call me. Say you're sorry. I didn't want to go and change the narrative and say something completely different. You gotta figure whatever you got going on. Figure that out.
Baby.
According to David, his music career started almost by accident. He said the Fortnite montage videos he uploaded to YouTube kept receiving copyright claims because they featured popular songs. After seeing that happen repeatedly, his mother suggested he try creating his own music instead.
I played Fortnite from 2017 to 2021. The game came out in 2017. I was one of the first people to ever play the game. My goal on Fortnite.
What began as a simple idea soon led him to recording songs inside his bedroom closet, marking the beginning of the career that would eventually change his life. But prosecutors allege that the same online gaming world that introduced David to music is also where this case first began.
How? I had like this small group of friends that would literally spend 8 hours a day looking for the newest games that were released on PlayStation.
Okay.
And I was playing Fortnite Season 1, like had all the passes, everything.
Okay.
So I played that game. I became a YouTuber. I was playing Call of Duty for.
According to the prosecution, David first met Celeste through Fortnite in January 2022 when she was 11 years old. Some people online have also claimed they were in the same game lobbies around that time, although those claims have not been independently verified. As with the rest of the allegations, those issues will ultimately be decided through the court process. As investigators and internet users examined David's online history,
all these different type of games to try to become like the biggest next thing, streamer, Kai Cenat, everything.
Did anyone care?
No.
Okay.
200 views my first video.
What? That's a lot.
A steady 60 after.
Attention also turned to activity that many found troubling. One of the most discussed examples was a message reportedly shared in one of his Discord communities. If authentic, the message suggests David claimed he intentionally viewed extremely disturbing material online because he believed it reduced his emotional reactions over time. That alleged statement has since become one of the most closely examined parts of his online history.
I wanted to be a professional Fortnite player at first, and then I got copyright strikes. I lost all my money. I told my mom about it, and she was like, make your own music. Next day, happened to my sister's closet with my iPhone and some earbuds, made my first song called Runaway. After that, my Fortnite peers started posting in their montages, getting some notoriety in the Fortnite community, and it took off.
Did you make music before?
Nah, not ever.
And remains a frequent topic of public discussion surrounding the case. According to David, he first came across extremely disturbing material online when he was around 14 years old. By his own account, this happened during a period when he felt isolated, spent much of his free time on the internet, and had very little face-to-face interaction with people his own age. He later claimed that repeatedly exposing himself to that content gradually changed the way he reacted to it over time.
David was David. He used to go by the name Chronic Ant.
24 hours in the woods with Chronic Ant.
Chronic Ant was a really good Fortnite player.
Oh, wait. Hey.
When Celeste was first identified, I had came across some comments that said that they knew David, they used to play the game with him, and he used to always have his girl around. Looking back on everything now, they 100% think that that was Celeste.
One question many people have asked since his arrest is how he had such limited access to certain forms of entertainment, while seemingly having far more freedom online.
This sickens me, dude. I was in a zone wars with both of them, and thought the little girl in the lobby was someone's sister on the game. I always had a weird feeling about him. I didn't even know he was David.
I'm trying to find a clip of me, Celeste, and David in a call. I knew I should have said something, bro. I thought he was just being normal. We were queuing up in Fortnite with random people, then we queued up with Celeste. At first, it was normal. Like 3 months go by, and I notice it's getting weird. Like, how does he know her entire story? I'm thinking he's just being nice to this kid like a brother. It got weirder every time we would play together. Eventually, he did his own thing.
I was in a lobby while she was there, and that was only one time. I assumed it was someone's sister. Thinking of everything makes more sense now.
There's no public evidence explaining how his parents approached his internet use, and any conclusions about their decisions would be speculative. What is publicly known comes primarily from David's own descriptions of his upbringing. According to prosecutors, roughly 2 to 3 years after this period, David began communicating online with Celeste, who was 11 years old at the time.
Weird about the conversation? Do you remember her username? I don't remember her username, but there wasn't any weird vibes. We were playing Zone Wars, and she'd just make little comments like everyone while playing. But Aunt would joke about SA all the time, and other weird things like playing around then. And you're sure it was her? 100%. Couldn't have been anyone else.
Public reporting and the prosecution's timeline both indicate that their alleged contact began through online platforms, although those allegations remain part of the ongoing criminal case and will ultimately be decided in court. Around that same period, David also introduced an alter ego known as Atomai. According to him, the character was heavily inspired by anime and became one of the defining elements of his music, visual style, and creative identity.
Yo, I'm watching the live right now, but I just want to say this because me and my friend are trying to recall everything. We were all in a Fortnite team called Chronic, which is where I met him. He met her in like 2021 through Fortnite, I'm pretty sure. And then he made her get Discord. Everyone in the team knew about her, and he would joke about it and brush it off every time it got mentioned. That's all I personally know, but my friend Pistol knows more because they talked way more. She would literally say he her, but then follow it up with a joke. So I don't know if she was being for real or not. He was also just a weirdo, to be honest. He used to send in group chats.
If everything that they allege was true, David was 15 years old and Celeste was 10.
Long before his music career took off, David said he enjoyed creating fictional characters inspired by the people around him. First, he drew ideas from classmates he observed at school. Later, as he spent more time online, he said those characters were influenced by the personal stories strangers shared with him through games and social media.
That's her in my classroom in front of this poster right here. I got a picture on TMZ of this other kid exchanging stuff with the rapper who we alleged did this stuff. He's also in my classroom.
Wait, how long ago was
this? We all just found out yesterday who it was, but she's been missing since I taught her. So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA.
As his music career grew, those ideas evolved into fictional personas that became a major part of his artistic identity. The most recognizable was Atomi, a character David described as being heavily inspired by anime and concepts he had been developing for years, long before he found success as a musician.
We came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of told people this story. She disappeared again in May of that year, May of 2024. That's when her friends told me what happened, that it was this rapper, that they were like blackmailing him, all of this stuff. And then I found out yesterday that she's now dead in that rapper's car. You want to know how they met? Social media.
One of his earliest concepts, according to David, centered on a fictional detective living a double life through an alter ego. He said the idea originally came from stories he had imagined years before releasing music, and eventually became the foundation for many of the themes that appeared throughout his videos and creative projects. It's important to keep those ideas in context. David described them as fictional concepts connected to his artistic work.
I have this alter ego named Atami, which means pain in Japanese, and I'm heavily inspired by like anime and stuff like that. But that character that's in the music videos I make now was actually an idea that I had years before music even started, when I was writing my first comic book. And it was this detective that would solve his own crime. So he was the good guy by day, and then at night he'd kind of transform into this.
While the criminal allegations against him are separate matters that will ultimately be decided through the legal process, as David's music career began taking off, the fictional Atami character quickly became a central part of his artistic identity. Through his music videos and visual storytelling, he built a dark, fictional world around the character, blending many of the creative ideas he had been developing for years. Everything changed in 2022 when his song Romantic Homicide suddenly went viral. Almost overnight, David went from being a small online creator to an artist with millions of listeners. The music video featured themes connected to the Atami persona, and it was released on September 7th, the same date as Celeste's birthday. That timing has drawn attention from some people following the case, although there is no public evidence showing the release date was connected to her. According to prosecutors, 2022 is also the year they allege David first met Celeste through online platforms. Those allegations remain part of the ongoing criminal case and will ultimately be evaluated in court. As David's popularity continued to grow, his life changed dramatically. After years of describing himself as isolated and spending most of his time online, he suddenly found himself with a rapidly growing fan base, opportunities to travel, and a successful music career. Ironically, according to David, it was his mother's suggestion to start making his own music that ultimately set him on the path to creating the song that launched his career. According to David, his mother's reaction unexpectedly influenced one of the biggest decisions of his career. He said she strongly disliked the dark themes in Romantic Homicide, and instead of taking that as criticism, he saw it as proof the song would stand out. Although he initially questioned whether it was too dark to release, he later said his mother's reaction convinced him to move forward with it. That decision changed everything. Romantic Homicide exploded in popularity almost overnight, transforming David from a small online creator into a rising music star with millions of listeners. Within a short time, his life looked completely different as his audience, career opportunities, and public profile grew at a rapid pace. Now let's fast forward to the events at the center of this case. According to prosecutors, David began an inappropriate relationship with Celeste in September 2023, roughly a year and a half after they allege the two first met online. Prosecutors contend that relationship later became a central part of their case. David has pleaded not guilty to every charge. Then, in February 2024, Celeste's family reported her missing. Public reporting states that investigators later learned she had allegedly been communicating with David, leading detectives with the Los Angeles Police Department to contact him as part of the missing person investigation. What investigators uncovered during that investigation would later become a central part of the prosecution's case. According to public reporting, investigators found a yearbook photo of Celeste on David's phone during the investigation. David later told investigators during a welfare check that he did not know her age. That statement has become an important part of the case, but prosecutors argue the evidence they collected points to a different conclusion. Those competing claims will ultimately be evaluated in court. As the investigation continued, detectives also examined David's social media activity. Among the posts that attracted attention was a repost featuring a scene from the film American Psycho, alongside a caption expressing extreme jealousy over a girl's interactions with other boys. Because of the timing, many people have looked back at posts like these searching for possible meaning. However, reposting content alone does not establish someone's intentions or prove criminal conduct. Another repost, shared about a month before police reportedly contacted David during the missing person investigation, centered on themes of possessiveness and control in a relationship. Since the case became public, posts like these have been widely discussed online, with some viewing them as ordinary internet memes and others believing they offer insight into the online image David presented. Whatever their intended meaning, they later became another part of the broader public conversation surrounding the case. Looking back, many people have tried to connect David's reposts with the broader timeline of the case. Whether those posts reflected his personal beliefs, his emotions, or simply internet content he chose to share can't be determined from reposts alone. Even so, they quickly became another focus of public discussion after his arrest. As David's popularity grew, so did the attention surrounding his online activity. People began reviewing years of TikTok reposts, searching for patterns or recurring themes they believed might provide insight into the public persona he presented. A number of those reposts centered on fictional scenarios involving jealousy, possessiveness, and emotional conflict. Others focused on depression, insecurity, and fears about relationships. Since the case became public, some people have argued those posts reflected recurring themes that appeared throughout David's online presence, while others believe they were simply examples of the exaggerated humor and memes commonly shared on social media. On their own, those reposts don't establish motive or criminal conduct. However, after David's arrest, they became another part of the online record that investigators, commentators, and members of the public began examining alongside the evidence expected to be presented in court. Taken together, David's reposts have been interpreted in many different ways since his arrest. Some people see them as nothing more than dark internet humor, while others believe they reflect recurring themes that appeared throughout his online persona. On their own, however, reposts don't establish a person's intentions or prove criminal conduct, and the criminal case itself will ultimately be decided by the evidence presented in court. As people continued examining his TikTok activity, another repost that received attention listed behaviors the creator considered signs of cheating in a relationship. By itself, the post wasn't unusual, but when viewed alongside other reposts centered on jealousy, possessiveness, and emotional conflict, some observers argued they revealed a consistent pattern in the type of content David chose to engage with. Others disagreed, viewing them as typical social media posts shared without deeper meaning. Attention also turned to reposts reportedly associated with Celeste's TikTok account. Since the case became public, those posts have been closely reviewed by people trying to better understand the relationship alleged by prosecutors. Like the rest of the online material discussed in this case, they have become part of the broader public conversation, while their actual significance remains separate from the evidence that will ultimately be examined in court. Before going any further, it's important to make one thing clear. The reposts discussed in this section reportedly came from archived TikTok activity attributed to Celeste, shared online by a Reddit user. Their authenticity has not been independently verified, so they should be viewed with appropriate caution. Among the archived posts were videos about protective parents, relationships, and emotional struggles. On their own, those reposts don't establish what was happening in Celeste's life. However, after the case became public, many people began examining them alongside the prosecution's timeline in an effort to better understand the events leading up to the investigation. According to prosecutors, Celeste later left home on multiple occasions and spent time with David without her parents' knowledge or permission. David has pleaded not guilty to the charges against him, and those allegations remain part of the ongoing criminal case. Some online commentators have also pointed to similarities between reposts reportedly associated with Celeste's account and content later shared by David, including references to Hello Kitty and relationship-related themes. While those comparisons have generated discussion online, there is no confirmed public evidence establishing that the posts were connected, and any conclusions beyond that remain speculative. Since the investigation became public, both David's and Celeste's social media activity have been examined in detail by people searching for additional context. Ultimately, however, social media posts alone cannot determine what happened. The central questions in this case will be answered by the evidence presented through the court process. Another detail that later drew attention involved the home David's management team was reportedly renting. According to public reports, prosecutors allege the property is connected to key events in their case. After the investigation became public, the homeowner hired a private investigator to better understand what had taken place there and who had been staying at the residence. That investigator, Steve Fisher, has publicly claimed that several members of Celeste's family had previously visited the property and were aware she had gone there on multiple occasions. Those are claims made by the investigator and have not been established as findings of the court. If accurate, those claims would raise important questions about whether there were opportunities for adults to intervene before the situation escalated. However, those questions remain separate from the criminal allegations prosecutors have brought against David, who has pleaded not guilty to every charge. As the case moves closer to trial, the focus will ultimately be on what the evidence shows about the timeline, the relationship alleged by prosecutors, and the events that led to this tragedy. Questions have also been raised about what the people around Celeste may or may not have known before the investigation became public. At this stage, however, those questions remain separate from the criminal case and have not been resolved through the court process. Public reporting has described differing accounts from members of Celeste's family. According to those reports, her mother said she knew Celeste had a boyfriend named David, while her brother told reporters the last time he saw his sister was when David picked her up to, in his words, go to a movie. In contrast, Celeste's father reportedly said he had never heard of David and knew nothing about the person prosecutors allege was responsible for what happened to his daughter. Those differing accounts have continued to draw attention as the case moves forward. Away from the investigation, another part of David's story centered on the fictional personas he built throughout his career. According to David, his early music was often inspired by stories he heard from people online before gradually shifting toward his own experiences. As his career expanded, he also introduced multiple fictional characters that became recurring parts of his music, visuals, and online identity. David described those personas as creative tools that allowed him to separate different parts of his artistic identity. Following his arrest, those characters have received renewed attention as investigators, commentators, and the public looked back at different aspects of his career. According to prosecutors, the period following the events at the center of this case has become one of the most closely examined parts of the investigation. In a previous video, we covered that timeline in detail, from the date outlined by prosecutors through the events that followed and the discovery that later became central to the case. Prosecutors allege that just 2 days after those events, David released a new album. During the weeks that followed, they say he continued giving interviews, posting on social media, traveling and performing concerts, while his music career continued to grow. One performance where he became visibly emotional during a song has received particular attention since his arrest. However, any interpretation of that moment remains subjective and separate from the evidence in the case. Prosecutors also allege that David continued traveling for months while Celeste's remains were inside his vehicle. David has pleaded not guilty, and those allegations remain central to the ongoing criminal proceedings. Another moment that later drew attention was a live stream in which friends commented on a strong odor inside David's home. Since the case became public, many people have speculated about what caused it. However, no official source has publicly confirmed the origin of that odor, and any connection to the prosecution's allegations remains unverified outside the evidence presented in court. For many people following the case, the most difficult part to understand has been the contrast between the prosecution's allegations and David's very public lifestyle during that same period. If prosecutors ultimately prove their case, that contrast would likely become one of the most significant aspects of the trial. Since David's arrest, nearly every part of his public image has been re-examined. His Atami persona, the themes in his music videos, old interviews, TikTok reposts, stage performances, merchandise, and even concert props have all come under renewed scrutiny as people searched for possible meaning. David often describes separating different parts of his personality into fictional creative personas. Since the allegations became public, some people have questioned whether those characters offer insight into the image he presented as an artist, while others caution against drawing conclusions about someone's real-life actions based solely on creative expression. Those questions remain separate from the evidence that will ultimately be presented in court. David also spoke openly about feeling isolated during that period of his life and having limited real-world relationship experience. While some have suggested those experiences may help explain recurring themes in his music and online content, they should not be treated as explanations for the criminal allegations in this case. According to prosecutors, Celeste left home on multiple occasions and was later seen at locations connected to David, including live streams, concerts, and trips. Prosecutors argue those events form an important part of their timeline, and the details surrounding those interactions are expected to receive significant attention as the case moves through the court process. Another question that has continued to spark debate is whether earlier intervention by the adults around Celeste could have changed what happened. Those discussions remain separate from the criminal case itself, which will focus on the evidence prosecutors present and David's response to those allegations. As for a possible motive, prosecutors allege that shortly before the events at the center of this case, the two argued after Celeste became upset over David's communication with other girls. Prosecutors further allege that she threatened to report him to law enforcement over the nature of their relationship. David has pleaded not guilty, and those allegations have not been proven in court. Another piece of material that has received widespread attention is an audio recording that was reportedly intended to be used as an interlude on one of David's songs. According to people who have examined the clip, it appears to capture a conversation allegedly involving David and Celeste. However, the authenticity of the recording and the identities of the voices have not been publicly confirmed. Because of the prosecution's allegations, that recording has been examined closely by many people following the case. Some listeners believe it reflects an unhealthy dynamic, while others caution against drawing conclusions from an unverified recording. As with every major claim in this case, its significance will depend on the evidence presented through the legal process. Beyond the allegations surrounding the relationship itself, additional claims have also emerged about David's online activity. One former moderator from his Discord community publicly claimed to have access to what he said was David's YouTube watch history, including videos and searches allegedly linked to the account. Those claims have circulated widely online, but they have not been independently verified or introduced as evidence in court. The former moderator, who identified himself as Will, said he received access to the account directly from David and chose to come forward after the case became public. He claimed his goal was to share information he believed could help the public better understand the situation. Those statements reflect Will's own account and have not been independently confirmed. Among the videos Will claimed appeared in the alleged watch history was a news report about missing young people in Virginia. According to information shared online, the video was reportedly viewed months before prosecutors allege what happened to Celeste and before investigators made the discovery that later became central to the case. Because of the timing, the alleged watch history quickly became another topic of public discussion. However, a viewing history alone cannot explain why someone watched a particular video, and any conclusions about its significance remain speculative unless supported by independently verified evidence or information presented through the legal process. The news report itself focused on viral social media claims about missing young people and explained that several widely shared rumors were inaccurate or unsupported. After David's arrest, some people questioned whether his alleged viewing of that video carried a deeper meaning. However, there is no public evidence explaining why the video was watched or whether it had any connection to the allegations in this case. Will also claimed that the alleged YouTube history included a video about using the Flow period tracking app. Like the rest of the material he shared, that claim has circulated online but has not been independently verified or introduced as evidence in court. Any conclusions about its significance would therefore be speculative. Separate rumors also emerged online claiming that Celeste may have been expecting. Those rumors have never been publicly confirmed. Prosecutors have instead alleged that the motive behind the case was connected to the relationship they say existed between David and Celeste, along with an argument in which they allege Celeste threatened to report him to law enforcement. David has pleaded not guilty, and those allegations remain before the court. The alleged YouTube watch history also reportedly included several videos related to pregnancy, medical procedures, and infant care. After those titles were shared online, some people questioned why they appeared in the account. However, a watch history alone cannot explain why someone viewed a particular video, and there is no publicly verified evidence establishing the context behind those views. Attention also focused on one video that reportedly had only a small number of views. Some online commentators suggested that such a video may have been searched for directly rather than recommended by YouTube. Even so, that remains speculation, and no public evidence has confirmed why it appeared in the alleged watch history. Another video reportedly explained airline policies for minors traveling without a parent. That title attracted attention because prosecutors allege David and Celeste traveled together on multiple occasions, and publicly available photos appear to place Celeste at some of David's performances. Whether the alleged watch history has any connection to those events remains unknown. Like the rest of the material attributed to the account, its significance can only be evaluated if it is authenticated and introduced through the legal process. According to the individual who claimed to have access to David's accounts, the alleged YouTube watch history also included tutorials about factory resetting a Mac computer in 2026, around the period leading up to his arrest. Those claims have not been independently verified and should be treated with caution unless they are confirmed through the legal process. The same alleged history reportedly included videos explaining how to permanently delete Instagram conversations, because prosecutors allege that 2024 was a significant period in the relationship at the center of this case. Some people have questioned whether those videos were connected to the prosecution's timeline. However, there is no public evidence establishing why they were viewed or whether they had any connection to the allegations. Other videos reportedly included violent video games and tutorials on accessing archived Twitch live streams. Those titles have also received attention because of allegations made in the case and reports involving past live streams. However, viewing gaming content or searching for technical tutorials does not by itself establish criminal conduct. Like the rest of the alleged watch history, the relevance of these videos can only be determined if they are authenticated and become part of the evidence presented in court. To support his claims, the former moderator also shared what he said was one of David's older YouTube channels. According to material posted online, the channel featured gaming content, including Minecraft videos, along with an old clip showing David playing the piano at a young age. Those claims have circulated widely, but they have not been independently verified or introduced as evidence in court. If authentic, those materials provide additional insight into David's early online presence and creative interests. However, like the rest of the alleged account history, their significance depends on whether they can be authenticated through the legal process. Beyond the online discussion, the central focus of this case remains the evidence gathered by investigators. Prosecutors allege that Celeste left home multiple times to spend time with David before the investigation ultimately reached its turning point. According to prosecutors, that turning point came when workers at an impound facility discovered Celeste's remains inside the front trunk of David's Tesla. That discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into the criminal prosecution now moving through the courts. Since then, the case has raised difficult questions about online relationships, missed warning signs, and whether earlier intervention could have changed the outcome. Those broader discussions continue, but the legal questions surrounding David's responsibility will ultimately be decided through the evidence presented in court. David has pleaded not guilty to every charge.
Past this one cell, so when he yanked the door open, it just throw the cups of boo-boo.
A tense moment inside the facility quickly grabbed attention. As one individual walked past a cell and opened the door, the situation changed almost instantly. Several inmates began throwing cups filled with waste in his direction, creating a chaotic and humiliating scene. It was the kind of incident that showed just how strained conditions have reportedly become behind bars. But this is where things change.
And that the Celeste girl, maybe she was already talking to the cops, like, yeah, this creep is, he on me. Now, granted, who knows if David was trying to leave her or whatever the case is, but look like she would also try to threaten David with that to say, yo, I'm about to go tell on your, right? Which already you should know, he should have knew that he's doing something wrong. Well, I mean, he should have knew of GP, like she's f***ing gang. But she would, allegedly, according to this complaint, she had threatened that, I could I could ruin your music career or something like that.
On June 2nd, 2026, David and his legal team officially filed paperwork requesting that he be allowed to remain under house arrest. The filing pointed directly to the conditions he is currently facing while in custody. According to investigators, each time David is transferred to a different housing unit, he reportedly becomes the focus of unwanted attention from other inmates in protective custody.
We suspected that David would be charged with after that was what he was arrested for, and in other court documents that came out a couple months ago, we know that he was being investigated for murder. But first-degree murder with special circumstances? Lying in wait to murdering a witness as part of an investigation? Murdering for financial gain? And now facing the possibility of the death penalty, even though it's my understanding there is a moratorium in California. That is a huge...
Investigators believe this may be connected to a key piece of evidence that surfaced, claiming Celeste had told David she planned to contact law enforcement just days before she was no longer present. That filing immediately sparked a major debate. The big question now is whether a judge will approve the request, and reactions have been intense. One comment summed up the mood, saying, "I just want to say good luck to David going back to his cell block after this hearing."
Offenders and treated in prison. They got treated bad. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't even think nothing about that. I just know that it was like every 15 to 20 minutes that went past, guys was going past this one cell. And it'd be like, there's three of them. One of them would grab the cell door and be on this side like this, and then the other two would be on this side. So the one, and they did this like every 20 to 30 minutes, every like clockwork. And this one would yank the door open, and the other two on this side had cups full of and boo-boo. So when he yanked the door open, they just throw the cups of boo-boo in there on him, and then close the door, lock it on him. You know, so that was crazy. But and then some was getting jumped on, some was getting slapped, extorted, some was getting having to do.
Once inmates hear this, he's going to be cooked. And this is where it gets more complicated. According to public discussion surrounding the case, the amount of attention and evidence connected to David has reportedly led to him being viewed as a high-risk inmate. That designation places him in a higher security housing area, bringing stricter conditions, exactly the issue his legal team is now challenging.
Oh, yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? It was good to have a big fan of me. Oh, thank you. Mitchell.
I gotta stop with him if you even...
Are
we need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all vibes? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
In their court filing, David's legal team laid out the details of his current situation, and the picture they describe is a difficult one. According to the filing, he is being held in a segregated single cell and is escorted whenever he leaves it, even for basic activities like showering. Showers are reportedly allowed only every other day, and phone calls are limited to those same days.
His family. So it is unclear how much David's parents or brother knew about his interactions with Celeste and if they were aware of how she was. But what we do know is that the family was ordered to come to LA and testify, seemingly in front of a grand jury, as prosecutors worked to build a case against him. And in court filings regarding this whole back and forth about his family being subpoenaed to testify in LA, there was this section for each witness. Quote, detectives learned that Caleb Burke is the younger brother of target David Burke and has a close relationship with him. Detectives learned that Colleen Burke is the mother of target David Burke and has a close relationship with him. Per several witnesses, she is instrumental to his career success and manages his business finance.
He also receives just 3 hours of outdoor recreation each week, has no access to television, cannot receive visitors, and reportedly does not have funds available in his inmate account. It's a routine that looks very different from life on the outside. One law enforcement source gave an unfiltered description of the facility.
Multiple times and stood by while she out. How do they know that?
How do they know that he stood there? Because look, I got to tell you, as an old investigator, you know where I get that kind of information from? It's not from the perpetrator. To say someone stands there and watches an individual out.
Calling it dirty, smelly, and unpredictable. That stands in sharp contrast to the high-end lifestyle David was known for before his incarceration. And this is where things start to shift. His attorneys are now using those conditions as part of their argument, claiming they make it significantly harder for him to properly prepare his legal defense.
These assets in the middle of an investigation, as opposed to 2 years ago or a year ago.
Right.
Could a court look at this and say, this was a deliberate attempt to, what you say, concealing assets, and they could breach it, they could pierce it, they could say, even though that you've transferred this into your mother's name, that was invalid. This is a way for, let's say, a plaintiff who sues him, or let's say in a criminal judgment to pay that fine. Can a court look at that and say, even though you transferred it, it's still open season on those property?
Yeah, this is what's so puzzling about this. It is a very basic premise of law throughout the country that you can't transfer assets after the event happens that would otherwise trigger collecting on those assets. So we have rules in different states. Sometimes they're called fraudulent transfer, sometimes they're called fraudulent conveyances. There's a lot of different names for them. But the crux of it is you cannot transfer assets.
According to public records connected to his arrest, David is listed at 5 feet 5 inches tall and approximately 125 pounds. In a correctional setting, physical size can sometimes affect an inmate's experience.
I know I haven't posted on this account in a little minutes, but I just had some words to share with you for 2025. Despite all the craziness that's going on, all the turmoil, the natural disasters, the pain, and things like that, this year, I just wanted to tell you guys not to be discouraged and not to lose hope and not to turn your face from God in these times of evil. And then it seems like it's the most insane start to a year that I've ever seen. But God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and a sound mind. So keep that sound mind, 2025.
Combined with the attention surrounding his case, his legal team argues that his circumstances present unique challenges. The spotlight on him isn't fading anytime soon. His day-to-day routine is also described as highly restricted and repetitive. Reports indicate that 6 days a week he receives the same meal schedule: macaroni with beef, an apple, 8 ounces of milk, and a peanut butter granola bar for dessert. There is little variety, and the routine rarely changes. Former inmates have noted that these conditions are not unusual for one of the country's most demanding jail systems.
That person is, and do you believe that is the person that moved the Tesla?
So I believe, I definitely know who moved that Tesla on that late July before they went on tour. I can't say who the person, and I don't mean I can't say for, but I don't know who exactly was in that house, because it's just a report, but there's video, but you can't make a person out. But somebody was in the house, and being that there's only one key, it's like, okay, who had access at that time? So is it the same person that moved the Tesla? Was another last part of the plan about to go in motion as far as getting rid of her?
Public reports confirm that David has been transferred to Men's Central Jail in Los Angeles County. Some observers assume that being a well-known public figure might provide additional protection, but according to available information, he is reportedly being housed separately, and questions continue to surround what that experience is really like behind the scenes. But that assumption is facing pushback.
An agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego, and the story of the manga went like I was a detective, and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden. And he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. So like when I was as the detective, I'd be like solving that I'm committing myself. And it was like a cool little story. I didn't think anything would come of it.
One viral reply challenged the idea that David would be fully insulated from other inmates, stating, "Even with David placed in solitary confinement, he will still get his 1 hour of rec time per day, where he will be with other inmates who will confront him and deal with him due to the charges against him. There is no way of staying safe in there after committing the crimes that he did." And this is where it gets more complicated. According to a former inmate who spent time in the same facility, the environment may be far more tense than many people realize. While David reportedly spends most of his time confined to his cell, other inmates in protective custody continue moving through the area on a regular basis. That means interactions, comments, and moments of tension can still happen even without direct contact. During recreation periods, inmates are reportedly able to pass by nearby cells, creating situations where attention can quickly focus on a particular individual. David has now been in custody for well over a month, and that has led many observers to ask the same question: what has daily life actually been like for him during that time? There has also been ongoing discussion about the challenges he may face because of the allegations connected to his case. Prosecutors have outlined several allegations in court filings, all of which David has denied. According to reports highlighted by Jesse Weber of Law and Crime, the case includes a major charge along with additional allegations related to financial motives, preventing testimony, planning, and the reported use of an object during the incident. As the legal process continues, those claims remain allegations that have yet to be fully resolved in court. There are also additional charges connected to events that allegedly took place afterward. According to court records, prosecutors believe those allegations are an important part of the overall case. In a jail environment, a charge list that attracts this much public attention can bring added scrutiny, which is one reason David's legal team continues pushing for house arrest. Their argument is straightforward. They claim the conditions and attention surrounding the case create significant challenges for him while he remains in custody. But this is where things change. Shortly after the defense presented those arguments, prosecutors revealed information that could have a major impact on the case moving forward. According to updated court filings, members of David's own family may be called to testify. The filings state that throughout 2024, Celeste reportedly spent considerable time with David, including summer weekends at his Hollywood Hills home and trips to Las Vegas, London, and Texas, where she allegedly met members of his family. That detail immediately raised new questions. According to prosecutors, it suggests family members may have been aware of Celeste's presence in David's life. As a result, attention has shifted toward what information those relatives may be able to provide if they take the witness stand. And this is where it gets more complicated. Prosecutors reportedly believe there could be additional context still to be uncovered, including claims that David and Celeste may have subtly referenced their relationship during a live stream at a family gathering, after some viewers recognized the kitchen visible in the background. But the family testimony may not be important for that reason alone. According to public reports and court filings, investigators are also examining whether conversations about the case may have taken place between David and a family member. Prosecutors appear to believe those discussions could become relevant as the legal proceedings continue. If that information is introduced in court, it could add an entirely new layer to a case that is already drawing intense public attention. According to the evidence file, prosecutors claim that a witness may be prepared to provide testimony about David's actions during a critical period connected to the case. Court documents suggest this witness could offer information about what allegedly happened and what occurred afterward. That point has become a major focus because prosecutors appear to view it as an important part of their overall argument. If presented in court, that testimony could play a significant role in how the case is understood. And it does not stop there. According to the same documents, prosecutors also believe the individual David allegedly confided in may have knowledge of events that followed. Investigators claim certain personal items connected to Celeste were never recovered, and they argue that this remains an important unanswered question in the case. Authorities further allege that purchases were made using the name Victoria Mendez, including several pieces of equipment and supplies obtained through retailers such as Amazon and Home Depot. Those purchases have become a major point of interest for investigators. That detail immediately sparked debate. The list of items was extensive, and according to public discussion, some observers questioned why multiple pieces of similar equipment were allegedly ordered. Others have suggested there may have been a specific purpose behind the purchases, though those theories remain unconfirmed. Investigators have also pointed to activity that allegedly took place afterward. Reports indicate there is video that appears to show David cleaning a pair of shoes outside his home, footwear that authorities say matched shoes associated with Celeste in publicly available images. But this is where things change. Records cited by investigators show that on July 7, 2025, an additional item, a burn cage, was reportedly delivered to David's residence using the same alleged alias. That purchase has since become another closely examined piece of the broader investigation, adding yet another layer to a case already filled with questions. Prosecutors allege that certain purchases and actions were connected to an effort to conceal evidence as part of a broader plan. As those claims became public, one question continued to surface. If investigators had been gathering information for so long, why did an arrest take so much time? That issue was reportedly addressed in court, where authorities outlined their explanation for how the investigation developed over time. The answer could be a key factor as the debate over house arrest continues. According to investigators, the lengthy timeline was the result of an extended federal investigation. Reports indicate that authorities were monitoring communications and collecting information over a significant period rather than moving immediately. Their approach, according to public filings and reporting, was to build a comprehensive case before taking action. Instead of rushing forward, investigators say they were focused on gathering as much evidence as possible behind the scenes. But that is only part of the story. Authorities have also reportedly examined people within David's social circle, including friends and associates who may have information relevant to the case. According to reports, some witnesses have agreed to cooperate with investigators and could potentially testify about David's relationship with Celeste. Those developments have fueled speculation about what additional details may emerge if the case proceeds to trial. One name that continues to appear in online discussions is Neo Langston. Following David's arrest, Neo posted on Instagram, "Thankfully, I'm legally fine in every way, and boy, do I got all my receipts for things." That message quickly attracted attention across social media. At the same time, older photos of David and Neo began circulating online, prompting renewed discussion about their friendship and past interactions. While those images have generated plenty of conversation, their significance remains the subject of public speculation rather than established fact. And that has only added more curiosity to an already closely watched case. Now, federal prosecutors are hoping Neo can help clarify a completely different part of the case. According to reports, investigators are examining a past interview in which David spoke about wanting to be like an anime character with a hidden alter ego, someone who secretly lives a very different life from the image they present to the world. Prosecutors are reportedly taking a closer look at the specific example he used during that interview, believing it could become relevant as the case moves forward. That detail quickly caught attention online. One viral comment captured the reaction of many observers, stating, "There's hundreds of crimes he could have used as an example for his alter ego, but he chose that. I can't be the only one seeing how obvious this is, right?" While comments like that reflect public discussion rather than evidence, they show just how closely people are analyzing every detail connected to the case. And this is where it gets more complicated. Investigators have also focused on a video recovered from David's iCloud account, which they reportedly view as potentially significant. At first glance, the recording appeared ordinary. But according to reports, investigators noticed a picture frame visible in the background that looked identical to one found inside the private rental property where Celeste had been staying. That observation prompted a deeper review of the video and its associated data. Then attention shifted to the metadata. Investigators say the timestamp closely aligns with the period they consider important to their timeline of events. In the recording, David reportedly discusses several personal losses and difficult experiences in his life. However, according to reports, investigators were unable to find records showing close relatives or friends experiencing similar circumstances during that time frame. Because of that, they believe the comments may have been referring to Celeste, although that interpretation remains an allegation rather than a proven fact. But the questions did not end there. Around the same time authorities began examining the circumstances surrounding Celeste's case, reports indicate that David allegedly started transferring certain assets out of his name. Prosecutors are now looking closely at those transactions as they continue building their case, adding another layer of scrutiny to an investigation already packed with unanswered questions. To investigators, those reported actions appeared significant. According to public reports, some sources interpreted the hiring of a new legal team and the transfer of assets as possible signs that David anticipated increased legal scrutiny. One report stated, sources believe after David hired his new legal firm and transferred assets out of his name, he's preparing for the police to close in on him. Expect his arrest soon. As later events unfolded, that prediction drew even more attention. Now the case is advancing on multiple fronts, and the spotlight continues to grow brighter. With new court filings, witness claims, and ongoing legal arguments emerging, the debate remains as intense as ever. Do you think David should be granted house arrest, or should he remain in custody while the case moves forward? Share your thoughts below. And if you want updates on the latest developments, be sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you don't miss what happens next.
40 terabytes of discovery in this case. Moreover, in order to obtain the transcripts from a grand jury investigation, counsel has to file a motion. She knows the way the system works. I'm not able to gather those. They have to be provided after a court orders them released because it was an investigation.
The investigation involving David has taken a surprising new turn, and the latest claims have added even more attention to an already high-profile case. According to prosecutors, David is accused of being connected to the circumstances surrounding Celeste's case. Court filings also include a claim that part of her identifying features was allegedly altered because it displayed a tattoo linked to him.
Accused of messing with another young girl, and now she has decided to make a statement publicly. This young girl is saying that she was with David at the same exact time that he was with Celeste Rivas Hernandez. She gave a statement and this photo of her and David to a content creator who has been looking into this David case for quite a while now.
David was already viewed by many as a dangerous figure.
That allegation alone raised serious questions, but investigators say it may be only one piece of a much larger picture. Authorities later revealed that communications linked to the investigation were monitored, leading to the discovery of a significant amount of concerning material on a device connected to David. What started as a case focused on a single set of allegations suddenly appeared much broader, and that shift changed everything.
Were not allowed in the courtroom, but the big development here is prosecutors have now asked for more time to review evidence before it's presented to a judge, and they'll be back next week. Meanwhile, look at the setup out here. There were about 24 cameras just a moment ago waiting for some sort of update from prosecutors. We were just told they would not.
Investigators have reportedly explored whether additional individuals could have some connection to David, a possibility that has intensified interest in the case. As more information surfaced, attention began moving beyond the original allegations and toward what else investigators might uncover. One question now hangs over the entire investigation: how far could it actually reach? David had already faced intense public scrutiny, but recent courtroom revelations added another layer of concern. Information presented during the preliminary hearing indicated that a device linked to him allegedly contained highly inappropriate and troubling material.
But I was a victim of David Burke. I'm just going to say how happy I am to see him arrested. My identity has remained hidden because I deserve a life outside of the case. I went through a lot with David, and this is all very hard for me, but to see him behind bars brings a smile to my face. I feel safer and more at peace with my life. I appreciate everyone who helped bring me and the other victims to justice. I know things haven't fully been done, but
that discovery quickly became one of the most discussed developments in the case and left many waiting to see what investigators reveal next. That revelation immediately raised serious concerns among investigators and pushed the case in a new direction. What had already been a closely watched investigation suddenly seemed much larger than many first believed. Attention quickly shifted toward what David may have been involved in behind the scenes, adding another layer of scrutiny to an already complex case. At the same time, many people following the hearing focused on David's courtroom appearance. Some observers described his expression as distant and difficult to read, while others said his demeanor left them unsettled. Whether those impressions are meaningful is open to interpretation, but they quickly became a topic of discussion. During the hearing, prosecutors stated that a search of a device linked to David uncovered a large collection of troubling material.
Heard of allegations of David being with other minors that they actually asked if David was going to be charged with any other minors at the press conference to the district attorney. Mind you, now we have the private investigator Steve Fisher saying that this minor has went and gave a statement to the cops about her alleged relationship with David and also gave them tons of photos.
That disclosure immediately sparked new questions, not just about the allegations already being discussed, but about what else investigators may have found. Prosecutors did not clearly explain whether all of the reported material was directly connected to Celeste's case. Because of that uncertainty, speculation grew rapidly. The sheer volume of what was reportedly discovered led many to wonder whether investigators were examining issues that extended beyond a single incident. One courtroom revelation suddenly opened the door to many more questions. Another detail that drew attention was the scope of the digital investigation. Prosecutors revealed that communications linked to David had been monitored, giving investigators the ability to closely review conversations and activity associated with the device. According to statements made in court, what they uncovered only deepened concerns and added new complexity to a case that continues to evolve. Inside the courtroom, David appeared in detention attire with limited freedom of movement. Yet more than anything, it was his demeanor that people talked about. Despite the serious allegations being discussed, he appeared calm, detached, and at times seemingly disengaged from the proceedings. For many observers, that contrast became one of the hearing's most memorable details. For many observers, David's reaction in court was difficult to understand. As the hearing unfolded, questions continued to grow about what he might have been thinking while sitting through the proceedings. His expression became a talking point of its own, adding another layer of intrigue to a case already filled with unanswered questions. At the center of his defense is Blair Burke, a prominent attorney known for handling high-profile and complex legal battles. David's legal team has consistently maintained that he is innocent and has previously stated that evidence exists which they believe will support that claim. From the beginning, the defense has projected confidence in its position. However, the latest allegations presented by prosecutors have complicated that narrative in the eyes of many following the case. At one stage, the defense suggested that upcoming evidence could ultimately clear David's name. But as prosecutors introduced additional claims and pointed to the large amount of troubling material they say was found on a device linked to him, public discussion began to shift. The case no longer seemed as straightforward as some had once believed. Meanwhile, prosecutors made it clear they are not slowing down. In court, they stated that they are prepared for the upcoming preliminary hearing and intend to keep the case moving on an accelerated schedule. Their reported goal is to move toward trial within the next 60 days. That timeline stands out because it suggests authorities believe they have assembled enough evidence to continue pushing forward without major delays. If that schedule remains intact, the legal process could advance significantly by the summer, making the next few months especially important. But another development has drawn considerable attention. Information released from official case records describes significant findings that investigators consider central to the investigation. Those details have become a major focus and are likely to remain under intense scrutiny as the case moves forward. Among the reported findings was the removal of some of Celeste's identifying features, a detail that added another deeply troubling dimension to the case. Even now, that allegation remains one of the most widely discussed aspects of the investigation. But what makes the situation even more emotional is the timing. Today marks 1 year since Celeste was no longer present, a milestone that serves as a reminder of how long this case has weighed on everyone seeking answers. As more information has become public, one conclusion from the autopsy report has remained consistent. Investigators determined that Celeste's passing resulted from the actions of another person. According to the report, multiple significant injuries were documented, leading authorities away from earlier theories that the case may have involved a medical-related event. What once seemed uncertain became much clearer as investigators continued examining the evidence. The report also described the clothing Celeste was wearing when she was found, including a discolored tube top, underwear, black leggings, and black socks. Authorities noted visible damage to some of those items, observations that became part of the broader picture investigators were assembling. According to official records, those findings contributed to their assessment that this was not an accident or an unexplained medical situation. Each new detail appeared to strengthen that conclusion. Another aspect of the report drew significant attention. Investigators further detailed the condition in which Celeste's remains were recovered. According to official records, different portions were found separately and placed into bags. Authorities also documented the presence of additional materials at certain locations, including small blue plastic fragments. Those findings raised new questions and became a key focus of the investigation. Even after a year, they remain among the most closely examined details in the entire case. That detail immediately raised new questions about the sequence of events and the methods investigators believe may have been involved. As additional information from the autopsy report became public, authorities outlined several significant findings they considered important to understanding the case. Those findings would later become key pieces in the timeline prosecutors are presenting. According to investigators, the physical evidence played a major role in helping them reconstruct what they believe happened. But one detail in particular captured widespread attention. Investigators stated that multiple bags containing Celeste's remains were reportedly recovered from the front area of a Tesla. That revelation quickly became one of the most discussed aspects of the case and intensified public interest in the investigation. Reports also indicated that the remains had undergone substantial changes before being discovered. Authorities noted that the condition in which they were recovered created additional challenges as investigators worked to piece together the timeline. Every new disclosure seemed to add another layer of complexity to an already closely watched case. Another detail that continues to stand out is the amount of time that passed before Celeste was located. That gap has remained a critical part of the investigation, highlighting both the seriousness of the case and the difficulties authorities faced while trying to establish exactly what occurred. According to investigators, their timeline begins on April 23, 2025, when they say David invited Celeste to his home. What happened after that has become the central question driving the entire case forward. Authorities believe the events that followed were not random and have suggested there may have been a degree of planning involved. Prosecutors have pointed to the alleged use of a specific instrument, a claim that has generated even more questions about what investigators believe occurred inside the residence. For many following the case, one question continues to stand out. How could a situation of this scale have remained hidden for so long? When law enforcement later searched David's Hollywood Hills home, attention immediately turned to what investigators might uncover. Some observers expected obvious signs connected to the allegations. However, authorities were dealing with a significant gap between the time prosecutors say the events occurred and the eventual search of the property. That delay has become an important part of the story because it may have affected what investigators were able to examine and document. Even so, the information released so far has painted a concerning picture of what investigators believe took place. With every court filing and hearing, new pieces of the timeline have emerged, gradually revealing a more detailed account of the case. Each update seems to raise as many questions as it answers. Attention has also expanded beyond the immediate allegations. As interest in the investigation grew, so did questions about David's background and online activity over the years. Some reports have claimed he spent significant amounts of time viewing highly graphic material online. While those claims have attracted considerable attention, any connection between that content and the allegations in this case has not been established in court. For now, that remains an open question. Another detail that has generated ongoing discussion involves matching tattoos. Investigators allege that an identifying feature displaying a tattoo connected to David was removed, while another matching tattoo was reportedly left behind. That contrast has stood out to many people following the case. What appears to be a small detail has become one of the most debated aspects of the investigation, leaving many wondering whether it could hold greater significance as the case moves forward. Prosecutors have suggested that tensions may have increased when Celeste was allegedly considering making aspects of the relationship public. According to officials, their timeline indicates that a critical event took place on April 23rd, followed by additional actions they believe occurred on May 5th. Prosecutors also allege that Celeste's remains were kept inside a vehicle for an extended period before being discovered. Those claims have become some of the most closely examined parts of the case and continue to draw significant attention. Investigators have also pointed to a possible motive, arguing that David may have wanted to prevent details about the relationship from becoming public. That allegation remains a central part of the prosecution's theory. If accurate, it could help explain several aspects of the timeline prosecutors have presented. But for now, those claims remain allegations that will be tested through the legal process. Another major turning point came when Celeste was reported missing. That report gave investigators a reason to take a closer look at David and examine the nature of his connection to her. What initially appeared to be a missing person case soon evolved into something far more complex. In the early stages, some observers felt the investigation was moving slower than expected. From the outside, there appeared to be few public developments, leading many to wonder what was happening behind the scenes. However, that quiet period may have reflected the amount of work investigators were doing to verify information, establish a timeline, and determine where the evidence would ultimately lead. As later developments showed, the case was far from standing still. Now, the pace of the case appears to be accelerating rapidly. Attorneys representing Celeste have revealed that they are dealing with an enormous amount of evidence, including what has been described as a device containing roughly 40 terabytes of discovery material. To put that into perspective, that is about 40,000 gigabytes of information, an extraordinary volume that would challenge even the most experienced legal teams. The sheer scale of that number immediately caught people's attention. As details about the discovery became public, curiosity grew quickly. Many began wondering what such a massive collection could contain. According to public discussion, possibilities include videos, screenshots, text messages, phone records, digital files, and other materials gathered during the investigation. While the exact contents have not been publicly disclosed, the size of the evidence alone has become one of the most talked about aspects of the case. That raises another important question. How long does it take to review that much information? Prosecutors are reportedly pushing to move the case forward at a relatively fast pace, which has led many observers to wonder how the defense can thoroughly analyze such a large volume of material within a limited time frame. Even with an experienced attorney like Blair Burke leading the defense, sorting through 40 terabytes of evidence would be a major undertaking. One online commenter captured a concern shared by many, writing, "There's no way they can go through all that in time." The comment quickly gained attention as discussions intensified, and it highlights a reality that is hard to ignore. 40 terabytes is not just a large amount of data, it represents countless hours of review, analysis, and preparation. That fact alone may help explain why the investigation took significant time to build and why so many questions are still being examined today. Some estimates suggest that a single terabyte can hold hundreds of hours of video or an enormous collection of digital records. Multiply that by 40, and the scale of the evidence becomes almost difficult to comprehend. That number alone has sparked intense curiosity about what investigators may have uncovered and how long it could take to review everything thoroughly. The size of the discovery has become a story of its own because of the reported volume of material. Many people are beginning to wonder whether the evidence points to a broader picture than what was initially known. While the full scope of the investigation has not been publicly revealed, the amount of information involved has fueled ongoing speculation about what investigators may still be examining behind the scenes. As additional details continue to emerge, discussion has also grown around whether other individuals could have some connection to the investigation. Given the quantity of material reportedly recovered, many observers have asked where it originated and whether it could lead authorities toward new leads or previously unknown connections. At this stage, however, those questions remain unanswered. Authorities will ultimately need to carefully trace the source and context of the evidence as the case moves forward. Large investigations sometimes expand when new information comes to light, which is why each new discovery can be so significant. What may appear to be a small detail today could take on much greater importance later. Reactions online have been strong. One commenter wrote, "This case keeps getting worse. What the hell, there's more." That reaction reflects the surprise many have expressed as new developments continue to surface and the investigation grows more complex. With nearly every court appearance and public disclosure, the case has seemed to add another layer of questions. Despite the allegations and evidence discussed publicly so far, David has continued to plead not guilty. That position has drawn attention from some observers, particularly given the seriousness of the claims being presented by prosecutors. However, the legal process is still ongoing, and no final conclusions have been reached. The courts will ultimately determine how the evidence is evaluated and what findings result from the proceedings. Until then, speculation will continue, but the answers that matter most are still expected to come from the courtroom, not from online discussion. And that is what keeps so many people watching closely for what happens next. Those conversations have become increasingly common as public interest in the case continues to grow, but the attention surrounding David now extends far beyond the courtroom. Fans, critics, content creators, and online researchers have been revisiting years of publicly available material, including interviews, performances, tours, meet and greets, and archived video clips. As a result, moments that once attracted little notice are suddenly being examined in far greater detail. What makes this especially interesting is how quickly perspectives can change. Clips and appearances that once seemed ordinary are now being viewed through an entirely different lens. There has also been renewed discussion surrounding David's music and public image. Some listeners have gone back through lyrics and themes from past songs, looking for details they may have previously overlooked. Others argue that artistic expression should not be treated as evidence of real-world behavior. That debate has become a story of its own. Another topic drawing significant attention is a video that has circulated widely online. In the clip, David is seen meeting a fan who some viewers believe resembles Celeste. The footage has been shared repeatedly across social media, with many people closely analyzing the interaction and discussing what they think it might reveal. According to public discussion, some viewers have focused on what they describe as a brief moment of surprise or discomfort in David's expression. Looking back now, a number of people say the interaction feels different in light of the allegations that have surfaced. However, those reactions are based on personal interpretation, and different viewers often reach different conclusions when examining the same footage. That distinction is important because online speculation and verified evidence are not the same thing. As the case continues to unfold, the clearest answers will ultimately come from information presented through the legal process rather than from theories circulating online. For now, much of the public conversation is being shaped by archived videos, past public appearances, and the serious claims currently under review. Meanwhile, David remains in custody, and reports indicate that his day-to-day circumstances have changed dramatically. The difference between his past and present situation has become another major point of discussion as the case moves forward. According to reports, David is being housed separately from the general inmate population. Officials have also reportedly stated that they do not currently consider him a risk to himself, meaning he is not being held under constant monitoring conditions. While those details have drawn attention, many observers have focused on something else entirely: the dramatic contrast between his former lifestyle and his current reality. Not long ago, David was reportedly living in a luxury Los Angeles mansion, surrounded by the comforts and freedom that came with his public success. Today, his daily routine is shaped by the rules, schedules, and restrictions of a detention facility. The change is difficult to ignore and has become one of the most discussed aspects of his current situation. Reports indicate that whenever David leaves his cell, he is accompanied by staff, even during routine activities. Access to showers is reportedly limited to every other day, while phone privileges are restricted, reducing opportunities to communicate with people outside the facility. What was once a life filled with constant movement and public visibility has reportedly become highly structured and controlled. The differences do not end there. While reports suggest he is allowed some outdoor time, that access is limited and comes with specific restrictions. According to available information, he does not interact with other inmates during those periods. The isolation itself has become a point of discussion among those closely following the case. Reports further indicate that David currently has no access to television and is not receiving visitors at this stage of the legal process. Combined with his separation from the general population, those conditions have attracted considerable attention. There are also reports suggesting he has limited funds available in his inmate account, potentially restricting access to commissary purchases and other optional items. For many observers, the overall picture highlights just how dramatically his circumstances have changed in a relatively short period of time. As the legal proceedings continue, attention remains focused on the evidence, upcoming court dates, and the many questions investigators are still working to answer. At the same time, reports about David's current conditions have generated discussion of their own. According to reports, one law enforcement source described the jail environment as dirty, unpleasant, and chaotic, offering a glimpse into the setting he is reportedly experiencing each day. For many observers, that description stands in sharp contrast to the lifestyle he was said to have lived not long ago. The adjustment from a luxury environment to a detention facility would likely be significant for anyone. Another topic that has drawn attention is the level of monitoring David is reportedly receiving while in custody. Some members of the public have questioned those arrangements, particularly given the seriousness of the allegations and the intense attention surrounding the case. However, correctional officials make those decisions based on internal evaluations and established procedures. According to reports, they do not currently believe additional monitoring measures are necessary. Even so, that decision has continued to spark debate among people following the case. What seems routine to officials has become a major discussion point online. Beyond detention conditions, many people are still trying to make sense of the allegations themselves. The combination of uncertainty, unanswered questions, and ongoing legal developments has fueled continued discussion across social media, news outlets, and online communities. For some observers, it remains difficult to understand how a case of this scale can move through the legal system while investigators are still examining so many details. Meanwhile, Celeste's family has continued to speak publicly about the impact the situation has had on them. Her father, Jesus, publicly thanked investigators, saying, "We would like to thank the Los Angeles Police Department and the District Attorney's Office for their hard work." He and other family members remembered Celeste as a strong, vibrant person who loved singing and dancing. They also shared memories of family traditions, including spending Friday nights watching movies together. Those reflections serve as a reminder that beyond the legal proceedings and public discussion, real people continue to feel the impact of this case every day. In one of the most emotional moments of the family's statement, Celeste's father said, "We love her very much, and she's always told us that she's loved us. We miss her deep, deep." Those words resonated with many people following the case. Amid court hearings, legal filings, and constant online discussion, they served as a powerful reminder of the personal loss at the center of everything. Sometimes a single statement can cut through all the noise, and for many, this was that moment. At the same time, there has been growing attention on the timeline of events. One commentator pointed out that on April 24th, only hours after prosecutors allege a critical event involving Celeste took place, David's management team reportedly proceeded with an album-related event in Los Angeles. While that fact alone does not establish any conclusions, it has become a frequently discussed detail because of how closely it aligns with the timeline prosecutors have presented. As people continue examining the sequence of events, attention has also started to expand beyond the central figures in the case. One name that continues to surface in public discussion is Robert Morgan Roth. Known as David's day-to-day manager, Roth reportedly played a key role in coordinating schedules, appearances, travel, and other professional commitments. Because of that position, some observers believe he may have insight into certain events that investigators are attempting to piece together. Robert Morgan Roth has also reportedly been identified in the same video clip that has generated significant discussion online, the footage showing a fan approaching David during an interaction that many viewers have analyzed repeatedly. His reported presence in that video has only increased curiosity among those closely following developments. Because managers are often involved in coordinating major events and daily logistics, attention has naturally turned towards what people in David's professional circle may have observed or known during key periods. That is one reason reports of Roth's involvement in grand jury proceedings have attracted interest. As investigators continue building a detailed timeline, focus has increasingly shifted toward individuals who may be able to help clarify important gaps. Whether any of that information ultimately proves significant remains unclear, but it has become one of the more closely watched aspects of the investigation and another reminder that the story may be larger than many initially realized. One detail that continues to stand out is the timing. According to reports, an event celebrating David's upcoming album took place on April 24th, just one day after prosecutors allege a critical event involving Celeste occurred. While those allegations remain part of an ongoing legal case and have not been resolved in court, the timeline has generated significant discussion because major public and professional activities were reportedly continuing at the same time. For many observers, that contrast is difficult to overlook. Another detail drawing attention involves the property connected to the investigation. Reports indicate that the residence where Celeste was allegedly brought was leased through David's management company. That fact has become an important point of interest as investigators and observers work to better understand the broader circumstances surrounding the case. What initially seemed like a background detail has become a closely examined part of the timeline. According to reports, April 23rd and April 24th were anything but quiet. David had recently returned from Coachella. His album rollout was reportedly in full swing, and his schedule appeared packed with professional commitments, media attention, and public appearances. From the outside, everything appeared to be moving forward at full speed. That is why the timeline has drawn so much attention. On one hand, there was a highly visible public schedule. On the other, there are the allegations currently being examined by investigators. The contrast between those two realities has left many people trying to understand how they fit together. It is one of the key reasons the timeline remains such a major focus of discussion. As a result, questions continue to surface about how events may have unfolded behind the scenes. Some observers have wondered how much private time David may have had amid such a demanding schedule, while others stress that those questions can only be answered through evidence and testimony presented during the legal process. For now, much remains unknown. There have also been public calls for anyone with potentially relevant information to come forward. One online commenter suggested that people who attended events during that period should share anything they remember if they believe it could assist investigators. As scrutiny of the timeline continues to intensify, even the smallest details are being examined more closely than ever before. Sometimes the answers people are searching for come from the details that initially seemed least important. They also said they had been in contact with Steve and trusted him to help bring important information to light if necessary. Comments like that show just how closely many people are following every twist in the case. Interest remains high, and with each new development, online discussions continue to grow. For many observers, the search for answers has become just as important as the latest courtroom updates. At the same time, calls for greater transparency have become increasingly common. One commenter directly asked, "You keep ignoring the question. Are you going to release the footage of the person who last parked the car you claim to have?" That question quickly gained traction because it touches on a detail that has remained a recurring topic among people tracking the investigation. According to reports, the Tesla connected to the case was moved farther away from the Hollywood Hills residence before David left for tour. Reports have also suggested that David may not have been the individual who relocated the vehicle. If accurate, that detail naturally raises additional questions. Who moved the car? Who had access to it? And could that information help clarify parts of the timeline that remain unclear? At this stage, those questions have not been publicly answered, but they continue to generate discussion because they involve a key piece of the investigation. What appears to be a simple detail on the surface could end up carrying far greater significance depending on what future evidence reveals. As more information becomes public, attention has increasingly shifted toward individuals who may have been present around important moments in the timeline. For many observers, the discussion is no longer focused solely on what allegedly happened. Increasingly, people are asking who may have known certain details, when they became aware of them, and whether others could possess information relevant to the investigation. As the timeline comes into sharper focus, those questions are only becoming harder to ignore. That growing interest has led to increasing public pressure for authorities to release additional footage, records, and other evidence connected to the timeline. Many people want a clearer understanding of the movements involving both the individuals connected to the case and the vehicle that has become a major focus of discussion. For some observers, even a seemingly small detail could help explain much larger questions that remain unanswered. However, legal experts have pointed out that investigators and prosecutors are often unable to release every piece of evidence while a case is still making its way through the court system. Certain materials may remain sealed, restricted, or undisclosed until they are formally introduced during legal proceedings. While that can be frustrating for those closely following the case, it is a standard part of the judicial process. In many cases, what the public does not see can be just as important as what has already been revealed. That said, many believe more information could emerge soon, with prosecutors reportedly pushing to move the case forward on an accelerated timeline. Additional evidence and testimony may become public in the months ahead. If that happens, some of the lingering questions surrounding the timeline, the vehicle, and the individuals connected to the investigation could finally begin to receive clearer answers. The next stage of the case may prove especially important. For now, the focus remains on putting the pieces together. Despite the amount of information already discussed publicly, major questions still remain. The picture is becoming clearer, but it is far from complete. Interestingly, this is something Steve has reportedly hinted at before without directly explaining what he meant. That subtle suggestion has only fueled more curiosity about what information may still be waiting to surface. He has suggested there may be footage involving another individual, but so far he has stopped short of identifying who that person might be. That decision has only added to the mystery. As a result, many believe any significant details connected to the footage could eventually emerge through court proceedings rather than through public statements. If that is the case, it would make sense for those familiar with potential evidence to remain cautious while the investigation and legal process continue. Not surprisingly, the lack of specifics has fueled even more curiosity. People continue to wonder what may be contained in that footage and whether it could help answer some of the lingering questions surrounding the timeline. Sometimes what is not being said becomes just as interesting as what is publicly known. One reason those questions continue to grow is because David was reportedly surrounded by numerous people throughout much of this period, both professionally and personally. With so many individuals in his orbit, some observers find it difficult to believe that no one else may have information relevant to the investigation. Others believe additional connections could emerge as authorities continue reviewing evidence and building a clearer picture of events. For now, however, attention remains fixed on the courtroom. The public is waiting to see what evidence is presented, what testimony is heard, and what conclusions ultimately emerge through the legal process. The next phase of the case could answer some long-standing questions, but it may also raise entirely new ones. More than anything, many people are looking for clear answers about what happened and how the case will ultimately unfold. As new developments continue to surface, interest in the investigation remains high, and the coming months could prove especially important. What happens next may shape how this entire case is understood moving forward. What do you think about these latest developments? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If you want continued coverage as new information emerges, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you can stay up to date with every major update in this closely watched case.
Will David take the stand? What would that even look like? What would he be asked? How would he explain half of the things that he's accused of?
That question has quickly become one of the biggest talking points surrounding this case. And if he does decide to testify, what would he actually say? How would he respond to the allegations prosecutors have spent months building their case around? That's what has so many people paying close attention. But before any of that happens, there's still a major hurdle ahead.
Will David take the stand in his own trial? It's a big question. And first I should tell you, if we even get to a trial, right? We haven't even had the preliminary hearing yet to see if there's enough evidence for this case to move forward toward trial. That's now scheduled for the end of June.
A preliminary hearing is scheduled for the end of June, where a judge will decide whether there is enough evidence for the case to move forward, and that hearing could shape everything that happens next. Still, if the case does continue and no agreement is reached beforehand, one question immediately jumps to the front of the conversation: will David take the stand? And this is where things get more complicated. According to public reports, prosecutors believe they have gathered a substantial amount of evidence. If the case reaches trial, David wouldn't just be answering a few questions. He could be expected to address nearly every major allegation prosecutors plan to present. David Anthony Burke is currently facing multiple serious charges connected to the case involving Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Investigators have spent months piecing together what they believe happened, and prosecutors argue that their evidence supports that timeline. Those allegations remain unproven and will ultimately be examined through the court process. But if this case reaches a jury, the decision of whether David testifies could change everything. Because once a defendant takes the stand, every answer matters. And that's exactly why this question continues to draw so much attention.
Because what would his possible explanations be, assuming all the evidence that the prosecution claims they have that they present? There are a lot of layers to this as we think about it, and there's a lot at stake for him.
It's important to remember that prosecutors aren't just focusing on the main charge in this case. According to court filings, they have also alleged several special circumstances that could significantly increase the potential penalties if a conviction were ever reached. And that's one reason this case continues to attract so much attention. Among the allegations mentioned in court records are claims involving financial motives, allegations connected to a potential witness, and accusations suggesting planning. Prosecutors have also alleged that a sharp object was involved in the incident. Those claims remain allegations and have not been proven in court, but this is where things start to shift. According to the prosecution's theory, David allegedly acted to prevent certain information from becoming public. Investigators claim concerns involving his reputation, personal life, and career may have played a role. Those allegations are expected to become a major focus as the case moves forward. Prosecutors also allege that key events unfolded at David's residence on April 23, 2025.
And prosecutors claim that on April 23, 2025, he allegedly lured Celeste to his home, stabbed her repeatedly, watched her bleed out, and then allegedly proceeded to order supplies online to engage in the dismemberment of her body and cover-up of the alleged crime.
They further claim that purchases made afterward help support the timeline they have presented. Those details have quickly become some of the most discussed aspects of the case. Authorities have also pointed to surveillance footage, phone records, forensic evidence, and witness testimony that they believe strengthen their case. Whether jurors ultimately see it that way is another question entirely. But if David ever takes the stand, he could be asked to address every one of those allegations directly. One name that continues to surface throughout this case is lead prosecutor Beth Silverman. Over the years, she has built a reputation for handling complex, high-profile cases, and many legal observers consider her one of the most formidable prosecutors in the courtroom. That fact alone has added even more attention to these proceedings. But one question keeps coming back. If David eventually takes the stand, how would he respond to the evidence prosecutors claim they have?
So in this case, the defendant would have to have an incredibly good explanation as to why the prosecution says he ordered a body bag online, a plastic pool, chainsaws.
Oh, we'll get to all that.
Yeah.
I think.
And this is where things get more complicated. According to court filings, investigators have pointed to several purchases they believe are important to their timeline. Among the items referenced are a body bag, an inflatable pool, and cutting tools. Prosecutors argue those purchases help support key parts of their case. Those details have quickly become a major focus of public discussion, because if those records are introduced at trial, jurors will likely want answers. Why were those items purchased? What purpose did they serve? And how would the defense explain the timing? That's exactly why this part of the case continues to draw so much attention. When people talk about whether David should testify, one fact always stands out. The decision ultimately belongs to him.
The defendant has the right to make the call. If he tells his lawyers, I'm going to testify, his lawyers have to respect his wishes. There's a lot of discussion that leads up to that.
His legal team can offer advice, explain the risks, and make recommendations, but the final choice is his. And in a case this high profile, that decision could carry enormous consequences. Taking the stand is never a simple move. The moment a defendant begins answering questions in front of a jury, everything changes. Every statement can be challenged. Every explanation can be examined, and every answer can be compared against the evidence already presented in court. That's why defense attorneys approach this decision so carefully. If David were to testify, he wouldn't just be telling his side of the story. He would likely be responding to months of investigative work, witness testimony, digital records, and other evidence prosecutors intend to present. That can create a tremendous amount of pressure, and this is where things get more complicated. According to legal experts, one of the biggest risks is consistency. Jurors pay close attention to details, and if an answer appears inconsistent with earlier statements or other evidence, it can quickly become a point of focus. That's exactly why preparation is such a major part of the process. Behind the scenes, attorneys often spend countless hours reviewing potential questions and preparing for difficult lines of questioning. The goal isn't to memorize answers, it's to make sure there are no surprises when the questioning begins. But preparation only goes so far.
That he's subject to cross-examination by some really good prosecutors, that if his story falls apart anywhere along the line, the jury is going to notice that.
Prosecutors are trained to challenge explanations and test credibility. If a defendant takes the stand, they can expect detailed questions about the most important parts of the case. And in a trial receiving this much public attention, every response could be examined from every angle. That's what makes this decision so significant. If David eventually chooses to testify, it may become one of the most important moments of the entire case. And depending on how that testimony is received, it could shape everything that follows. One of the biggest challenges for any defendant who takes the stand is convincing jurors they're seeing the real person. No matter how much preparation happens beforehand, jurors are constantly watching, listening, and judging whether the answers feel genuine. And in a case receiving this much attention, that can become a huge factor. According to legal experts, preparation is essential. Attorneys often spend countless hours reviewing possible questions and discussing difficult topics before testimony ever begins. But there's a fine line. Too little preparation can create problems, while too much can make answers sound rehearsed. And this is where things get more complicated. David isn't someone who entered this case as an unknown figure. He built a large public following and spent years presenting himself in front of an audience.
Because the juror is going to say, this person is used to putting on a persona. This person is used to performing. And so if you're the lawyer, you've got to be able to control that and make sure that the image that the actual defendant who's coming across on the stand is believable.
Because of that, some jurors may naturally wonder whether they're seeing the real person on the stand or the same public image they've seen before. That's exactly why credibility could become such a major issue. Jurors don't just evaluate what someone says, they pay attention to how they say it. Confidence, body language, tone, and reactions can all influence how testimony is received. Sometimes those details can leave a stronger impression than the actual words. If David eventually testifies, every answer will likely be examined closely. And with experienced prosecutors expected to challenge key parts of his testimony, the pressure could be enormous. That's why many legal observers believe credibility may end up being one of the most important factors in the entire case. If David were to testify, preparation would become one of the most important parts of the defense strategy. In a case this high profile, attorneys would likely spend countless hours reviewing every possible question, every potential weakness, and every argument prosecutors might raise. The stakes simply couldn't be much higher. According to legal observers, understanding the prosecutor's style can be a huge advantage. Experienced attorneys often review past cases, courtroom appearances, and questioning techniques to get a sense of how a prosecutor approaches witnesses.
It is a real thing. You want to know what her style is. You want to know how she approaches that. And you know, if you're a prosecutor, that's what you live for, is the ability to cross-examine a defendant on the stand. That is the best part of your job if that ever happens. It doesn't happen very often. But I would look at every single case that you can find where there's video, audio, something to show how this prosecutor prepares and how this prosecutor delivers.
Every detail can matter when preparing for testimony, but this is where things start to shift. David isn't entering this situation as an ordinary defendant. Long before these allegations became public, he had already built a large audience and established a recognizable public image. And that reality could create challenges before he even answers his first question. Jurors may naturally have expectations about someone who has spent years in the public eye. Some may view that as an advantage. Others may wonder whether they're seeing the real person or a carefully managed public persona. That's exactly what makes this situation so unique. And that's where the real challenge begins. In a courtroom, credibility is everything. Jurors aren't just listening to answers. They're evaluating tone, reactions, confidence, and authenticity. Every detail can influence how testimony is received. If David eventually takes the stand, the defense would likely need to convince jurors that they are seeing the person behind the public image. And in a case attracting this much attention, that could become one of the most important battles of the entire trial. According to legal observers, David would likely face challenges before he even answers his first question. Because of his public profile, some jurors may already have opinions or expectations about him before the testimony begins. Fair or not, that's a reality that could shape how his words are received from the very start. While a strong defense team can work to separate a public image from the person sitting in the courtroom, that's often easier said than done. Changing first impressions can be difficult, especially in a case that has already attracted so much attention. But this is where things get more complicated. If David were to testify, it would most likely happen after prosecutors finished presenting their case. By then, jurors would have already heard witness testimony, reviewed evidence, and listened to the prosecution's version of events. That means his testimony wouldn't exist in a vacuum. And that's what makes the decision so risky. He wouldn't simply be telling his side of the story, he would likely be responding to every major allegation, every key piece of evidence, and every argument prosecutors spent weeks presenting. That's a tremendous amount to address in front of a jury. That's exactly why legal experts say this isn't the type of case where testifying becomes an easy decision. If David takes the stand, every answer could carry enormous weight, and once that testimony begins, there may be no room for mistakes. If David were to take the stand, the challenge wouldn't simply be telling his version of events. By that point, jurors would have already spent days listening to witness testimony, reviewing evidence, and hearing prosecutors lay out their case. That means every answer would be measured against everything already presented in the courtroom. That's exactly what makes this decision so difficult. A defendant who testifies isn't starting from scratch. Instead, they're stepping into a situation where the prosecution has already built a narrative and asked the jury to view the evidence through a specific lens. And overcoming that can be incredibly challenging. But this is where things get more complicated. If prosecutors present evidence that jurors find convincing, the defense may feel pressure to respond directly. That could mean addressing specific allegations, explaining certain actions, or challenging the conclusions investigators have drawn. Every explanation would likely face intense scrutiny. And there's another issue that often gets overlooked. Anything said under oath becomes part of the official record. According to legal experts, if additional proceedings were ever to occur in the future, previous testimony could potentially be reviewed and compared against later statements.
Can be used against them. It's a statement under oath. They're sitting on the witness stand. They're sworn in. So everything they say in a first trial, they better make sure that it matches any testimony they give in a second trial. That's why generally you don't want your defendant, your client, giving multiple statements in a case, because it's got to be absolutely consistent or else the jury's going to understand there's a problem.
That's one reason attorneys are often extremely careful when discussing whether a defendant should testify. Consistency becomes critical. Jurors tend to notice when details change. Even small differences can raise questions and shift attention away from the broader defense strategy. That's why legal teams spend so much time thinking through every possible consequence before making a decision. And that's where the real pressure begins. Testifying isn't just about what happens in a single moment. Every answer can have lasting significance, especially in a case receiving this much attention. If David eventually takes the stand, his testimony could become one of the most closely analyzed parts of the entire trial. And once those answers are on the record, they'll likely remain a major focus moving forward. Another major issue in this case revolves around testimony given under oath. Once a defendant takes the stand, every statement becomes part of the official record, and that's a much bigger deal than many people realize. According to legal experts, statements made during a trial don't simply disappear once proceedings end. If future hearings or additional legal proceedings take place, prior testimony can become an important point of reference. That's exactly why attorneys are often extremely cautious when discussing whether a defendant should testify. But this is where things get more complicated. Consistency can become everything. If statements made at one point don't align with statements made later, those differences can quickly become a major focus. Jurors tend to pay close attention to details, especially when those details come directly from a witness under oath. At the same time, prosecutors have indicated that digital evidence may play a significant role in their case. According to court filings, investigators reviewed messages, photographs, cloud account data, and other electronic records that they believe are relevant to understanding the relationship between David and Celeste. Those materials have quickly become some of the most discussed pieces of evidence in the entire case. Prosecutors argue that the records support key parts of their timeline and overall theory. The defense, however, may challenge those interpretations and argue that the evidence does not prove what prosecutors claim it proves. That battle over interpretation could become a major issue if the case moves forward, and that's exactly why the question of testimony keeps coming up. If David eventually takes the stand, he could face detailed questions about many of the communications, records, and digital materials prosecutors have referenced. How those questions are answered may become one of the most closely watched parts of the trial, and depending on what jurors believe, those answers could have a significant impact on the case moving forward. According to prosecutors, messages recovered from cloud account data have become one of the most important parts of their case. Court filings reference communications that investigators believe provide insight into the relationship between David and Celeste. Prosecutors argue that these messages help support several key allegations they plan to present in court. Those claims remain allegations and have not been proven, but the messages have already become a major focus of public discussion, and this is where things get more complicated. If these communications are introduced at trial, jurors will likely be asked to consider not only what was said, but also what those messages may reveal about the relationship prosecutors have described. That's exactly why this evidence continues to draw so much attention. According to legal observers, this could create one of the biggest challenges for the defense. If David were to take the stand, he would likely face direct questions about the messages, their meaning, and the broader context surrounding them. And those answers could become a major part of the trial. But that's only part of the story. Prosecutors aren't relying on a single message or one isolated piece of evidence. According to court filings, they have pointed to communications, digital records, photographs, and other materials that they believe work together to support their timeline. Whether jurors ultimately agree with that interpretation is another question entirely, and that's where the pressure really starts to build. If David chooses to testify, he may be expected to address not just one allegation, but a much larger collection of evidence prosecutors say supports their case. Every explanation would likely be examined closely. Every answer could raise new questions, and that's exactly why the possibility of David taking the stand remains one of the most talked about aspects of this entire case.
100%. Listen, in that Discord of his, there's people that openly talk about it. They're like, hey, are you still going out with the underage girl? Are you still there talking about Island? Are you and Celeste going to Island? Like, it's crazy how open it was. Not a secret, you know? And the people close to him in his orbit, listen, they knew.
On September 8th, 2025, investigators made a discovery that would quickly capture national attention. Inside the front trunk of an abandoned Tesla Model X, they found human remains. Despite the condition of the remains, authorities were eventually able to identify them as belonging to Celeste Rivas Hernandez, an individual who had been missing for roughly 17 months. That alone would have been a major story. But then another detail emerged. The Tesla was reportedly connected to rising music artist David.
There's live streams where, not just the one with Celeste, but there's ones where he's talking to these two super young girls on like I don't know what platform it was, but he's talking to them, and his friend Asia Collins is behind him, and he's laughing about the age of these girls, and he's gooning.
Whose full name is David Anthony Burke. Almost overnight, the case exploded across social media. People began digging through old posts, videos, timelines, and public records, trying to understand how a missing person case had become linked to a musician with a growing fan base. And the deeper they looked, the stranger the story became.
You know, it's really frustrating because they have not, they didn't race forward with information. They waited to the last minute to save themselves, all of a sudden, we find out one of his friend Neo has to be arrested to be brought in front of the grand jury.
At the time, David's public image seemed completely at odds with the allegations being discussed online. According to publicly available information, he had no widely known criminal history and was primarily known for making emotional indie music that had attracted millions of listeners. To most people, he looked like the last person who would ever be connected to a case like this, but that's exactly what made people start paying attention. As interest in the investigation grew, listeners began revisiting David's music with fresh eyes.
For somebody, I know you never have. I'm just saying, but if somebody dismembers somebody, you think they'd go ahead and just get rid of them, right? Like, if they didn't do it at the house, if they did it somewhere, and I think they did do it somewhere else, I think he had to have refrigerated her
When
somewhere.
you said they, so do you think David had help?
I think he had help.
Songs that had once been viewed as emotional love tracks were suddenly being analyzed line by line. Certain lyrics, themes, and recurring ideas started generating intense discussion across the internet. Some believed they were seeing hidden clues. Others argued it was simply hindsight and overanalysis. Either way, what started as a missing person investigation was rapidly turning into something much bigger. And for many people following the story, the music itself had become one of the most controversial parts of all. As people dug deeper into David's past, many started focusing on the timeline of his earliest music.
I don't think he can do it by himself. I'm not saying in the murder itself, but I do think in the dismemberment, or at least the moving around, I think he had help. You know, so, and I think people are going to fall for that. I think there's going to be other people that go down, but I don't know why he didn't just get rid of the body, and that'll always be. I don't think he'll ever say why he did it, and I don't think it'll ever come to that. But I think that the only thing I can think of was a trophy of sorts for him.
In December 2021, around the same period that online discussions claim he may have first connected with Celeste through gaming communities and Discord, David released one of his first songs. Even back then, some of the lyrics stood out. Several tracks revolved around wanting a romantic partner to move in with him, mixed with unusually dark lines like,
I have text messages he sent to the girls of dismembered, anime stuff, but it's dismemberment. He was into dismemberment. It's just.
So he was sending the other minors he was talking to. He was sending dismembered animes to them.
There was images
like, I think we both know who dies here. On its own, that wouldn't necessarily mean much. Artists explore dark themes all the time. Fictional stories, dramatic characters, and exaggerated emotions are common in music. But after David became the center of a major investigation, many listeners went back and started hearing those songs very differently. And that's when the lyrics became a major talking point.
I'm not in the anime world, so if I say the terms wrong or whatever, forgive me. But it was these anime characters with their arms pulled off, and you could see they would show the dismembered arm, detached. It's just crazy, sick stuff. And this is before this all happened, obviously. But now looking back, you're going, wow, this is consumed this guy.
Across multiple tracks, people noticed recurring themes involving jealousy, betrayal, obsession, and relationships falling apart. Some listeners argued these were simply artistic ideas. Others believed there was something more behind them. The debate quickly spread across social media as fans and critics picked apart years of music. One line in particular attracted enormous attention. "Save your tears, 7 years." Online communities began comparing that lyric to timelines that were being circulated about David and Celeste. Some argued the connection was too specific to ignore. Others pushed back, saying lyrics can be interpreted in countless different ways and shouldn't automatically be linked to real-life events. But regardless of which side people took, one thing was clear. The music was no longer being viewed the same way. Songs that once helped launch David's career were now being re-examined as potential pieces of a much larger story. And as more people started looking through his old work, they found themselves asking a question that would come up again and again throughout this case. Were these just songs or something more? Unlike most artists who build their careers through local music scenes, David's entire rise happened online. His audience grew through Discord servers, gaming communities, live streams, and social media, and because of that, once the investigation became public, people who claimed to have known him before the fame started coming forward with their own stories. Suddenly, old screenshots, messages, and accounts from former community members began resurfacing. One of the most widely discussed claims came from someone who said they played Fortnite with David back in 2021. As part of a group called Chronic, according to that individual, we were all on a Fortnite team called Chronic, which is where I met him. He met Celeste in like 2021 through Fortnite, I'm pretty sure, and then he made her get Discord. Everyone in the team knew about her, and he would joke about it and brush it off every time it got mentioned. That's all I personally know, but my friend knows more because they talked way more. If true, that would suggest people around David may have known about Celeste years before the case ever became public, but that's only part of the story. As more information surfaced, people also started digging through David's old online posts. One message in particular drew significant attention. In a Discord post, David wrote, "I used to be addicted to watching gore videos. Live Leak was bookmarked. I saw a cartel execution on Reddit when I was 14. Got to the point where I don't even cringe when I see it no more. I remember laughing at one point. It got bad, man. I like writing gory psychological drama, romantic quotes, and a lot of death. I love gore. Gore is better than adult videos." At the time, comments like these were largely dismissed as edgy internet behavior, the kind of thing that might raise eyebrows but quickly gets forgotten. Then everything changed. Once David became linked to the investigation, people started looking at those messages through a completely different lens. What had once seemed like shock value suddenly became part of a much bigger conversation. The same thing happened with his music videos. As David's popularity exploded in 2022, his videos often featured dark imagery, unsettling visuals, and dramatic storytelling. Most viewers simply saw them as artistic expression. Strange, maybe, controversial, sometimes, but still fictional. Then one particular video caught people's attention. In February 2025, David released a video for One More Dance that featured him inside the trunk of a car before being transported to a remote wooded area. After details from the investigation became public, countless viewers began drawing comparisons between that imagery and later developments in the case. Whether those similarities mean anything is still heavily debated, but by this point, people weren't just looking at David's music anymore. They were re-examining everything. As people continued combing through David's past work, they found even more material that quickly became part of the conversation. In one promotional video, David stated, "When a human being is drained of all of its blood, it becomes pale, lifeless, just as the rose. Visually appealing, only good to observe." At the time, comments like that were largely viewed as artistic and theatrical. But after the investigation became public, many listeners started revisiting those statements alongside lyrics from an unreleased song, which included, "Watching as the lights go out and your tears begin to drought. Now your face is getting pale, resuscitate to no avail. I can't believe that you're gone. Now I'm the one that's all alone." On their own, these could easily be interpreted as dramatic songwriting, but that's not how many people saw them anymore. As more details about the case emerged, online communities began connecting old lyrics, videos, and promotional content to the broader timeline. Some even pointed to individuals featured in certain music videos who they believed resembled Celeste. Whether those connections were meaningful or simply the result of hindsight remains heavily debated. Still, the discussion only grew louder. For months, one question continued to hang over the entire case. If David's name had become such a major focus of the investigation, why hadn't any charges been filed? Many people assumed authorities had already looked into him and found nothing. Others believed there simply wasn't enough evidence. The longer the silence lasted, the more speculation spread. Then everything changed. On April 20th, Los Angeles District Attorney Nathan Hochman announced that charges would be filed against David, leading to his arrest. After months of rumors, theories, and unanswered questions, the case had officially entered a new phase. And once court documents started becoming public, people realized investigators had been building a timeline far more detailed than anyone had imagined. The court documents revealed another detail that immediately caught people's attention. According to investigators, the Tesla connected to the case had been towed after being abandoned in front of 1405 Bluebird Avenue just days before authorities made their discovery. Whether that location was chosen deliberately remains unknown. But then an unexpected piece of footage surfaced. A YouTube creator known as OMW, who regularly uploads driving videos around Los Angeles, may have unknowingly captured the vehicle months earlier. In footage recorded on May 14, 2025, a Tesla matching the description of David's vehicle appears to be parked near the same address where it would later be recovered. At first glance, it seems like a meaningless detail, but when people started comparing dates, the timeline became much more interesting. If the vehicle in that video is indeed David's Tesla, it suggests the car may have been sitting near that location for months before investigators found it. And according to court records, the area was only a short distance away from another address that later became relevant to the investigation. Then another key piece of information emerged. Private investigator Steve Fisher claimed that surveillance footage showed the vehicle was last driven and left at that location on July 29th. Court filings reportedly support that timeline, stating that David was the last known person to drive the Tesla before leaving Los Angeles for a tour. That detail raised even more questions, because when you put everything together, the timeline doesn't seem straightforward at all. The vehicle appears to have been connected to that area as early as May, yet investigators say it was last moved in late July. That leaves a significant gap of time that has become a major focus of the case, and it leads directly to one of the biggest questions investigators have been trying to answer. When did the critical events actually take place? The answer isn't as simple as many people first assumed. Long before the arrest, there were already public signs that something was wrong. In fact, social media posts from Celeste's family show that concerns about her whereabouts were being raised as far back as February 2024. At the time, those posts seemed like another missing person case. Looking back now, they may have marked the beginning of a much larger story. The earliest public warning signs appeared in February 2024. At the time, family members began posting online about Celeste's disappearance, hoping someone might have information about where she was. One of those posts read, "Celeste Hernandez is my niece. She's missing this morning and didn't get to her classes in Lake Elsinore, California. She is 13 years old. If anyone has seen her, please contact me or her parents, Mercedes Martinez, or call the police." As the post spread, concern grew quickly. Additional messages from family members followed, and for several days, people were actively searching for answers. Then, just as suddenly as she disappeared, she returned. According to public posts from relatives and acquaintances, Celeste was back home within about a week. Friends and family appeared relieved, and many assumed the situation had finally come to an end, but it didn't. Roughly 2 months later, reports surfaced that she had once again been reported missing. This time, however, far less attention was directed toward the situation, and as more information emerged, the timeline became increasingly difficult to follow. That's where things start getting complicated. Months after those reports, Celeste was allegedly seen on camera outside her family's residence in Lake Elsinore. According to accounts that later surfaced online, she was involved in a disagreement with neighbors, suggesting she was still returning home at various points rather than being completely absent for an extended period. This would become an important detail later on, because as investigators worked backward through the timeline, a picture began to emerge of someone who appeared to be moving between different locations rather than simply vanishing all at once. At the same time, online communities started resurfacing claims from people who said they had crossed paths with David years earlier. Various allegations circulated across Discord servers, TikTok, Reddit, and other platforms. Some claimed they knew details about David's connection to Celeste long before the case became public. Most of these claims remain unverified, but they added fuel to an already growing discussion as researchers and internet sleuths continued digging. Through old accounts, timelines, and archived posts, many became focused on one particular question: how far back did this connection actually go? Based on digital records and timelines discussed online, some believe the answer may stretch back to late 2021 or early 2022. a period that would soon become a major focus of the investigation. As investigators dug deeper into the timeline, they eventually landed on a date that would become a major turning point in the case. According to the court briefing, detectives determined that David and Celeste first met in January 2022. That finding lined up with many of the timelines that had been circulating online for months. But what investigators uncovered next was far more significant. According to the filing, the relationship between the two reportedly became more serious in late 2023. Then just a few months later, Celeste was reported missing. And that's when David's name first appeared on law enforcement's radar. When authorities examined Celeste's phone records during the February 2024 investigation, they reportedly discovered that David's number was among the last contacts she had communicated with. Naturally, investigators wanted answers, so they called him, and surprisingly, he picked up. According to court records, David told investigators that he was unaware Celeste had been reported missing. He also claimed he hadn't spoken to her recently and suggested that his connection to her was limited, but that wasn't the end of it. Authorities later visited David's residence as part of a follow-up welfare check. During that visit, he reportedly repeated that he had only met Celeste in person once. Then something happened that immediately stood out to investigators. According to the court documents, David showed officers a yearbook photo of Celeste that he had saved on his phone. At first glance, that might not seem important, but the detail quickly became one of the most talked about parts of the investigation. People began asking a simple question: why would someone who barely knew her have a yearbook photo saved on their device? There may be explanations that haven't been made public. Investigators haven't fully explained the context, and the significance of the image will likely be debated throughout the case. But for many people following the story, it seemed difficult to reconcile with the idea that their connection was minimal. And as more information came out, those questions only multiplied. By this stage, investigators were no longer trying to determine whether David knew Celeste. That much appeared established. Instead, the focus was shifting towards something much bigger. How close were they really? At the time, authorities apparently didn't believe they had enough evidence to take further action. According to the court briefing, Celeste returned home just 2 days later, bringing that particular missing person investigation to an end. But looking back now, it would turn out to be only the beginning of a much larger story. The third page of the court briefing introduced a detail that, if accurate, paints a much clearer picture of how contact between David and Celeste allegedly continued for so long. According to investigators, after Celeste's parents took away her phone, David allegedly found another way to stay in touch. The court filing claims he traveled to Lake Elsinore and arranged for another individual to provide her with a replacement device so communication could continue. If true, it suggests that efforts to separate the two weren't working, and that's what makes the next part so surprising. As authorities pieced together the timeline, they reportedly found that multiple people may have known at least fragments of what was going on. Not necessarily the full story, but enough to recognize that David and Celeste remained in contact despite repeated concerns from family members. Looking back, it's hard not to wonder how the situation continued for so long without drawing more attention. But hindsight always makes warning signs easier to spot. At the time, different people only appeared to have pieces of the puzzle. No one seemed to have the entire picture. According to the briefing, attempts by Celeste's family to stop the situation ultimately failed to produce a lasting result. Investigators claim that roughly 2 months later, contact between the two resumed again, extending a timeline that was already becoming increasingly concerning. Then another layer of the story emerged. As public interest in the case exploded, old posts, comments, and discussions from social media began resurfacing. Among them was a Reddit user who claimed to have local knowledge of the situation and wrote, "I live in Lake Elsinore and know people who were friends with Celeste. From what I've heard, the family knew she had a boyfriend and also how old he was. She wasn't really missing, just kept running away from home. The family, of course, had to report it, though." It's important to stress that claims like this are unverified and should not be treated as established facts. Still, comments like these gained traction because they seem to offer a possible explanation for why the timeline appeared so confusing. Instead of one single disappearance, investigators now appeared to be dealing with a situation that unfolded over months, involving repeated contact, multiple reports, and a growing number of people who may have seen parts of what was happening without fully understanding where it would eventually lead. And as the timeline continued to come together, one thing became increasingly clear. This case was far more complicated than it first appeared. As more evidence surfaced, another problem began emerging for David. Several of his past statements were now being compared against footage that had been publicly available for months. One of the most widely shared examples came from a Twitter user named Dirk, who compiled clips that allegedly showed David and Celeste together during live streams in January 2024, just weeks before she was first reported missing. And according to people who reviewed the footage, these weren't brief appearances in the background. Celeste was reportedly visible on multiple streams and actively participating in conversations. The clips quickly spread online as viewers began comparing them to statements David had allegedly made about how often he had seen her in person. That's when even more people started paying attention. For many observers, the footage seemed to challenge parts of the timeline that had previously been accepted. Others argued that short clips rarely provide the full context of a situation. But regardless of where people stood, the streams became a major topic of discussion. And the more people looked, the more questions they had. Because if these appearances were happening publicly, how many people had actually seen them at the time? Looking back, that's one of the most unsettling aspects of the entire story. Much of what investigators would later focus on wasn't allegedly happening in complete secrecy. Pieces of it were visible online, scattered across streams, posts, and communities that thousands of people had access to. But the timeline didn't stop there. According to court documents, investigators believe Celeste wasn't only spending time at David's residence during parts of 2024. They also allege that she accompanied him on trips to multiple locations, including Las Vegas, Texas, and even the United Kingdom. That revelation immediately raised another round of questions. How did those trips happen? Who knew about them? And how much of the situation was visible to people around David at the time? Then another unusual detail surfaced. Reports indicate that a passport connected to Celeste was later found by a maintenance worker in a remote area roughly 100 miles from David's residence. The circumstances surrounding how it ended up there remain unclear, but the discovery became yet another piece of the puzzle investigators were trying to put together. And then came the messages. According to the court briefing, authorities recovered text conversations between David and Celeste discussing major relationship-related topics and future plans. Those exchanges became another key part of the prosecution's timeline and offered investigators a closer look at the nature of their communication. At the same time, social media became flooded with rumors, theories, and speculation. Some of those claims attracted enormous attention before later being challenged or disproven. Others remain the subject of ongoing debate, but by this point, one thing was undeniable. What had started as a missing person case had evolved into a sprawling investigation involving digital records, travel histories, public live streams, recovered evidence, and years of online activity. And with every new detail that emerged, the timeline only seemed to grow more complicated. By late 2024, investigators say the relationship between David and Celeste had become increasingly unstable. According to court records, the two reportedly went through a brief breakup in November 2024, but communication allegedly continued afterward. While most of their private disagreements have not been made public, prosecutors highlighted one message they believe reveals where things stood at the time. In that message, Celeste reportedly wrote, "All we do is have sex and just hang out, man. I want more than that for myself." It's a short message, but one that quickly became a major focus of the case. To prosecutors, it suggested growing frustration and a relationship that was beginning to fall apart. Whatever was happening behind the scenes, the message paints a picture of two people who no longer seem to be on the same page. And according to investigators, things only got worse from there. Court filings describe a major argument on April 22nd. Prosecutors claimed the dispute centered around David's interactions with other women and eventually escalated into a much larger confrontation. Then came a turning point. According to the prosecution, Celeste threatened to reveal details about their relationship publicly. If true, that possibility could have created enormous pressure. At the time, David's debut album was reportedly just days away from release. Business opportunities were lining up. His career appeared to be gaining momentum. Prosecutors argue that these circumstances are important because they help explain what they believe happened next. But that's where the timeline takes a dramatic turn. According to investigators, activity from Celeste's phone suddenly stopped on April 23rd. Authorities say David had arranged transportation for her from Lake Elsinore to his residence that evening. Records cited in the court briefing reportedly show the ride arriving at approximately 10:10 p.m. Then the timeline goes quiet. Roughly 20 minutes later, David allegedly sent messages asking where she was. No response ever came. Prosecutors believe those messages were sent intentionally to create the impression that she never arrived. In their view, the texts were part of an effort to establish distance between himself and whatever happened afterward. The defense is expected to challenge that interpretation, but regardless of which side is correct, those messages have become one of the most heavily scrutinized pieces of evidence in the case, and what happened next sits at the center of the entire investigation. According to prosecutors, the events that unfolded that night ultimately led to Celeste no longer being heard from again. Authorities further allege that efforts were later made to dispose of personal belongings and conceal evidence connected to the case. Those allegations also caused people to revisit David's online activity. One older TikTok video suddenly attracted renewed attention. In the clip, David can reportedly be seen wearing latex gloves while cleaning his shoes late at night. When it was first posted, nobody thought much of it. After the arrest, however, thousands of people began looking at it very differently. Whether the video has any real significance remains unclear, but like so many other details in this case, it became another piece of a timeline that investigators say tells a much larger story. According to prosecutors, the hours that followed became a critical part of their case. Investigators allege that after the events of that night, David began making calls and sending messages to Celeste. Actions they believe were designed to create the appearance that he was trying to contact her. In the prosecution's view, these communications were not genuine attempts to locate her, but part of a larger effort to shape the timeline. Whether that argument ultimately holds up in court remains to be seen, but that's only the beginning. Authorities claim that in the days that followed, David purchased a number of items that immediately caught investigators' attention. Court documents reference purchases including tools, storage materials, and other equipment that prosecutors believe are connected to their reconstruction of events. Even more notable, investigators allege that some of these purchases were made under a different name. That detail alone raised a lot of eyebrows. Prosecutors argue that the buying pattern reflects planning and an effort to avoid scrutiny. The defense, meanwhile, is expected to challenge both the significance of those purchases and the conclusions investigators have drawn from them. Then another issue emerged. According to court filings, investigators believe physical evidence recovered during the search of David's property connects several parts of their timeline together. Prosecutors argue that these findings support their theory that attempts were made to conceal what happened, and if true, they say those efforts were far from successful. One reason for that is the sheer amount of evidence investigators claim to have collected. Rather than relying on a single piece of proof, prosecutors appear to be building their case from multiple sources at once, including digital records, purchase histories, forensic findings, surveillance footage, and witness accounts. That's what makes this case so unusual. It's not one dramatic piece of evidence attracting attention. It's the way so many separate details allegedly connect to one another. Around the same time, internet users also began revisiting David's public appearances after the period investigators were focused on. One live stream in particular started circulating online after viewers noticed David apologizing for an unpleasant odor in the background. At the time, it seemed like a meaningless comment. After details from the investigation became public, however, people began examining the clip much more closely. No direct connection has been publicly established, but it quickly became another example of old content being reanalyzed through the lens of new information. By this point, the story had moved well beyond online speculation. Investigators now claim to have a timeline, digital evidence, physical evidence, witness testimony, and financial records that they believe support their version of events. And with every new document that became public, the case only appeared to grow stronger. One of the strangest parts of the prosecution's timeline is what investigators claim didn't happen afterward. According to authorities, the vehicle connected to the case was never permanently disposed of. It wasn't hidden far away. It wasn't destroyed. Instead, investigators say it was simply left behind until it was eventually discovered. That alone raised serious questions. But when law enforcement searched David's residence in September 2025, they allegedly found even more evidence that prosecutors believe supports their case. According to court filings, investigators recovered an inflatable pool that they claim is connected to their reconstruction of events. They also reported finding biological evidence in parts of the garage that tested positive for blood, and that's where things escalated quickly. Because prosecutors weren't just looking at physical evidence anymore, they were also examining David's digital footprint. Authorities reportedly searched cloud storage accounts, electronic devices, and other digital platforms linked to him. According to prosecutors, that search uncovered a massive amount of material, including private communications, photographs, videos, and other files they believe are relevant to the investigation. The sheer scale of it was staggering. Prosecutors have reportedly stated that they possess roughly 40 terabytes of data connected to the case. To put that into perspective, that's an enormous amount of information for investigators to review, organize, and present in court. And buried somewhere inside that mountain of data may be some of the prosecution's most important evidence. Court records also reference the discovery of illegal material involving young individuals. Public reporting has not fully clarified the scope of those allegations, and many details remain unavailable to the public. However, investigators argue that the digital evidence provides critical context for understanding the broader timeline they have presented. By this point, the case had expanded far beyond the discovery of a vehicle. Then another major document became public. Around the same time David's arrest was announced, details from Celeste's autopsy report also began circulating. According to the medical findings, investigators identified two major injuries that ultimately caused her to no longer survive the incident. The report also noted the presence of ethanol in tissue samples, a detail that immediately generated discussion online. But forensic experts urged caution. The presence of ethanol does not automatically mean alcohol was involved before the must-see incident occurred. In cases involving advanced decomposition, ethanol can sometimes form naturally through biological processes after a person is no longer alive. One of those processes is known as post-mortem microbial fermentation, where naturally occurring bacteria break down sugars in the body and produce ethanol as a byproduct. It may sound like a small detail, but in a case where every piece of evidence is being closely examined, even findings like these can have a major impact on how investigators, and eventually a jury, interpret the timeline. As investigators continued reviewing the forensic evidence, another unusual detail stood out. According to reports, 2 fingers were missing from the recovered remains. However, another finger bearing a matching swoosh tattoo, similar to one associated with David, was reportedly still present. That immediately raised questions. If certain identifying features were allegedly removed, why leave behind another tattoo that could potentially draw attention? Was it intentional? Was it an oversight? Or was there another explanation entirely? At this point, nobody knows for sure. But like so many other parts of this case, the detail only added to a growing list of unanswered questions. Then investigators turned their attention to the toxicology report. As mentioned earlier, ethanol was detected in the samples that were tested. However, forensic experts noted that decomposition-related processes could potentially explain its presence. Beyond that, most substances screened during testing were marked ND, meaning not detected. A few entries, however, stood out. Several categories were labeled PP, short for presumptive positive, and that's where things get a little more complicated. A presumptive positive result does not confirm that a specific substance was present. Instead, it means additional testing is required before experts can determine exactly what, if anything, was detected and in what quantity. Among the entries that reportedly returned presumptive positive results were categories associated with benzodiazepines, methamphetamine, and MDMA. Naturally, those findings attracted attention, but it's important to remember that these results are preliminary and not definitive conclusions. Until follow-up testing is completed and analyzed, investigators cannot say with certainty what those results mean. For now, the toxicology findings remain another piece of evidence still being examined, and in a case already filled with complex timelines, digital records, and forensic analysis, they add yet another layer of uncertainty to a story that continues to raise more questions than answers. The toxicology results may still require further analysis, but one thing is already clear: the charges against David are extremely serious. According to prosecutors, this isn't a case built around a single allegation. Instead, they have assembled a broad timeline supported by digital evidence, forensic findings, witness statements, travel records, and communications collected over several years. And based on that timeline, they've filed some of the most severe charges available under California law. Prosecutors allege that the incident was planned in advance. They also argue that financial interests may have played a role and claim that certain actions were taken to prevent information from becoming public. In addition to the homicide-related charges, authorities have also filed charges related to the handling and concealment of human remains. If those allegations are ultimately proven in court, the consequences could be enormous. David has pleaded not guilty, and like every defendant, he is presumed innocent unless proven guilty. But if prosecutors successfully establish their case, he could face penalties that keep him incarcerated for the rest of his life. And that's why investigators appear to have spent so much time building this case. When the story first exploded online, many people questioned why an arrest hadn't happened sooner. Some even accused authorities of moving too slowly. But as more court documents became public, it became clear that investigators weren't working with a simple timeline. They were piecing together years of digital records, travel histories, communications, witness accounts, forensic evidence, and financial information. Cases like this aren't built overnight. Every timeline has to be verified. Every claim has to be supported. Every piece of evidence has to withstand scrutiny in court. And that's especially important when the stakes are this high. Now that charges have officially been filed, the focus is no longer on whether investigators have enough evidence to make an arrest. The focus has shifted to something much bigger. Can prosecutors prove their entire case in front of a jury? Because once the trial begins, that's the question that will matter more than any headline, rumor, or theory circulating online. At this point, nobody knows exactly how the trial will unfold. High-profile cases can be unpredictable, and even when the evidence appears overwhelming, unexpected developments can change everything. Still, based on what's been made public so far, prosecutors seem confident in the case they've built. But shortly after David's arrest, another figure entered the story. A few days after the charges became public, YouTuber Jadion interviewed private investigator Steve Fisher, who had spent months looking into various aspects of the case. Interestingly, Fisher's involvement wasn't planned from the start. According to him, he initially became interested after hearing reports that human remains had been discovered inside an abandoned vehicle. At first, he believed it might be connected to a completely different investigation he was already working on, but as he started digging, he found himself pulled into something much bigger. During that process, Fisher says he was contacted by the owner of the property where David had been staying. According to Fisher, the owner was trying to understand what was happening and had very little direct interaction with David himself. That led to another unexpected discovery. Fisher claimed that most communication regarding the property allegedly went through members of David's management team rather than David directly. He also stated that lease documents listed a different individual as the intended occupant of the residence. Whether that detail ultimately matters remains unclear, but it immediately sparked questions about who around David knew what was going on behind the scenes. And then Fisher made another claim that attracted attention. According to him, someone familiar with the situation had allegedly contacted David's management before the case became public. The message reportedly warned that concerns were already circulating about David's connection to Celeste's disappearance. The email allegedly read, "There's been talk that the artist David possibly has something to do with the disappearance of 13-year-old Celeste Rivas." If true, that would mean warnings about the situation may have reached people in David's professional circle long before the arrest ever happened, and that raises a difficult question. How many red flags appeared before anyone realized how serious the situation allegedly was? The message reportedly ended with a direct plea. If that statement holds any merit, please do the right thing and take her home. Her parents are very worried. According to Steve Fisher, that email didn't just disappear into someone's inbox. He claims it was eventually forwarded directly to David, meaning multiple people may have seen the warning before the case ever became public. Now, simply reading an email doesn't prove anyone believed it. People receive accusations, rumors, and tips all the time, but the claim raises a much bigger question. How many similar warnings were being passed around behind the scenes? Were there other emails, other messages, other people raising concerns that never made it beyond private conversations? At this stage, there are no clear answers, but if Fisher is correct, concerns about David's connection to Celeste may have been reaching people in his orbit long before the arrest, and that's what makes the next part so interesting. According to Fisher, the owner of the property where David had been staying struggled to get information about what was happening and eventually turned to him for help. What started as an attempt to understand a confusing situation reportedly led to the discovery of allegations far more serious than anyone initially expected. Then Fisher challenged another part of the public narrative. When news of the case first broke, several reports suggested David was cooperating with investigators. According to Fisher, that wasn't what he observed. He claims David largely avoided dealing with the situation for as long as possible and only came under increasing pressure once major parts of his professional career began falling apart, including the cancellation of his tour. Whether that characterization is accurate will likely be debated as the case moves forward. But then came Fisher's most controversial claim. According to him, while Celeste was still alive, another individual may also have been involved in a relationship with David that later raised concerns among investigators. Public details surrounding that allegation remain limited, and it has not been proven in court. Still, the claim attracted significant attention because it suggested the investigation could potentially extend beyond what is already publicly known. And if there's one theme that keeps appearing throughout this story, it's that every time it seems the timeline is finally complete, another question emerges. Because even after the arrests, court filings, digital evidence, and witness statements, investigators may still be working to determine whether the full scope of what happened has actually been uncovered. And that possibility continues to keep people watching this case very closely. Looking back at the allegations, one question keeps coming up. If investigators are correct, how long could this have continued if the case had never come to light? It's impossible to know. But many people following the story believe the outcome could have been very different if authorities hadn't eventually uncovered the evidence that brought everything into the open. By this stage, the investigation no longer appeared focused solely on David. Instead, attention was beginning to shift toward the people around him. Investigators seemed increasingly interested in whether others may have had information that could help explain key parts of the timeline, not necessarily direct involvement, but knowledge, observations, conversations, or details that might shed light on what was happening behind the scenes. And that's where the story starts expanding. During his interview, Steve Fisher was asked about individuals within David's circle and whether anyone else may have been aware of aspects of the situation. Fisher shared his personal views, but it's important to note that these are claims and opinions, not facts that have been established in court. Among the names discussed were streamer Neo Langston and influencer Asia Collins, both of whom had previously appeared in conversations surrounding David's online presence. Public reports later indicated that Neo Langston was arrested after allegedly failing to appear as a witness connected to the case. Meanwhile, Asia Collins became a frequent topic of online discussion due to her proximity to David's content and social circle. That immediately sparked speculation. But speculation isn't evidence. Simply knowing someone does not mean they were aware of wrongdoing. And there is currently no public proof showing that individuals close to David had prior knowledge of criminal activity. Still, Fisher believes some people may have known more than they have publicly acknowledged. Then he took things a step further. According to Fisher, investigators may eventually uncover evidence suggesting another person assisted David after the alleged incident, particularly in efforts related to moving items or concealing evidence. This theory has been circulating almost since the beginning of the case. Many people have questioned whether a single individual could realistically carry out everything described in the prosecution's timeline without help. For now, however, that's all it is, a theory. No court filing has publicly confirmed the existence of an accomplice, and investigators have not announced charges against anyone else directly tied to those allegations. But if the case proceeds to trial, that question may finally get an answer, because beyond David himself, the possibility of additional people playing a role remains one of the biggest unanswered mysteries in the entire investigation. As if the case wasn't already disturbing enough, Steve Fisher made another claim that added a completely new dimension to the discussion. According to Fisher, messages recovered during the investigation allegedly suggest that the handling of Celeste's remains may not have been solely about concealing evidence. He believes investigators are examining whether it reflected a broader fascination that appeared elsewhere in David's behavior and creative work. If that's true, it would change how some people view the prosecution's timeline. After all, authorities allege that the remains were never permanently hidden and that the vehicle connected to the case was ultimately abandoned rather than carefully disposed of. To many observers, those actions seem difficult to reconcile with a calculated effort to avoid detection, and that's what makes the next detail so striking. Following David's arrest, people began revisiting years of music videos, promotional material, and public content. Some pointed to recurring themes and imagery that appeared repeatedly throughout his work. Others argued that people were simply looking for connections after the fact. Either way, old content that once attracted little attention was suddenly being viewed through a completely different lens. Then came another allegation. According to Fisher, investigators may also be looking into financial transactions involving people connected to David's circle. He suggested that if authorities can establish that money was exchanged in connection with withholding information or assisting after the fact, additional charges could potentially follow. For now, however, those claims remain unproven. Interestingly, the theory isn't entirely new. Long before the arrest, rumors circulated online about a photograph allegedly showing David meeting with several individuals in a parking lot less than a mile from Celeste's residence. The context behind that image was never fully established, but after the case became public, many people revisited it as yet another possible piece of a much larger puzzle. And if investigators are right, there may still be parts of that puzzle that haven't been revealed yet. If investigators eventually uncover evidence that money changed hands in exchange for silence or assistance, it could answer one of the biggest questions surrounding this entire case. How did so many people allegedly know pieces of the story, yet no one was able to stop what was happening? For now, that's still an open question, but not everyone stayed silent. One person who has spoken publicly is Celeste's brother, Matthew. In a statement shared online, he described his own attempts to raise concerns long before the case gained national attention. He wrote, "I met David once in person. I knew about him taking Celeste and went to the police about it, but lack of evidence, so it was waved off. Even then, they don't do anything. They haven't even done anything towards him. She was always saying that he was waiting until she was 18 to get married and stuff like that. My sister wouldn't say anything, ever. Please send me more if you know. I never knew about the Discord server. I wish I would have known. I could have used this. I don't even have Discord." If Matthew's account is accurate, it suggests concerns may have been reported long before investigators assembled the evidence that eventually led to charges. And that's one of the most frustrating aspects of the timeline. Looking back, there appear to have been moments where people were worried, questions were being asked, and concerns were being raised. But without enough evidence, those concerns seemingly went nowhere. Then another possibility emerged. According to Steve Fisher, the legal situation may eventually extend beyond the charges currently filed. He believes federal authorities could potentially examine digital evidence recovered during the investigation and determine whether additional offenses apply. At this stage, however, no conclusions should be drawn. Those decisions would ultimately depend on what investigators can prove and whether prosecutors choose to pursue further action. Fisher also expressed concern about another individual who has reportedly been mentioned during parts of the investigation. According to him, communication between authorities and that person has been limited so far. Whether that changes remains unclear, but as the case continues moving forward, investigators may still uncover information that expands the scope of an already massive investigation. And if the last few months have shown anything, it's that nearly every time new evidence emerges, the story becomes even bigger than people originally thought. As of now, the case is still in its early stages. David has pleaded not guilty, and according to public statements, his legal team intends to fight the allegations rather than pursue a deal. What happens next is anyone's guess. High-profile cases have a way of taking unexpected turns, and until the evidence is fully tested in court, nothing is guaranteed. But one thing is clear: prosecutors appear determined to build the strongest case possible. Some people have questioned why authorities continue examining potential additional charges, but in complex cases like this, every charge serves a purpose. Evidence can be challenged, arguments can be disputed, entire sections of a case can hinge on technical details. That's why investigators often pursue every avenue they believe the evidence supports. And looking at the timeline that's been presented so far, it's not difficult to see why. For many people following the story, one of the most surprising aspects is how long it allegedly took for everything to catch up with David. As more documents became public, a recurring question emerged. How was all of this able to continue for so long? The answer may ultimately come down to just how complicated the investigation became. Authorities weren't dealing with a single event. They were piecing together years of messages, travel records, online activity, witness statements, digital evidence, and forensic findings. That takes time. And while some critics argued the process moved too slowly, investigators appear to have spent those months building a timeline designed to withstand scrutiny once it reached a courtroom. For now, David remains in custody while the legal process moves forward. But beyond the charges and court filings, another aspect of this story stands out. Before his arrest, David had become remarkably well connected within the online entertainment world. Unlike artists who rise through traditional music scenes, David built his audience almost entirely through the internet. His music spread across social media platforms, gaming communities, and streaming audiences, allowing him to grow rapidly without following the usual path to success. As his popularity increased, so did his connections. Over the years, he collaborated with a number of recognizable creators and online personalities, expanding his reach far beyond his own fan base. And that's what makes the story even more surprising. For years, David wasn't operating in the shadows. He was building a public career in front of millions of people. David's influence extended far beyond his own music. Over the years, he appeared in content alongside major online personalities and streamers, including Pokimane and Jason. There is no indication that these creators were aware of the allegations that would later surface, and at the time, the collaborations seemed completely ordinary. That's what makes them so unsettling to revisit today. Watching those videos now, David comes across as surprisingly normal. There's nothing that immediately stands out. He jokes around, interacts with other creators, and presents himself like any other rising artist building a career online. And that's the part many people still struggle to process. According to prosecutors, while David was growing his audience, making industry connections, and reaching millions of viewers, a very different story was allegedly unfolding behind the scenes. Now the focus shifts to the courtroom. The trial will ultimately determine which allegations can be proven and which cannot. For Celeste's family, the hope is that the proceedings provide long-awaited answers. And for everyone who has followed this case from the beginning, the trial may finally reveal just how much of the story is still unknown. Because despite everything that's already come to light, the biggest questions may still be waiting to be answered.
Today, I am announcing the charges against David Anthony Burke, the musician known as David, spelled D4vd, in connection with the brutal and horrific murder of Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time. These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring, that is, first-degree murder with special circumstances.
The David case continues to move forward, but many believe some of the biggest developments are happening behind the scenes. Following the latest court hearing, attention has already shifted to the next stage of the proceedings. At the same time, several details that faded from public discussion are beginning to resurface, raising fresh questions about how the investigation and its aftermath have been handled.
There's now an investigation into employees who worked at the medical examiner's office who might have leaked information, gruesome information about.
And this is where the story takes another unexpected turn. Over the past several months, countless reports and online discussions have focused on the condition of Celeste after investigators made their discovery. Different claims circulated publicly, some later challenged, while others remained the subject of ongoing debate. As additional information entered the public record, certain details that were once dismissed appeared to align more closely with official findings. That changing timeline has become one of the most closely examined parts of the case, but the focus extends far beyond those discussions. At the center of this case is the search for accountability and answers regarding what happened to Celeste.
The remains of the 14-year-old girl, Celeste, who was found in a car registered to David. That internal investigation is now underway.
Public debate over early reports has often overshadowed that larger issue. For many following the case, the priority remains seeing the legal process move forward fairly, with the facts established through the courts rather than through speculation. That is the outcome many continue to wait for.
I believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day.
And now another major development is drawing attention. According to recent reports, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office is facing an internal review connected to information that was reportedly shared publicly during the investigation. Questions have emerged about how certain details became public and whether established procedures were properly followed. While the review is still ongoing and its conclusions have not been announced, it has introduced another layer to a case that continues to raise difficult questions with every new development.
The preliminary hearing, which is expected to take several days, will determine whether David Anthony Burke will stand trial.
If you'd like, I can also make future chunks match the exact pacing and style of your previous script even more closely, so the entire video feels like it was written as one seamless documentary narration. According to recent reports, investigators are now examining whether individuals with authorized access to records at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office may have improperly viewed or shared confidential case information.
Beth, how's the family holding up?
Doing as well as possible. Thanks for asking.
The review is focused on how sensitive details may have reached the media before they were officially released. If confirmed, it could raise serious questions about how information connected to the investigation was handled behind the scenes. That possibility has reignited discussion about the accuracy of some of the earliest media reports. Throughout the investigation, a number of details circulated publicly long before official confirmation was available.
What will happen to some of this evidence that is now under scrutiny?
While some later appeared to align with information released through legal proceedings, other claims did not. As a result, many people have become increasingly cautious about separating verified facts from early speculation. But this case has always been about something much bigger. Beyond the headlines, many believe the most important goal is ensuring the legal process unfolds fairly while keeping the public informed through reliable information. At the same time, the broader conversation has expanded beyond this single investigation, with growing attention on online safety and the risks that can exist across digital platforms.
Run, or you try to resist, you will get hit with my lethal and get hurt. I got you.
Many experts continue to emphasize the importance of awareness and responsible reporting, while also avoiding the spread of unverified claims during an active legal process, and this is where the latest development becomes especially significant. Reports indicate that employees at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office are being interviewed as part of an internal investigation into whether confidential case files were accessed without proper authorization.
The LAPD had been looking into 21-year-old David for some time now. He was identified as a suspect in
of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
According to public reporting, the review follows media coverage that included sensitive details connected to Celeste's case before those details were formally addressed through court proceedings. The investigation remains ongoing, and officials have not yet announced any final conclusions. Even so, the outcome could provide important answers about how confidential information was handled throughout one of the most closely watched cases in recent memory.
David has only been detained under suspicion. We will vigorously defend David's innocence.
The reported internal review appears to be far more extensive than many initially expected. According to NBC4, more than a dozen employees at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office, including investigators and administrative staff, have reportedly been instructed to answer questions about whether confidential investigative records were accessed without proper authorization. The review follows media reports that contained sensitive details related to Celeste's case before the official autopsy findings were publicly released. And if those reports are accurate, it could mark a significant development in the investigation surrounding the handling of confidential information. According to public reporting, the case itself may have prompted the inquiry being conducted by the Los Angeles County Department of Human Resources. Reports also indicate that employees have recently been notified they must participate in recorded interviews as part of the review. While the investigation is still ongoing, its scope suggests officials are taking the matter seriously. But this is where new questions begin to emerge. Who, if anyone, was responsible for the reported leaks? Could the investigation result in disciplinary action or reveal weaknesses in how confidential records were protected? For now, those questions remain unanswered. The findings have not been released publicly, and officials have not indicated when the review may be completed. Until then, much of the discussion remains based on publicly reported information rather than confirmed conclusions. The medical examiner's office has stated that it does not comment on active investigations. At the same time, the reported release of sensitive information before official publication has continued to attract attention. Whether the internal review ultimately identifies any unauthorized access or procedural failures remains to be seen. But one thing is becoming increasingly clear. The outcome of this investigation could answer important questions about how confidential information was handled behind the scenes, adding yet another layer to a case that continues to evolve. According to public reporting, investigators requested that the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's records remain sealed after Celeste's remains were discovered inside a vehicle reportedly linked to David. The decision immediately attracted significant attention, as many questioned why those records would be kept from public view while the investigation was still underway. Although officials have not provided a detailed public explanation, the decision has remained one of the most discussed aspects of the case. That lack of clarity has fueled considerable speculation. Some observers have suggested investigators may have wanted to protect sensitive details while the investigation was still developing, ensuring that information was not released prematurely. Others believe limiting public access could have helped preserve the integrity of the investigation during a critical stage. However, those theories remain unconfirmed, and authorities have not publicly explained the reasoning behind the decision. But this is where the timeline could become even more revealing. Attention is now shifting toward evidence that has not yet been fully presented in court. According to previous court proceedings, investigators reportedly obtained court-authorized recordings as part of the broader investigation. While the contents of those recordings have not been released publicly, many legal observers believe they could eventually provide important context about the events leading up to David's arrest. Until that information is presented through the legal process, however, any conclusions remain speculative. The same is true for other evidence that has yet to become public. Future court proceedings could also reveal additional details about witness testimony, grand jury proceedings, and other investigative records that have remained largely out of public view. Whether those materials ultimately answer long-standing questions or introduce entirely new ones remains to be seen. For now, one thing is becoming increasingly clear. As the legal process continues, many people are looking for greater transparency about how key decisions were made during the investigation. With additional hearings approaching, the next stage of the case could provide the clearest picture yet of what investigators uncovered behind the scenes and why certain information remained confidential for so long. One of the biggest unanswered questions in this case involves the decision to keep the medical examiner's records sealed during the early stages of the investigation. According to public reporting, that request was considered unusual, prompting many to ask why investigators believed restricting access to those records was necessary. To this day, officials have not provided a detailed public explanation, leaving room for continued discussion about the reasoning behind the decision. Reports indicate the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office initially declined the LAPD's request to withhold the records, reportedly concluding there was not sufficient legal authority to keep the information from public release. However, the situation changed when investigators later obtained a court order that placed the case file under seal. From that point forward, access to the records became significantly more restricted while the investigation continued. But this is where the story takes another turn. While opinions differ on whether sealing the records was the right decision, the reported internal investigation is centered on a separate issue entirely. According to public reporting, the focus is not on the court order itself, but on whether confidential files were accessed or shared without proper authorization while those restrictions were in place. If that occurred, it would raise important questions about how sensitive information was handled during one of the region's most closely watched investigations. As the review continues, several organizations representing medical examiner employees have acknowledged the ongoing inquiry while emphasizing that the process should be allowed to proceed without premature conclusions. According to reports, the Los Angeles County Professional Peace Officers Association confirmed that some employees received notifications related to the investigation but declined to comment further because it involves an active personnel matter. Another union representing administrative staff also stated that it could not discuss the specifics of the inquiry. Both organizations have stressed the importance of allowing investigators to complete their work through the appropriate process before any conclusions are reached. That cautious approach reflects the fact that at this stage, no final findings have been announced and the investigation remains ongoing. And that's why this development continues to attract so much attention. The outcome of the internal review could ultimately answer one of the case's lingering questions: how confidential information reached the public before official records became available. Until investigators release their findings, however, much of the discussion remains based on publicly reported information. For now, the review represents another important chapter in a case that continues to evolve with each new development. As the internal investigation continues, officials have become increasingly cautious about discussing the situation publicly. Several organizations connected to the case have declined to comment in detail, explaining that active personnel investigations are generally handled confidentially until they are complete. That response has only added to the public interest surrounding the review and what investigators may ultimately uncover. One organization representing medical examiner employees emphasized its commitment to protecting the privacy of individuals and handling sensitive information responsibly. In a public statement, the union said it remains firmly committed to safeguarding privacy and noted that many of its members work in healthcare settings where confidentiality is a fundamental responsibility. Those comments highlight just how seriously officials are treating the allegations surrounding the reported leaks. But this is where the situation becomes more complicated. Many people have questioned whether keeping certain records sealed during the investigation was the right decision. At the same time, others argue that once a court issues an order restricting access to confidential information, those procedures must be followed regardless of personal opinions. Those are two separate issues, and according to public reporting, the current inquiry is focused on whether established rules governing access to sensitive records were properly followed. At the same time, the criminal case itself continues to move through the legal system. According to court records, David faces multiple charges connected to the investigation, along with several special circumstance allegations presented by prosecutors. He has pleaded not guilty, and his legal team has stated that they intend to challenge the allegations as the case proceeds through court. As with any ongoing legal matter, those allegations remain subject to the judicial process and have not been proven in court. Another detail has also attracted attention. According to reports, the Los Angeles County Department of Human Resources has not provided additional public comment on the internal review, while officials have indicated that personnel investigations are typically kept confidential until they are concluded. That means many of the key questions surrounding the reported leaks are likely to remain unanswered until the inquiry is complete. For now, the discussion continues to center on two separate issues: the decision to keep certain records confidential during the investigation and the allegations that confidential information may have been accessed or shared without authorization. Whether the internal review ultimately identifies any procedural violations remains unknown, but as both investigations continue to unfold, many believe the findings could provide a clearer understanding of how sensitive information was managed throughout this highly watched case. The reported internal investigation has sparked a wide range of reactions, with many debating where accountability should ultimately fall. Some believe the review should focus solely on how confidential records were accessed, while others have questioned the decisions made during the investigation itself. Those discussions continue across public forums, but officials have not indicated that any conclusions have been reached. One of the biggest unanswered questions remains why investigators requested that certain medical examiner records stay sealed during the early stages of the case. While authorities have not publicly explained the full reasoning behind that decision, some observers have suggested it may have been intended to protect the integrity of the investigation or prevent sensitive information from affecting its progress. Those explanations, however, remain unconfirmed until officials provide further clarification. But this is where the situation becomes even more significant. Legal experts often note that the handling of evidence can become an important issue during court proceedings. If questions arise about how confidential information was managed or whether proper procedures were followed, those issues could become part of the broader legal discussion. That does not determine the outcome of the case, but it illustrates why investigative procedures are closely examined in high-profile prosecutions. At the same time, it is important to separate the internal review from the criminal case itself. The reported investigation into confidential records focuses on administrative procedures and does not change the fact that the allegations against David will ultimately be evaluated through the court process. He has pleaded not guilty, and the legal proceedings will determine how the evidence is assessed. As additional reporting continues to emerge, attention remains fixed on what investigators may reveal next. The internal review is still ongoing, and many key questions remain unanswered. Whether it results in procedural changes, disciplinary action, or simply greater transparency has yet to be determined. For now, it represents another important development in a case where every new detail continues to attract close public attention. Much of the latest reporting repeats details that have already entered the public record. The reported leak of sensitive information, the early media coverage, and the court order sealing certain medical examiner records have all been widely discussed. But as those facts become more familiar, attention is beginning to shift toward another question. How did some early reports include details that were later disputed or never officially confirmed? That question has sparked a wave of public discussion. Some observers have pointed out that several widely circulated claims made during the early stages of the investigation did not ultimately align with information later released through court proceedings. As a result, many are now asking whether inaccurate information may have originated from misunderstandings, unreliable sources, or something else entirely. At this stage, there is no public evidence confirming how those discrepancies occurred, but this is where the conversation becomes even more interesting. One theory circulating online suggests investigators may have intentionally introduced incorrect details into limited channels as a way of identifying the source of potential leaks. According to this speculation, if inaccurate information later appeared in media reports, it could help investigators determine who had improperly shared confidential records. However, there is no public evidence confirming that such a strategy was ever used, and the theory remains entirely unverified. If that were ever confirmed, it could explain why some early reports contained a mixture of information that appeared accurate alongside claims that were later challenged. Even so, there is currently no official indication that investigators employed this approach, and public authorities have not commented on those online theories. For now, the internal investigation remains focused on determining whether confidential information was accessed or shared without authorization. Until officials release their findings, the source of the reported leaks and the reason some early claims conflicted with later information remains uncertain. As with many aspects of this case, the answers may not become clear until additional records are made public or investigators formally conclude their review. As the discussion surrounding the reported leaks continues, new theories have emerged about how investigators may have identified the source of confidential information. One idea gaining attention is the concept of a canary trap, a strategy sometimes discussed in security and investigative contexts where different versions of information are shared to help determine where a leak may have originated. However, there is no public evidence confirming that this method was used in this case. The theory has gained traction because several details reported early in the investigation were later challenged or never officially confirmed. While some information ultimately aligned with court filings, other widely circulated claims did not. That has led many observers to question whether the inconsistencies resulted from inaccurate sources, misunderstandings, or something else entirely. For now, the answer remains unknown, but this is where the legal implications become more important. Regardless of how the information reached the public, the handling of confidential records could become a topic of discussion as the case moves forward. Legal proceedings often involve close scrutiny of investigative procedures, particularly in high-profile cases where questions arise about how sensitive information was managed. That does not determine the outcome of the case, but it does explain why the reported internal review has attracted so much attention. Public discussion has also turned toward the legal strategies being used by both sides. Some observers have pointed to the ongoing debate surrounding sealed records and questioned how those issues may influence future court proceedings. At this stage, however, those discussions remain speculative, and it is ultimately up to the court to determine what evidence is admissible and how procedural issues should be addressed. For now, the focus remains on the facts that can be verified. The internal review is still underway, the court process continues to move forward, and many important questions have yet to be answered. As additional hearings take place and more records become public, the role those reported leaks may play in the broader case should become much clearer. As discussion surrounding the case continues, another issue has become a major point of debate. Could questions about investigative procedures ultimately become part of the defense's strategy? According to public discussion, some believe the defense may focus on how evidence was collected, handled, and protected rather than relying solely on the facts of the case itself. In complex legal proceedings, that approach is not unusual, and it often becomes an important part of courtroom arguments. Many observers have pointed out that investigators spent months building their case before making an arrest, leading some to argue that authorities were working to ensure every procedural step was carefully documented. At the time, that timeline drew criticism from some members of the public. Now, however, others suggest those same precautions may prove important if the defense challenges the investigative process during future hearings. But this is where the legal process becomes especially important. Defense attorneys are expected to examine every aspect of a case and challenge any issue they believe could affect the reliability or admissibility of evidence. That responsibility is a fundamental part of the legal system and does not, by itself, reflect the strength or weakness of either side's case. Likewise, prosecutors must demonstrate that the evidence was collected and handled in accordance with legal standards. Ultimately, those questions are for the court to evaluate. The ongoing discussion surrounding the reported leaks has only reinforced why investigative procedures matter. If questions arise about confidential records or evidence management, both sides may address those issues as the case progresses. However, the reported internal review remains separate from the criminal proceedings, and no findings have been announced that would affect the evidence presented in court. For now, much of the public conversation continues to center on how the legal process will unfold in the months ahead. As additional hearings take place and more information becomes available, the court, not public opinion, will determine the significance of any procedural issues raised by either side, and that could become one of the most closely watched aspects of the case moving forward. The reported investigation into the medical examiner's office has also raised questions about how the issue could be addressed in court. According to public discussion, some observers believe the defense may argue that concerns surrounding confidential records deserve closer scrutiny, especially if they believe those issues could affect the credibility of certain procedures. Whether that argument is ultimately raised, and how much weight it carries will be determined by the court. At the same time, others have pointed out what they see as a contradiction. Earlier in the case, debates centered on whether some records should have been made public sooner. Now the discussion has shifted toward whether those same records were protected securely enough while they remained sealed. That change in focus has become another closely watched aspect of the legal process, but this is where expectations about the trial become especially important. Legal analysts often note that high-profile criminal cases rarely move quickly. It is common for both sides to file additional motions, challenge evidence, request hearings, and seek procedural rulings before a trial officially begins. While that can extend the timeline significantly, it is also a standard part of ensuring the court carefully examines every aspect of the case before reaching a final outcome. Despite the lengthy process, many people following the case continue to believe it is important to allow the legal system to run its course rather than draw conclusions before all of the evidence has been presented. Public discussion may continue to evolve, but the final decisions will ultimately be made inside the courtroom, not through online debate. And that's why the coming hearings remain so significant. As new filings are submitted and additional evidence is addressed, both the prosecution and the defense are expected to challenge each other's positions wherever the law allows. Those legal arguments are a normal part of the judicial process, particularly in cases receiving widespread public attention. With several important proceedings still ahead, many believe the next phase of the case could provide a much clearer picture of how both sides intend to present their arguments moving forward. As public discussion continues, many observers have begun debating how the defense may approach the next phase of the case. According to online commentary, some believe the strategy could involve raising as many procedural questions as possible, with the goal of closely examining how the investigation was conducted. Whether that ultimately becomes a major focus remains to be seen, but it is a topic that continues to generate significant attention. Others have suggested that the reported internal review at the medical examiner's office could become part of those legal arguments. Some believe the defense may attempt to question the handling of forensic records or challenge certain investigative procedures if they believe it could benefit their case. However, those views remain speculative, and no court has ruled that the reported inquiry affects the underlying evidence. But this is where an important legal distinction comes into play. Legal analysts often point out that an internal administrative investigation is generally separate from the evidence presented in a criminal case. If procedural concerns arise within a government office, that does not automatically determine whether evidence collected during the investigation is admissible in court. Those questions are evaluated under established legal standards, with judges considering the specific facts and applicable law before making any decisions. At the same time, both sides are expected to challenge every issue they believe could influence the outcome of the case. That is a routine part of the legal process, particularly in high-profile prosecutions where every procedural detail receives close scrutiny. The defense is expected to advocate for its client, while prosecutors must demonstrate that the evidence was gathered and handled appropriately. For now, the reported internal review remains ongoing, and no official findings have been announced. As the case moves closer to future hearings, the court will ultimately determine whether any procedural issues have legal significance. Until then, much of the public discussion remains centered on possibilities rather than confirmed outcomes, and many believe the next stage of the proceedings could provide far more clarity. As more people examined the reported leaks, another debate quickly emerged: how much of the early information was actually accurate? According to public discussion, several of the details that circulated during the early stages of the investigation were later challenged or did not match information that became available through official court proceedings. That has led many to question whether some of the earliest reports were based on incomplete or unreliable sources. Some observers have argued that simply because information appeared in media reports does not necessarily confirm where it originated. At this stage, there has been no public confirmation identifying the source of every claim that circulated during the investigation. As a result, many of the theories surrounding those reports remain speculative, and the ongoing internal review may eventually provide greater clarity about how confidential information was handled. But this is where the timeline becomes especially interesting. Another point receiving attention involves the medical examiner's records and when they became publicly available. According to public reporting, those records remained sealed after investigators requested they be withheld while the investigation was still active. Some observers believe that decision helped preserve the integrity of key investigative steps before David was arrested, while others have questioned whether the records should have been released sooner. That debate continues, with no single explanation satisfying everyone following the case. The discussion has also highlighted an apparent contrast in public arguments surrounding the sealed records. Earlier, much of the debate focused on why the records remained confidential. More recently, attention has shifted toward whether those same records were protected securely enough while under seal. That evolving discussion has become another closely watched part of the case as both the criminal proceedings and the reported internal review continue to move forward. For now, the central questions remain unchanged. How did confidential information reach the public? Which reports reflected verified facts and which were based on inaccurate information? As additional court proceedings unfold and investigators continue their review, many believe those answers may finally begin to emerge. As debate over the reported leaks continues, another theory has gained traction in online discussions. Some observers have suggested that at least some of the inaccurate information reported early in the case may have been intentionally circulated to identify the source of confidential leaks. While there is no public evidence supporting that claim, it has become one of the most widely discussed explanations for why several early reports were later disputed or contradicted by official information. Much of that discussion centers on media coverage that included details which many later questioned. According to public conversation surrounding the case, some of the most widely circulated claims appeared inconsistent with later court filings and official records. Those discrepancies have fueled ongoing speculation about whether the information came from unreliable sources, misunderstandings, or another unknown factor. For now, none of those possibilities have been confirmed, but this is where the theory becomes even more intriguing. Some commentators have compared the situation to a well-known information security technique, sometimes referred to as a canary trap. The idea involves providing different versions of confidential information to a limited number of people in order to identify the source of a leak if that information later becomes public. Although this strategy has been used in other contexts, there is no evidence that investigators employed such a method in this case, and the theory remains entirely speculative. If that explanation were ever confirmed, it could help explain why certain reports appeared to mix accurate information with claims that were later challenged. On the other hand, the inconsistencies could simply reflect inaccurate reporting or incomplete information reaching the public during an active investigation. Until officials release the findings of the internal review, the reason behind those conflicting reports remains uncertain. For now, the reported investigation continues to focus on one central question: whether confidential information was improperly accessed or shared before it was officially released. As more details emerge through the legal process, many believe the findings could finally clarify not only how the reported leaks occurred, but also why so much conflicting information circulated during the early stages of the case. The reported investigation into the medical examiner's office is not the first time questions about confidential information have surfaced in a high-profile legal case. Similar discussions have appeared in other widely followed investigations, highlighting the challenges authorities face when balancing public interest with the need to protect sensitive records during ongoing proceedings. At the same time, another update has offered a more personal perspective on the case. According to comments made outside the courtroom, Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman indicated that Celeste's family is continuing to receive support and regular communication as the legal process moves forward. While the circumstances remain incredibly difficult, that update suggests prosecutors are maintaining contact with the family as the case progresses. But this is where the focus returns to the courtroom. As future hearings approach, many legal observers believe the reported internal review could become another topic raised during court proceedings. Whether those issues ultimately have any impact on the criminal case remains unknown, but they are likely to receive careful attention as both sides continue preparing their legal arguments. At this stage, the administrative review and the criminal prosecution remain separate processes. The central issue, however, has not changed. The court will ultimately determine the outcome based on the evidence presented and the legal standards that apply to the case. Any procedural questions raised along the way will be evaluated within that framework rather than through public opinion or online discussion, and that's why the next stage of the proceedings could be so important. With additional hearings still ahead, many of the biggest questions remain unanswered. The findings of the internal review have yet to be released. More evidence is expected to be addressed in court, and several aspects of the investigation remain out of public view. As those pieces begin to come together, the legal process may finally provide greater clarity on the issues that have fueled months of public discussion. Until then, attention remains firmly fixed on what happens next. The reported internal review has added another unexpected layer to an already complex case. According to public reporting, investigators are examining whether confidential information connected to the medical examiner's office was accessed or shared without proper authorization. If any procedural issues are ultimately confirmed, they could become another topic addressed as the legal process continues. However, the review remains ongoing, and no final conclusions have been announced. That is why many legal observers will be watching closely to see whether the reported investigation has any impact on future court proceedings. At the same time, it is important to remember that the administrative review and the criminal case are separate matters. The allegations against David will ultimately be evaluated based on the evidence presented in court, and he has pleaded not guilty. As with any active case, the final outcome will be determined through the judicial process. But one thing has remained constant throughout this story. At the center of every development is the search for answers and accountability surrounding what happened to Celeste. As new hearings approach and more information is expected to become public, many believe the next stage of the case could provide some of the clearest insight yet into the evidence investigators have gathered. Until then, many questions remain unanswered and attention remains firmly fixed on what happens next.
The significant update today following the status conference is that this case is actually moving forward. This is now our third status conference in this David case that we're chatting about. The last two, as you recall, deja vu, because we've done this now a couple times. They were both continued, meaning the case was essentially...
A major court hearing has pushed the David case into a new phase, bringing the legal battle one step closer to one of its most important moments. After months of procedural updates and delays, the focus is finally beginning to shift toward the evidence itself, and that's where this story becomes far more significant. David, the artist behind the hit song Romantic Homicide, is facing multiple criminal charges connected to the investigation involving Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
Delayed during those last two status conferences in May and in June. Well, this time, we all came in expecting this case to be continued, again, to essentially be delayed one more time. But no, they're moving forward. This is actually going to a preliminary hearing now, and that is set to start on Tuesday, July 21st, so 2 weeks from today.
Court records show that prosecutors have charged him with first-degree homicide, continuous unlawful conduct involving a family situation, and unlawful handling of human remains. These allegations have received widespread public attention, but they have not been proven in court, and David remains presumed innocent unless the evidence ultimately proves otherwise. According to the prosecution's case, the investigation centers on events that allegedly began on April 23, 2025.
Was just a very different kind of atmosphere today, different energy. As soon as I walked in, I noted on defense and prosecution, it felt like they were kind of on the same page. They both understood. I think this case was finally going to move forward.
When David is said to have invited Celeste to a rental property in Los Angeles, investigators claim that a serious incident occurred there before evidence later uncovered became central to the case. Prosecutors also allege that deliberate steps were taken afterward to conceal what had happened, arguing that the motive was to prevent details of their reported relationship from becoming public and to protect David's rapidly growing career.
A preliminary hearing in this case is significant because that is when the prosecution will have the opportunity to present their case. Now, not all of their case. They have to present sufficient evidence to establish probable cause. Sufficient evidence.
Those allegations form the foundation of the prosecution's case, but allegations alone are not evidence. The next stage of the legal process is expected to provide the first detailed look at the material investigators have spent months collecting. For the first time, the court will begin examining the evidence behind these claims, giving both sides an opportunity to present their arguments.
That there is probable cause David committed or allegedly committed these crimes to convince the court there is enough to go forward with an actual trial. Now, this is in front of the judge, this is in front of the court, there's no jury here. It's a low standard, right? It's a low bar.
And many believe that could change how this entire case is viewed moving forward. The charges against David extend far beyond the primary allegation. Prosecutors have also filed several special circumstance allegations that, if proven in court, could carry significantly more serious legal consequences. Court documents reference allegations involving a witness, financial motive.
By all accounts, the prosecution, from what we've seen, will have sufficient evidence for this case to move forward, but it does give the opportunity for the defense to challenge the evidence, to see what the prosecution has, kind of a preview of where they may go with the trial.
Advanced planning, and the reported use of a sharp object. None of these claims have been established by a final court ruling. Investigators also allege that a series of purchases and movements became important parts of the timeline. According to the prosecution, David purchased items including an inflatable pool, chainsaws, a large storage bag.
Now, the defense attorney did say that, according to the DA, in this case, they have all the evidence that is relevant to the preliminary hearings that they were supposed to receive as a part of discovery when they're sharing evidence between the two sides. They did say they requested chronologies
and heavy-duty trash bags before later making trips to the Santa Barbara County area. Authorities also claim statements made to people around him eventually became part of the investigation. Standing alone, each detail may seem ordinary, but prosecutors argue they become far more significant when viewed together.
From detectives, they're still working on getting that. But again, it is significant that every piece of evidence deemed relevant to these preliminary hearings has now been shared. So the defense now has what they need to start building this case for them to move forward.
Then the investigation took a dramatic turn. On September 8, 2025, authorities reported discovering human remains inside the front storage compartment of a Tesla that investigators say was connected to David. The vehicle had been taken to a Los Angeles tow yard, where investigators recovered multiple bags containing the remains. According to official records, some reported evidence was not recovered, adding another layer of uncertainty to an investigation that was already attracting national attention.
No additional updates on that today, but I can tell you what the status of that is overall in this case. In California, yes, there is a moratorium on executions. Governor Gavin Newsom halted those, I believe, back in 2019.
But the courtroom wasn't the only place where new questions began to emerge. Shortly afterward, NBC News reported that more than a dozen employees at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office were being investigated after reportedly accessing law enforcement files without the required authorization. While that inquiry is separate from the criminal case itself, it has raised new questions about how sensitive information connected to the investigation was handled behind the scenes.
But in this case, because there are special circumstances as part of this first-degree murder charge against David, he actually is eligible for the death penalty. So they could ultimately seek that if he's convicted.
As the investigation continued, the focus expanded beyond the evidence itself. New questions began to emerge about how confidential information connected to the case may have been handled before official records were ever released. And that's when an entirely separate investigation entered the spotlight. According to NBC News, more than a dozen employees at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office came under investigation over claims that law enforcement case files may have been accessed without the required authorization.
Preliminary hearing could stretch out across 2 weeks. And as a part of that, there could be evidentiary hearings. And because there is so much evidence, I think the judge preemptively wanted to carve out enough time on her calendar and on the attorney's calendars to ensure that what they start.
Public reporting suggested the review may have been prompted by concerns that details connected to the case had circulated. before the official autopsy report became public. While investigators have not confirmed exactly what triggered the inquiry, the report immediately drew widespread attention. The medical examiner's office did not publicly comment on the specific allegations at the time. However, employee representatives urged the public not to rush to conclusions while the review remained ongoing. One union representing investigators stated, "We expect the county to conduct any investigation professionally, fairly, and without prejudice."
They finish. And the important thing when they do finish this multi-day preliminary hearing will be whether or not this ends up going to trial and when that trial is going to start.
We encourage others to allow the process to run its course before making conclusions. A separate union representing medical examiner employees also reaffirmed its commitment to protecting the privacy of victims and safeguarding sensitive records. But another detail made the situation even more complicated. According to public reporting, the Los Angeles Police Department had previously asked the medical examiner's office to withhold certain records while investigators continued their work.
This is the opportunity. This is something we have all been waiting for since September of 2025. And let's be clear also, David is innocent unless proven guilty.
Reports indicate that request was not accepted at the time because of questions surrounding jurisdiction. Although the full circumstances behind those discussions have never been publicly explained, they became another closely watched part of the timeline. Everything changed on November 21, 2025. A court ordered the medical examiner's report and related case records to be placed under seal, preventing any official findings or supporting documents from being released publicly until further notice. The medical examiner's office later confirmed it had received the order and stated that all information connected to the case would remain unavailable while the restriction was in effect. Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Ode Akpo also emphasized that the department's long-term goal is to provide transparency whenever legally possible, while continuing to comply with court orders during active legal proceedings. With the records now sealed and an internal investigation underway, attention shifted away from the evidence itself and toward another unanswered question: who may have accessed confidential information before the public was ever supposed to see it? As debate over the sealed records continued, both the medical examiner's office and the Los Angeles Police Department publicly explained why they believed those decisions had been made. Their statements offered rare insight into what was happening behind the scenes, but they also highlighted that the agencies viewed the situation from different perspectives. Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Ode Akpo explained that since becoming the department's leader, he had worked to move away from the practice of placing security holds on records solely at the request of law enforcement. According to his statement, that approach is uncommon in many jurisdictions and has not been shown to improve legal outcomes. At the same time, he emphasized that once a court issues an order to seal records, the department is legally required to comply, regardless of its broader commitment to transparency. The Los Angeles Police Department presented a different explanation. According to its statement, the request to seal the medical examiner's records was made to ensure investigators could review critical findings before they became public. The department maintained that the goal was to protect the integrity of the investigation, not to limit public access to information. Months later, on April 22, 2026, the restriction was lifted, and the medical examiner's report was finally released. Dr. Akpo said he was grateful the information could now be shared, noting that Celeste's family had waited months for the official findings while the legal process continued. One detail immediately stood out. Although the report became public in April 2026, the examination itself had actually been completed on December 9, 2025. That meant the findings had remained sealed for months before they were finally released. According to the official summary, the examination was significantly limited because of the condition of the remains. Even with those limitations, the medical examiner concluded that the available forensic evidence was sufficient to reach formal findings. Those conclusions have since become a central part of the prosecution's case and are expected to receive close attention as the court begins examining the evidence in greater detail. With the report now available, the conversation began to shift once again. The focus was no longer on whether the records would be released, but on what those findings could mean as the case moves into its next and most closely watched stage. When the medical examiner's report was finally released, it provided the first official summary of the forensic findings that had remained sealed for months. While some details could not be fully evaluated because of the condition of the remains, investigators stated that enough information was available to reach formal conclusions, and those conclusions would quickly become one of the most closely examined parts of the entire case. The report also noted that toxicology testing identified a low level of ethanol in liver tissue. However, the medical examiner determined that the result could be explained by changes occurring after the individual was no longer present or by prior ingestion, and concluded that it did not contribute to the overall findings. After reviewing the physical examination, laboratory testing, and the available investigative information, the medical examiner concluded that the cause of the individual's condition was multiple penetrating injuries. The report also classified the manner of the case as a homicide. Those findings now form a key part of the prosecution's evidence, although they remain subject to examination and challenge as the legal process continues. With the forensic findings now part of the public record, the focus shifted back to the courtroom. After months of waiting, the legal proceedings were finally beginning to move forward, bringing the case one step closer to its first major examination of the evidence. The latest court hearing also provided one of the clearest signs yet that the case is entering a new stage. According to reports from inside the courtroom, David appeared attentive throughout the proceedings. He acknowledged the judge, remained focused during the hearing, and followed the discussion closely. While courtroom appearances rarely reveal much about the legal issues themselves, they often become another detail closely watched in high-profile cases. The biggest development, however, had nothing to do with David's appearance. For months, the case had been slowed by repeated status conferences and procedural delays, leaving many to wonder whether another postponement was inevitable. Instead, the court confirmed that the preliminary hearing will begin on July 21st, 2026, marking the first major step toward examining the evidence in open court. That date could become one of the most important milestones in the entire case. Unlike the earlier hearings, which focused mainly on scheduling and procedural matters, the preliminary hearing will center on the prosecution's evidence. Prosecutors are not required to present every detail of their case, but they must show enough evidence to convince the judge that the case should proceed to trial. At the same time, the defense will have its first meaningful opportunity to challenge key parts of that evidence in a public courtroom. Observers also noted a noticeably different atmosphere during the hearing. According to reports, both sides appeared prepared to move forward after months of delays, and the court began making practical arrangements for what could become several days of testimony and legal